Hello everyone and welcome to the AMD WoT7 tournament. Really glad to have you with us today for the final day of the tournament. And just like yesterday, I'm being joined by my co-analyst Octo. How are you doing today?
Yes, good. Good morning. It is 9 a.m. for me, so I'm very ready for this wonderful tournament.
That being said, we should take a look at the brackets because yesterday we possibly had an upset pause draw, which was probably one of the favorites. They have had very good results in the past WoT7 tournaments. They were taken out by Phoenix in the match number 4 in the losers bracket.
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate. They were playing pretty well in the upper bracket, and then they got knocked down and then knocked out. So this just happens, I guess. But they'll play Grupa today again, formerly known as Goodnight Nomi, and then Holonisi will play Opur in the upper bracket. So whoever loses that match will go down to play in match 7, which will play against the winner of Grupa or Phoenix.
So yeah, we still have a total of 3 Polish teams left in the tournament, 2 being in the winners bracket, and Phoenix being the last EU international team alive in the tournament. They will have to battle in the losers bracket against Grupa. It's going to be the second match of the day. That being said, we can also take a closer look at the drops, the Twitch drops we have. We had some for yesterday, but they are also available for today. We have decals, consumables, not being on the screen yet. Here you go. So yeah, the consumable, premium consumables, the decals, and a 2D style.
Yeah, the Prowling Tiger 2D style.
Decals.
Oh, decals. And then
Strengths of Spirit.
Yeah, yep. We'll have that today exclusively. So it's every WoT7, I believe. You get the the camouflage on the Sunday.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the big kits. Those are always super nice to have.
Yeah. Let's take now a look at the first match of the day between the two Polish powerhouses, Opur and Olownicy. And actually, the community prediction going definitely one way. Olownicy, 82%. Is that surprising?
Not really. Opur, they won their match yesterday, but in a way, it wasn't really convincing. Olonisi, they played a good opponent and they came out on top, and it didn't really seem like they struggled to win. So it really does make sense. So we'll see. And also, they have been performing more consistently recently. So I'd like to see Opur perform higher today, but we'll see how that goes.
I mean, I think both of the teams didn't perform that well yesterday. It was still enough to take the victory in a tiebreaker, and today they will possibly be playing their best tactics. It's the finals of the upper winners bracket, so they have to just show whatever is the best they have. And that being said, Octo, I think we have done enough to introduce the first match of the day, and now to actually get more details about it, it's going to be time for our casters to take over. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome to day 2. It is the finals today of the AMD WoT7 number 9 tournament, and we are starting with the upper bracket final in between Holownicy and Opur. Yesterday, Ducky, we had 4 matches, all of them going to tiebreaker. So yeah, let's see if we get as much content today. We'll see if our voices even hold up. I think Holownicy, to be honest, as well as Opur, they don't really need an introduction. Both of them very, very strong teams. What's your take?
They are very strong teams. They're also very well known to each other. Let's put it that way. They've played against each other numerous times. However, I will say that I feel like Holownicy had the more convincing wins than Opur did, if you think about it. The ones that Holo lost were, or felt like, more all-in gambles, right? That they were losing, that brought it to tiebreaker, while Opur, the ones that they won, felt like all of them were struggles.
Yeah, true. It felt like more Opur was, when they were pulling ahead, it was in close matches via player skill, more like than really good communication overall. And yeah, I think we are gonna watch the pick and ban assets now. As both of those teams did the pack and ban yesterday. Tundra we see taken out by Holownicy. Then we have Himmelsdorf. interesting ban, I think, by Opor. Then Prokhorovka Mines. Then Steps being banned into possibly Morovanka and Ghost Town being the tiebreaker. So normally the maps that you would expect the Polish teams to immediately pick with Himmelsdorf and possibly even Cliff, not in there.
No, but Proco and Mainz, not necessarily bad maps for either of these teams. I mean, both teams having a pretty good light players available to them. Katsai on the T100 is very good, of course. And Prokhorovka could be a very interesting split map between the two for the different styles that they could play. And Mainz then is a solid pick if you're Opor. You want to, get a 1-1 into Morovanka, which is fine. I mean, it looks like a 1-1 kind of trend here. Outside of maybe Proco. I mean, I would say Mainz and Moro should be split 1-1. So I feel like the difference maker will be the very first map, actually.
That being said, though, yesterday we were calling a lot of things about how maps are perceived, and well, to be quite frank, most of the things we said didn't actually come true yesterday, so we'll have to see if that comes true today. I mean, yesterday the analysts, they highlighted it, a small upset, I would say, with Phoenix staying alive in the tournament, knocking out one of the other Polish teams, and yeah, Prokhorovka now being played. We saw it yesterday already, and we saw very, very strong performances by, was it Pozdro on it? Or was
it was Pozdro. It was Pozdro on Proco that absolutely dominated Phoenix.
And then Phoenix, obviously, after being down 0-3, full-on remontada, 4-3 comeback. But yeah, indeed, Pozdro looked very, very good. So probably some insights. Maybe they even shared some of those with their clanmates here. We'll have to see. First of all, the lineups, though. Opor coming in with that triple Soviet heavy tank, triple IS-7, then one S-Conk. Ryszek playing the Bat. We have one STRV and one T100.
Yeah, and then Holovnici facing off against them with the triple IS-7, the double S-Kong, the CS, and the T100. So Katsai against Monster there, a pretty nice matchup in terms of light players. I mean, Katsai very good at the T100, but Mentos is also a masterclass of light players.
Yeah, historically, both of those teams not really struggling. Like, there are some teams that are sort of limited when it comes to tank choices on open maps because they don't really have players that feel confident to pick up those kind of tanks and like just carry their team passively by generating information. But obviously, Mentos and Katsai, absolute units when it comes to that sneaky Russian light tank. Both of them connecting their shots here, but Mentos also taking one by I'm not even sure whom. So Mentos is going to start off with a slight HP disadvantage. Both of them trying to connect one further shot. Not going to happen though. And this opening here, YOLO, already spotted out in the IS-7 by, I believe, Katsai here. They're going to push that IS-7 with the CS directly over, but Panzerfury has something to say about that, connecting his second shot into the IS-7.
Yeah, Panzerfury is not going to be missing those. Pulls a good number onto the tanks from YOLO, so good start there from Panzerfury. Just getting some damage out. DJ taking some and Katsai taking some as well, though. Might come to hurt him, but Mentos trading even. I will say Holo's taking a lot of map control here, Kihan, if you look at it. I mean, they still have the S-Kunk in K1. They have the tanks in the middle. They have established a position on the right side for Holo. Before you're kind of thinking, like, how do we get out of this one?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, Holovnici with a lot of map control. That also means that they need to be careful not to get pushed. But yesterday we saw how much that Super Conk in K1 can actually do if it gets pushed, even by double, triple IS-7. So 1-2 line repush, not really a possibility here for Oppo. They don't even have the tanks in place for that. Instead, the IS-7 that was in A2-3 is going to get rotated over towards that 6 line. That being said, though, Panzerfury taking a shot in his S-Conk, also the IS-7 in the ditch, not really trading well, and it seems like Rexar and Ryszek, both of them They are collapsing onto Never. The T100 in the back, even spotted in K3. If you watch the minimap now, Rishek taking a big hit by Never here, but they should be able to take out that tank. That being said, though, Rishek bouncing a shot here onto Never. Does he have enough to pick it up is the question. He seems to be all out of shots here, but Rexa rectifying that mistake, taking one more hit in the process, though. And now Katsai gonna start spotting out Minairos, but Rishek taking one more in that bad shot here, down to a possible one-shot for Mentos.
Yeah, but here comes Katsai, though, knowing that Mentos is now in position. He's coming to spot him out. He does get the spot immediately on that T100, gives one as well, pushing Mentos down. So far, so good, though, for Mentos. Nobody really in position to punish him. Rishek down towards 300 HP. In a bush, though, so Sokar can't really pick him up. And they need DJ in a position to support, because he was very far away still.
Yeah, we see the Opor T100 there with the next spotting run now. Sokar here trying to get something done against Rexa. Rexa being a possible two-shot. Minaros missing one shot into him here. Holovnici, though, still with the HP advantage despite being down a gun. Katsai is just gonna perma-spot Minaros and Mentos. He can't really go in against this because Rishek by now should be reloaded. And if he gives one, if Rishek, that is, gives one to Mentos, then Katsai could finish off the T100 for Holovnici. That would be the second gun, so I believe Holovnici, they need to make something happen on the other side of the map. But that being said, it's all hold-down heavies that could be pushed right now, which is not the ideal scenario.
No, it's kind of a stalemate right now for both these teams. I mean, Mineros with that really big HP pool is not able to go anywhere because of the threat of the SCRV, because of the bad shot in the i7 still being on the forelane and being perma-spotted by the T100. But Mentos needs to be very careful. Him and Katsai about 50 meters away from each other. I mean, if Katsai gets spotted here, he's going to die. I mean, Sokar is going to peek, Mentos is going to shoot, and Mineros is going to shoot. It's going to be a trade. DJ is still kind of far away in the STRV, so can't guarantee that he's actually going to hit that shot.
Meters, honestly. Like, that can't be much more than
a bit
that.
more. It's a bit more.
But yeah, CVS probably on both light tanks. You can see he's not even getting spotted for moving. But yeah, low noise exhaust probably on both tanks as well. You can see Katsai not really in the bush here. So possible opening for Mentos. Then again, Mentos doesn't really know. Sokar getting set on fire by Tsek, though, is going to put some additional pressure onto the team of Holovnici. And like, yeah, this... This is a Mexican standoff here, and they don't even know they're aiming their guns at each other. Oh, Mentos inching closer, does get the spot on Katsai, does not get spotted in return. Minairos with the hit onto Katsai that needs to move back now. But Sokar, obviously, he can't overpeak. He's down towards one shot. Mentos fires, misses. One more shot by Minairos. Katsai down to a one shot. This could be crucial seconds here in the game.
Yeah, but he survives, though. Katsai on that one shot, and now Tsek from the middle is really doing a good job because of the S-Kung backing off. Tsek is now able to just overpeak and get the shots, and the STRV from DJ picks up Mentos, though, before Katsai even goes down. Zuzan now pushing over the middle. Piotrix is definitely going to peek that, with Monster coming in as well and giving him a shot, shutting down that i7. But this allows Tsek to continue what he's been doing this whole game, overpeaking the middle. A good retaliation, though, from Piotrix there in that S-Kung. But the biggest issue here for Holovnici is the fact that they have their Mineros shutting on Katsai, is that they have Mineros stuck in K1, though. Mineros can't really leave from there, repush from there. It is still an S-Kung. It's not very mobile in that regard, and DJ in E1 has those two tanks on the 5-6 line completely shut down.
Yeah, the thing is, though, YOLO now driving ever closer here. Tsek doesn't really have a lot of HP remaining. That's a two-shot for YOLO. That is gonna be between the rails. Piotrik's gonna get picked up by Pansfury, though. Tsek now down towards a one-shot. The HP is still slightly in favor of Holovnici, but Minairos finally needs to make a move. DJ, good double bushing, does not get spotted here for that, but I think Rishek is about to get away in the bad shot. He is spotted, though, so Minairos is gonna turn the gun. He misses those, and he's Amorect, able to repair it, though, and Rishek gonna get picked up by a monster. Minairos now gonna start dipping. He doesn't want to take more shots by DJ. That is spotted in the STRV as well. This one's going down to the wire. Oppo right now having more HP, and that STRV is about to go unspotted.
Yeah, and the thing here is, though, that Fora in his S-Kong, he should be able to pen YOLO. I mean, he could have penned him under the gun. That's a good shot there from Panzerfury, though, with DJ coming in as well. And you could say, while Rishek and Katsai, etc. were dying, Panzerfury in the middle was just cleaning up. I mean, DJ puts another one on the back of Mineros. Panzerfury came into the middle And even though YOLO was healthy, with the S-Skunk of, who was it? Piotrix pushing over the rails on F6 that allowed Tisek and Panzer Fury to come back into the middle, clean up those tanks. And overall, a good round from both these teams, but Opor getting slightly ahead, picking up their defense. They looked like they were in trouble a little bit because of the surround, but worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, the story from yesterday is sort of continuing, right? Opor in those messy rounds where basically both teams are scrambling with really unpredictable scenarios. I mean, in trainings, it's very unlikely that you're going to have T100s in a standoff there in that corner trying to defend that S-Kong. Basically, both of those teams with very messy but also very good gameplay, but Opor once again, like yesterday, with the better end to it. And I guess let's take a look at the post-battle results. And DJ with that STRB, he was spotted, but there were never enough guns that could actually damage and or overmatch him to really take him out of the game. Having a good game here, 4,750 damage, 2 kills to his name. And yeah, Mentos and Katsai, that was very fun to watch, the interactions in between them and the mind games that were probably also going on in both of their heads.
Yeah, the mind games here slightly working out for Opor, though. I gotta say, though, it was really weird that Katsai was not inside of the bush, right? I mean, Mentos at some point did outspot him, and if that was at a different moment where Sokar wasn't pressured back yet, because Sokar did get pressured down because he got set on fire, I think, in the IS-7, then Katsai just dies. And if Katsai dies, Mentos drives down the 2-line and outspots the STRV, and
also Mentos, I think,
lose.
bounced or missed one shot onto
Katsai,
yeah. So that was also
I think so
crucial.
too. Because Mineros hit him twice and it was 900, so...
Yep. Yeah, there were actually 2 non-penetrating shots onto Katsai, so someone else also hit him without dealing damage. But yeah, overall, a very, very nice first round to watch. Also, on large maps like Prokhorovka, if the engagements are like all around and everywhere around the maps, the communication that needs to go on in between the players, that becomes increasingly difficult because on a large map like Proko, you're not going to cover the entire map with your render distance, so you're not going to be informed immediately about the HP pools of your allies. So you need to properly come together and like inform each other about what's going on. That can become very difficult.
So today, World of Tanks is a game of communication, Key.
Yes, communication is key indeed.
Yeah, yesterday I remember, I think World of Tanks was a game of what was it? Mistakes?
Exploiting
right?
mistakes. So that's your
That's not what you
opponent's
said.
mistake.
That's not what you said.
All right, second round gonna happen soon though. In between, well, let's be real. 2 of the favorites to take the crown of the WoT7 number 9 here is sponsored by AMD, because this is the upper bracket final. The winner is going to immediately make it to the grand final. The loser of this round, or rather match, is going to drop down to the lower bracket final. He's going to wait for one match for the other best of 7 that's going to be played in between the winners of the last 2 matches yesterday. We're not there yet though. Opor coming in with quadruple IS-7 now, DJ playing the S-Conk, and double T100.
Double T100 facing off against Holovanitsis, double IS-7, double S-Conk, but CS and STRV though.
And that is sort of a mind game, right? With double T100 against 1 T100, you're like Gucci. But now you have like 2 combat guns less effective. Or like 1, because realistically a T100 is like half a combat gun. So they're down a gun regarding the DPM, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you mean. And they're using this to go fully ESO with double T100.
They're sending the S-Kong towards K1 again. So... yeah, Katsai also going to get the spot onto Piotrix, but they don't really see a lot else. YOLO smartly staying in one of the bushes, so they don't know about the I-7 in the 5-line ditch. They do spot out the Batcher, but oh, good shot by Monster into Rishek, immediately chasing the T100 away.
Yeah, immediately chasing T100, but he does get a lot of info though. Monster would never be there by himself. Rexar now getting spotted out, has to be careful in that IS-7 because he has a thread, which is never Monster Mentos arriving as well. And I think Rexar, realizing here the trouble that he is in, is going to try and bail. And you can see the IS-7's dumping over. Already some shots being taken though by one of them, which is Zuza. Now Rexar takes one that is actually a pretty cheap price for this. I mean, Rishek is still on the hill though, which is, you know, he's finally running away.
In the meanwhile, the other T100 though, he has cleared out the complete 2 and 3 line. I think this is why we see the IS-7s making this rotation, because Holovnici, their goal, their target right now...
Kets has to be careful though from YOLO.
Yeah. Right now, Holovnici's target as the defender without the light tank advantage, it needs to be to secure as much ground as possible, which they can later give up against the T100s. But Ketsai already in the cap here. He is spotted. Is YOLO gonna overpeak to do a shot of damage? He's almost reloaded. Let's see what he does. Sokar taking another big one by, I believe, Tsek. But yeah, YOLO not overcommitting onto that cap yet. And we find ourselves in sort of an east-west split on Prokhorovka, with one IS-7 being pushed up. And yeah, I think Ketsai, he just needs to stay safe. And even if he takes a shot by YOLO, he just needs to make sure that his allies are able to punish YOLO like enough for those peaks.
Yeah, but you know, this cap kind of play, Kihan, has its downside. You have the issue that if they reset once or twice, you're running out of time, right? If YOLO overpeaks, does a shot of damage, and he does it again, then you're all of a sudden out of time. And there needs to be a follow-up plan here for Opor, because this alone, I don't think will win them the game. I don't think it can win them the game either.
Zuza pushing up here. I think that is being done to counter Minairos in the STRV as well as YOLO. YOLO gonna wake his way towards the stone. Good shot by Zuza, hitting one on the move. Not even a vertical stabilizer, but he does those anyway. And now he should be hold down against YOLO and Never. Double cap also going on. Rexa having joined in their Ketsai, just sitting safe in the bush. And this is why YOLO and Never now have to over push onto this. They're trying to proxy spot that T100. 5 seconds, but the reset does come through.
Yeah, and Ketsai now running away, does not want to die in that scenario in his eyes, in his T100. Now Panzer Fury peeking over his up, bouncing a shot against YOLO. In return, they are going to lose Zuza though. He's about to get pushed by the bad shot from Monster to close out the kill there, which is exactly what Holovnici need at this point. And this is again another one of those issues though, Kian, if you think about it. I mean, yeah, they have killed the one singular IS-7, but what have they gained in return for this? DJ is 700, Gats has a one-shot, Vexar is 930 HP. It's not the most ideal situation, because also Monster and Mentos could go push on towards Tsek, for example, who is isolated now, but only DJ in support.
I mean, a triple cap now even going on, as if double cap wasn't enough. Piotrix now being forced to push in, so the 3k HP disadvantage that Opor found themselves in, slightly getting ever so close and Never taking a big hit as well for resetting with HE only. That means 23 seconds on the cap, but Piotrix should have good resets, and DJ that could basically prevent Piotrix is gonna get suppressed by Sokar. One good shot by DJ though into Piotrix, but he's gonna get a reset as well. The issue being that Ketsai in that T100 is sitting in the broken bush, or in the felled tree. I would guess. So yeah, they need to get those resets. They need to commit someone into the cap to proxy that T100. Another reset come through onto Rexa though, but Piotrix once again getting controlled by DJ, and DJ I don't think is taking any shots now. Monster being pushed in here though. This is the final push by Holovnici to end it all. Never and Panzfury trading it out. Piotrix over peaking, picking up Rexa here, and now Monster is just gonna drive in, is gonna pick up Ketsai, and that should be game.
Yeah, that should indeed be game. I mean, they lost so much to kill that one IS-7 of YOLO, who paid dividends. And once YOLO died, they just replaced him with Never. And the cost that it took for Opor to even establish this was too significant. You have that double T100, of which one really was doing nothing. Like, Rishek is on 1-2 line, but what does he really... He does some shots of damage, but he's not a heavy of any sort that is actually has HP or whatever. So, you know, good stuff there from Holo. They did everything right to hold this, I think. And that's the issue with this cap play. They have time on their side of Holo's side. You can triple cap, but it also means you're committing 3 tanks into the cap, which also means that you can get pushed at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you have that double T100 LT. Like, yeah, you can put them both onto the cap, but they don't really have a lot of HP. So if they get pushed, they, well, die. At least the second time they get pushed. And if you commit your heavy tanks into the cap, then you're you don't really have any guns anymore that are going to deal significant amounts of punishment onto the people that are resetting, right? So, yeah, I don't want to hate onto the double T100 too much, though, because I think...
No, but like you have to remember, I think it's important that you have to remember that Holo could have also picked it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, right now, it looked really, really bad. But as soon as you have double T100 against a singular one, you're always going to generate basically map advantage on one side because, well, the enemy T100, he can't split himself up. So it can work beautifully, just not against 7 actual combat tanks, I think.
Yeah, no. Against this setup, this double T100 struggles too much, especially because there's an STRV, there's double S-Kung, there's double IS-7. The one thing that the T100 doesn't struggle penning is the bad shot. Even against the CS, there can be some issues because of the upper plate, the turret. So, you know, if you're playing this T100, it's just a hard game for you. And behind that, they also don't have the best of fighting tanks against the lineup from Holovenitsi because you have IS-7s facing off against S-Kongs.
Yeah.
And that's just not really fun most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, you have the IS-7s that are pretty happy to meet the STRV because they overmatch it, but that's just about it, right? So, yeah, Opor and Holovnitsi trading blows on Prokhorovka. 1-1 map is going to be split. Now we're heading over to Mines. We saw some very interesting matches yesterday on Mines, where we also saw unusual tank picks being chosen. Unfortunately, GDVV not really able to win with their Yo setup. Still putting up an interesting fight, though. Also bringing fresh flavor. We'll see if either of those teams maybe have taken inspiration from that. Because even if something doesn't work, maybe you can adapt it to a tactic of your own choosing. And because, like, whenever you invent own tactics, at least that's what Insane keeps telling me, you're going to be better at this particular one than everyone else because you thought about all the possibilities when making it. So we'll see, because I think either of those teams are going to have prepared overnight for each other.
Insane pretending like everybody goes over every possibility. That's a good one. That was a good one.
I mean, you know, the guy standing in front of the whiteboard trying to explain the big maths on it. That kind of meme. Mine's a different kind of beast, though, than Prokhorovka. The defender decides how fast the match is being played, if it's going to be a quick middle shootout or if they're going to park the bus. Also, casters' predictions. 3 of us going with a Holovnitsi win. Only Insane saying Opor is going to take it here. And now the lineups: Opor, quadruple M454, triple IS-7. 7 heavies, let's go.
7 heavies, just the way we like to see it. Then Holovnitsi with the 50B, the IS-7, the mouse, the S-Kung, the E5 making its return, and the double CS63.
50B is pretty unusual on Cliff, no? Especially
yeah, kind of.
Or like on both
I mean, but
sides.
it can give a clip though. Like it's not that bad. Like it can sit in the base and just shoot 1, 2, 2 or 3 times. Shoot the 7-8 line push for a full clip. So not a bad tank overall, to be honest.
Alright, the initial opening by Opor, we have Pansfury driving towards the 1-2 line. He's obviously not going to cross in that M454. That would be detrimental to his health. Because the M4, pretty good tank, but not when it's crossing in the open. The triple IS-7 together with T-Sec getting sent towards the 8 line. Double M454 for Opor playing at the entrance towards the hill. Meanwhile, we see Holovnitsi destroying some houses here in the northeastern part of the map, just trying to create more angles of fire. The 50B currently hiding behind the S-Konk, is maybe gonna make an appearance against the IS-7 choo-choo train. That's about to happen.
Yeah, the choo-choo train is happening straight, and I like this from Opor. They have an idea, they have a plan, and they're setting it into motion immediately. T-Sec is getting spotted out as first one, though. He's actually stopping behind the building, and there comes the triple IS-7 going straight to try and catch Never a bit off guard from the looks of it, where he's not fully in position just yet. Zuzda, Cat's Eye, Rex are now getting towards it, and so far so good. I mean, a lot of misses actually on towards these IS-7s who are just gonna keep going for that mouse. They want to swarm Never, so he never sees the light of day again. I like this from Opor. At the same time, Jacob took the hill as well to create another angle of crossfire, and never there.
Mentos.
Absolutely in shambles.
Mentos also on that cross, just completely getting obliterated down towards a one-shot. And yeah, I was about to highlight that the actual tanks that Opur has are not exactly great against the mouse, because they're all maximum like 303 pen, but if you're beside the mouse, it doesn't matter. The IS-7 push just keeps going here. Soka with the S-Kong trying to do what he can against Zuza, Katsai, Rexa. Now big track shot onto Zuza, who still has rep kit available, and that Amorak onto Sokar is just so detrimental currently for the team of Holovnici that are not even up in HP anymore. Never in the mouse goes down, and that is 2 kills for Opor, only 1 for Holovnici.
Yeah, Piotrix is shielding Sokar.
Oh, also
you gotta
Amorak.
imagine that the shield also only works for so long. I mean, he might be shielding, but the IS-7s will just switch targets and start shooting him. Rishek now coming back in the full HP AMX M4 to face off against Monster, while T-Sec is coming from behind him. Zuza, Rex, or Katsai did their job, because now T-Sec in the big old M4 is coming and picks up Piotrix with the 3 kills for that man already. And yeah, these IS-7s are stuck, but T-Sec is always going to win the 1v1 there. Well, Rishek is also winning the 1v1 against Monster, and this is great for Opor. I mean, yeah, the HP is close, but what does HP really mean against this number of guns?
Exactly, 6 guns still alive against 3, because Monster just got picked up by Rishek, and yes, T-Sec takes 1 by Minairos. They probably don't even know that Sokar is Amorak right now, but little does it matter. Rexa is not gonna connect that shot, but it's probably just gonna be a matter of time. Minairos trying to do what he can against T-Sec, but 1 more kill for the side of Opor, and slowly but surely the HP are starting to drift in Opor's favor. They are now gonna send Rishek to flank YOLO here. That's gonna remove another angle, and as soon as that happens, the IS-7s, out of which 1 just died, should be able to close the distance towards Minairos. Also, Sir Jacob, he could be pulled down from the hill. Opor right now, though, they are sort of freezing the game a little. They're probably organizing themselves again, and I don't hate that. They still have 4 minutes to go. They have the gun advantage by 3, so yeah, if you can slow down the game for a minute and think about how you actually safely win this, it's fine, especially if T-Sec outtrades Minairos.
Yeah, E5 against M4 there. I mean, Mineros' peak wasn't the greatest either. Let's be real, because I think T-Sec just shot him through the track. I mean, T-Sec trying to trade it out now. Jacob is coming off the hill. Rishek is starting to take 1-2 line. Rexar is eager to take a fight as well. But once Rishek gets behind YOLO, I think that will be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I mean, Rishek should even have shots onto the E5 if Minairos goes back too far, and then he's going to be sort of in a crossfire. That being said, though, it's not even going to matter. T-Sec to pick up Minairos, and only YOLO remains. Still pretty healthy, but yeah, he has 5 guns against him. Rishek now going to peek from behind. Big hit, 608, an Amorak coming out, and Opor once again is going to pull ahead. Sir Jacob has died.
Yeah, so Jacob has died, but a good round from Opor there, like really. Mentos was everything with such great speed seemed to surprise Holo really hard, because Mentos crossing over got punished tremendously. Normally they get that CS across to K8 without too much. It's like a classic Holo. They cross over the CS to K8 and play from there. He did not make this. He went down towards the one shot and then died. The mouse never really was fully in position either. Good stuff from Oporto.
Yeah, and I felt like the mouse, like the positioning, he wanted to go forward initially, then he decided against it, and that's like the worst thing that you can do, because that made it so much easier for the IS-7s to swarm him. Because taking a look at the tanks...
Yeah, actually worked out in his favor.
Yeah, taking a look at the tanks by Opor, though, like, none of them have the greatest pen, but because he was basically so far pushed up, they could just go beside him and auto-pen him almost.
The thing is, though, which you are forgetting about, is that the mouse stays, if the mouse stays where the IS-7s are, he has 3 IS-7s on his side, and he dies. If he goes under the hill, he has T-Sec from one angle, the triple IS-7 from another, and the guy pushed up on the 4 line, which was Rishek, from another angle, crossfiring him. So for him to stay on the corner was actually the most ideal play, because he could reverse around onto the slope and survive the longest as possible. I don't think he would have lived any longer in any other scenario, because otherwise he gets flanked by 3 IS-7s or just killed by T-Sec and Rishek.
Yeah, I mean, in any kind of scenario, never really he I guess went where the tactic dictated him to go, and yeah, as soon as that 8-9 line push happens, he's just dead in the water. But Opor once again pulling ahead in this match, so we'll have to see if Holovnici is able to once again come back. A good Mines attack, you love to see it, because normally people are like, Mines attack kind of difficult to pull off, but yeah, if you're just convinced of what you're doing, and also obviously you need to kind of hit a lucky, not timing, but with your push, because that was, to be honest, sort of a blind push. You need to also get kind of lucky where the enemies are. The double Amorek also coming in onto the 50B, onto the S-Kong. I don't think it changed the outcome of the battle, but it definitely didn't help Holo.
You should have just had the experimental equipment, huh?
I don't think that would have prevented... Like, it would have probably prevented a blow-up, even with the config.
It's the minus 50% reduction.
Yeah, but...
So you don't have 14 seconds reload.
But I don't think it would have changed the outcome of the game either way, to be
Bro,
honest.
I'm gonna be honest, an S-Kong being Amorak there could have changed a lot, actually, because otherwise he's just pewing the IS-7s the whole time. And Piotrix dies in front of the S-Kong, and he's just farming them. But would it have won them the game? I'm not sure.
Especially since the M454
closer.
came behind them. Like, if he comes a bit earlier, probably even, then they just die there so much earlier with the S-Conk and the 50B. Yeah, it remains to be seen. Anyway, round number 4. Almost underway, and to be honest, we're having a pretty fast-paced match on our hands. Like, Prokhorovka went pretty fast, I would say. The first Mines round, pretty fast, because Prokhorovka and Mines both are maps which also could take the whole 8 minutes game time that we have in the WoT7 format. We haven't had a win by defense yet, though. But first of all, I guess we are ready to take a look at the lineups, which are pretty interesting. Opor coming in with an M454, an i7, the double mouse, the E5, the VZ, and Rishek playing the bat.
Rishek in the bat shot to finish off the lineup. Holo in return though with the 13-105, the double CS, the triple S-Kunk, and the IS-4. Now, the 13105 is an interesting pick, but it has been played before on Mines. It's like a mini bat shot, actually, that can also play the cap, though, because of the camo value and the silhouette.
I remember it being played, and I also remember us, after watching it being played, reaching the conclusion that if you want to play a baby bat, just play a bat instead.
Yeah, but it's specifically for something, though.
Yeah.
He can play the cap on cap number 1 and actually cap behind some of the
He didn't even get spotted
yards.
for going up the hill, by the way, where the CS did. So yeah, Monster is gonna try to get some info on towards the eastern part of the map. The S-Kongs here, never Miniras. They're gonna reach the middle. They're gonna have a quick peek at the VZ here, and taking damage by Rishek also in the batchet. So that is 1300 into one of the S-Kongs, and Bak is also taking 800. That was a lot of HP bled by Holovnici, now trailing over 4k HP.
Yeah, but Holo is playing an all-in cap number 1 strategy, identified by the fact that there's a CS on A3 already. Ketsa is so brave in this mouse, though. I love it. I mean, unlucky roll for him, because they're trading about even, right? Where he has 90 alpha more, but it's so brave. Let's put it that way. Yeah, it's an all-in cap number 1, and I prefer it with S-Kunks than with M4Ys. No, M5Ys, sorry. Because Monster is going to drop off the hill rather soon. When this is established, they're going to get Sokar to push up to the building, probably at E9, to play from that, and then Monster is going to try and cap around the area of D8, so it's most likely like that, I would say.
Now Monster making it down without losing HP here. Soka now being pushed up in the IS-4. This is normally you want to establish it, you want to push back the mouse so the 13105 can
Yeah,
go
he's trying to counter this guy here, trying to counter this guy there with his IS-4. Well, you'll see Monster camping around this area here, or potentially behind the building. That works as well for Monster, because the IS-4 is pushed up really far.
Yep, Tsek so far with the better trades against Sokar. Sokar now reloaded is probably gonna peak, but Monster has made his way into the cap, does slightly readjust. So Opor, they now know where that 13105 is. The double mouse below the hill, by the way. Oh, Sokar losing his loader to HE here. Has to use his medkit. Remember, his rep kit is also on reload because he got Amarak before that. But yeah, keeps trading well against double mouse. So
I think Holo knows that DJ is there, by the way. Look at Never and look at YOLO. Look where they're aiming exactly. With this S-Kunk and the CS from the hill, they already seem to be pretty aware that DJ is there because they're aiming at that exact gap. And how would they know, you say? They're not cheating. Like, they're not cheating. There's fences and walls where DJ is. And to actually get behind that position, you have to knock over the fences. I mean, Sokar has 2 crew members left, by the way.
yeah. And also the commander is dead, which means there is no jack of all trades that is gonna... he also loses the
He's gonna get set on fire in a second.
Oh, man.
Like, legitimately, he's gonna get set on fire on one of these.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Mouses, they're not going to stop, because like Mouse is one of those tanks that has, I would argue, ample amounts of ammunition. So yeah, 1 minute more for the Mouses to just keep firing away at Sokar. That is probably going to use his...
they're gonna kill him soon. I mean, they've lowered his HP to be a 3-shot. If they just push around the hill now, like they're doing, they're just gonna peek him at some point with APCR and kill him. I mean, Sokar repaired, used his repair kit, thankfully, because it was looking rather dire there. But at this moment in time, Sokar against double mouse doesn't do anything. He has 1 crew member left, by the way. Sokar, 1-man army, literally DJ now peeking and killing. This is a disaster though for Holo, because now Monster had to leave the cap, and these Mouses have made short work of the IS-4.
Yeah, I mean, the Mouse in 2023 still a good tank, even with HE. The loader, the only crew member remaining for the IS-4. Now Rishek in his batchat starting to make a rotation here. He can't be too sure where the CS is as of yet. Obviously, he's gonna suspect him in like A3, 4. And I think Monster also just got reset. Piotrix taking 1 more shot for his troubles here, trying to trade against the Mouses, but even when backwards side-scraping, the Mouse will find penetration angles onto that CS.
I don't know why Monster wasn't capping in the
vineyards?
In the vineyards, because in this area here, right? Around here, you can see it on the screen as well. There's camo. And it would have been better for him than sitting here, because now he's stuck cheating against the mouse at his 13-105. And I'm going to be honest, for Opor, having double mouse there is the most ideal thing they could have had, because they had 6,000 HP to just HE down the IS-4.
Yep, and now Monster took 1 that is a possible 2-shot for Mouses. They could even intuition to HE and penetrate his backside there, because I think he's turned around. And he is going to start up the cap again, but obviously, like the Mouses, they still have enough HP. Ooh, good blind shot coming in by Rexa, even damaging Monster's gun here. Monster now down to 501, needs to be ever so careful. And if you take a look at the minimap, even the A4 position has now been taken by Rishek. Monster trying to trade it out against Mouses. He trades even 1 for 1, but that's going to put him on 70.
I think they know it's over. I really do believe that they know it's over at this point for Holo Venezia. You hate to be that guy when it's 6 against 7 still and they have 8,000 HP, but there are some situations which are not recoverable, right? And this is one of those cases. Like, some scenarios you cannot come back from. You cannot come back from an all-in play on base number 2, lose the IS-4, and have the light on a 1-shot. There is no recovery.
Yeah, I mean, also where Rishek is right now, that's going to limit the rotations on the hill. That's going to make them costly. And like, yeah, they have 8,000 HP, but look at Opor. They got 14k. So I think Opor now even forming up for a hill repush. They don't really need to do that, but I think they just want to, you know, establish a bit of dominance. Oh, D6 they're missing Monster, but it's not going to matter. And now the fight starts erupting at the entrance of the hill. Obviously, they're pushing into crossfire there, so not the best of trades. But to be honest, when you're up double the HP, you can afford some bad trades.
Yeah, I mean, Opor can do whatever they want. I mean, Holo could already, or should already be talking about the next round, actually.
So I guess we can already draw conclusions here. Opor demonstrating a pretty good understanding of Cliff. Holubnitsi sort of being sent back to the drawing board. Good job by Sir Jacob putting Minairos on 532. And yeah, it is 45 seconds remaining. The hill is in firm control of the attackers, but that's just about everything that they control. You can see Rishek doesn't even care, and now the hill raid push is gonna get started up. Bark is now dropping down with his super from the hill, but instead Rexar, Pansfury, Ketsai, they're starting to push here. So Jacob gonna trade it out against Barkis. That's also getting sidestepped by Rishek in that bad shot, so Bark is probably even gonna drop here, and Opor, they might be able to kill everyone in the span of 17 seconds.
Yeah, there's a chance for it. I mean, Piotrix is making a run for it. Never Mineros are for sure going to fall still. YOLO should be as well, because Jacob is coming off of reload, but Piotrix there going for Rishek like a bullet from a gun. A guided missile really straight onto Rishek's position, and they won't be doing it because S-Kungs are annoying to pen for the IS-7, but this game has been over ever since Sokar went through the sad death by paper cuts.
Yes, well, that was 1,000 paper cuts, and
would have been so cool if his crew died. I mean, not for him. We don't really see it often that an entire crew dies.
Oh, I get reminded of my Manticore 3 marks that happened like 3 times during that, because it only has like 2 crew members.
Hey, look, Sokar's hits received, man. 16 non-penetration.
I mean, yeah. Oh no.
Hits received as a result of slash damage, 16. Very cool.
Let's take a look
Poor
at
guy.
PSEC. Yeah, splash damage 6, and the other mouse splash damage 7. And probably the IS-7 had splash damage as well, no? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not a fun time for the IS-4 in that scenario.
No, that's why I don't know why the IS-4 went up so far. That is my entire question. I've seen this kind of play happen before. But when it was done before, it was done with the IS-4 or a tank being at the back building, right, where Monster was, so you can actually hide. And then you have the 13105 actually just capping from one of the bushes on the cap, because it's really hard to actually blind properly. But still, I feel like this double mouse would always be annoying for the holo line, because it's 6,000 plus HP
it's like 7K
that they can
almost.
throw at the cap to get a reset.
Alright, that means we are through the first 2 maps of the day. Prokhorovka Mines done and over with. We are headed to Murovanka now. A map that fairly recently has seen changes. Yes, Opor did pick it, but this deep into the pick and ban, we can assume that basically both teams are fine with playing it. So, I guess for the sake of Holovnici and also for the sake of my prediction, yeah, we have to hope for some Holovnici rounds now.
I mean, not necessarily, right? I mean, if Opor dominates Holo, they deserve to win that week.
True. That as well. Like,
also, I don't want to have 5 tiebreakers in a row.
Why not? Content.
Because 5 tiebreakers in a row, man. I slept really well last night, and that's all I'm gonna say.
So you are well rested now, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Nice.
Are you well rested after your cold shower earlier?
Pretty much, yeah. I had after the ice bucket thing, I had a warm shower, so I'm also Gucci.
Disappointing.
What do you mean disappointing? Everything for charity, you know? By the way, subscribe to our socials to get videos of that. Also, Ikibu and Ixta are gonna be on there. Anyway, Murovanka. Yeah, quite a different kind of a beast than Mines. Obviously, that cap that we just saw here on the western part of the map is very prone to attacks now that the shape of the map got reworked. You said it yesterday, a lot of defending teams now open a lot more aggressively towards the forest to be able to immediately counter people that try to hold down cap with, for example, IS-7s. So I would say it has reshaped the meta that's being played on Murovanka quite considerably.
Yeah, which is a good thing, because Muro was one of those maps that was played the same every time, and now there's a lot of different dynamics that come into play, and even different ways of opening. And it's another different way of opening, as Opor has 5 IS7s and a double bat shot.
WoT7, meanwhile, trying to stay alive in the upper bracket. Double IS7, double S-Conk, 1 VZ, and double Batchat. So I would say, yeah, a bit of brutal in-your-face power being exchanged for hull-down holding potential and the clip that Barkis brings. I am very interested where Opor is going to commit, because like 5 IS7s, that screams immediate aggression, and that is indeed what's happening. Zuza and Tsek taking the, I guess, is that the inside route towards the 1 cap, or is that the outside route? And on the other side of the hill, Triple ISM, Rexar, Pans Fury, DJ, they're also driving towards that 1 cap. The Batchat already spotted out Monster here, and he's already starting to take damage. Humongous amounts, actually. The double Batchat from Opor is starting to damage him, and DJ is going to finish.
Yeah, that's a tilter if you're Monster. You just got completely outplayed, and I'm going to be that guy. Holo needs to actually push. It's going to hurt, but they don't have a choice because they lost the bat, and they know that Rishak and Ketsai may be reloading. But look at Fury, look at DJ, but good realizations that this might be happening. Never kind of driving through no man's land, trying to get around these tanks of Tsek and Zuza, because that's where the play is. Piotrik's now coming in as well with his bat shot. If he can make a good clip here, maybe some magic is possible for Holovenitsi as Tsek barely making it out, and now Piotrek shifting the focus on towards Zuza as the rest of the Opor tanks are now swinging through the outside from the 4 line. A fire coming out from DJ though on towards the I7 of YOLO. That hurts, that stings, and now they're trying to get Sokar there in his S-Kung, still running around the corner. Mineros readjusting as well. Zuza falling to Sokar actually, who's now scattering in the winds, but so far they have taken 2 guns away from Opor. And this was good from Holo, but they are still surrounded. So now they're going for another engagement. This time they're going towards Panther Fury, who's kind of alone in his I7. But Ketsai already covering, gives 1 to Barkis. Gonna give the second as well, lowers him to a 1-shot. Can he get the connection? Yes, he can! As he closes out the kill. And now 5v5. Sokar falling, Fury will fall in return though, and Holo is not dead just yet in this one.
Holo definitely not dead just yet. 4 versus 4 the tanks. Holovenitsi right now 500 HP behind, but now Rishek with the fully loaded Batchat driving in against YOLO, putting him down towards 1 shot, sending him to the garage. Piotrix, how many shots does he have right now? He's gonna go away to not take more shots by Rishek, and now Ketsai playing ring around the Rosie, but never from the sidelines to pick it up. A 3 versus 3 neck and neck once again. 500 HP difference. Piotrix now driving on towards Rexa. What is the reload? He just has come, well, he just spent the last shot in his clip, actually. Has to make a run for it now. So Holovenitsi, after a very, very bad opening, losing Monster for almost free, scrambling to make a comeback. Minairos now leading the charge against DJ and never to support him.
Yeah, but I think they have not calculated that Rishek still has 2 shells available in his Batchat. He's coming for the swing on towards Mineros, who's Amoract as well. Rishek actually goes for Never, gives him 1's gonna finish him off. Rexar with the ram on towards Mineros, not picking him up, but the shot will secure it. And I think Holovenitsi there might have thought that Rishek was on reload, but he had 2 more shells, and here comes Piotrek though with it all to do in a 1v3, and it's gonna be Rexar to not make that be the truth today, as Opor absolutely stunning and dominating performance.
Yeah, Opor coming into this one swinging like a motivated boxer. 4-1 the final scoreline, so we're actually not gonna have 5 tiebreakers in a row. And man, what a round, and man, what a bummer for Monster there at the start. Just getting spotted and getting obliterated completely. And yeah, I mean,
good counterplay from Opor though. But gotta say, Holo did an incredible job after to almost bring that back with Monster dying for free.
Yeah, like it looked and it was close. So Holo,
I think they could have. I think they really miscalculated on Rishek. I feel like they thought that he was reloading, and that's where they were like, okay, we can kill the IS7s because Piotrix is coming off of reload before Rishek, but Rishek still had those 2 shells. And imagine if Rishek doesn't have those 2 shells, then I think DJ and Rexar do not win that fight. Because Piotrix would be coming in, cleaning them up, and then Rishek has to kill 2 opponents probably, which is super hard in the battle.
By the way, 5.6k damage. That's not a number that you usually see by an i7. So DJ with a very, very good performance there. But yeah, also a very fun round to spectate. I have to say, every single round in between those teams was very, very fun to watch and cast. But I think right now, congratulations for Oppo to making it to the grand finals. Holovnici now need to wait for the victor of the second match that we're gonna have. That is gonna happen in between Drupa and Phoenix. First of all, though, I think let's see what our analysts have to say about this one. Insane and Octo, take it away.
And well, Octo, the community prediction was in favor of Holovnici, more than 80% of the community behind them, but Opur with actually the surprising but good performance taking the victory for one.
Yeah, they played really well, a lot better than yesterday, I think, personally. So it was really good to see. But I think, I don't know. I think Holo didn't play as well as they did yesterday, so hopefully after that match they can kind of regroup, and we'll see who they play against next. So Grupa will play Phoenix, and then the winner of that match will play Holovnici again in the losers bracket. So whoever loses that match against Holo will be out completely, and the winner will play Opur in the final.
Yeah, so Opur is comfortably waiting in the grand finals, which will be a BO9. So 2 extra rounds possible compared to the other matches. They will also have a slight advantage in the ban pick, if I'm not mistaken, having the opportunity to pick a map straight and not allowing a permaban to the team coming from the losers bracket. Talking about this match, I think they have been very solid, and the difference maker was mainly on mines. That's a map that we tend to see going 1-1 with the defense being the better and the easier side to win on. So good stuff to Opur to actually bring a good attack and take the victory on it. And that being said, Octo, we can just get into the analysis of all of those rounds because the replays are ready. We're starting on Prokhorovka and Holovnici. They took a lot of map control. They were actually in a pretty good spot, but at the end of the day, Opur on the defense with the middle push.
Yeah, it's pretty risky to do this 4-line push, but the T100s on both sides... Well, okay, first of all, Holo wasn't really set up to receive this mid push very correctly. They had the S-Conk in K1, the IS-7 in middle, and then they had 2 tanks, the IS-7 and the S-Conk in the 7-8 line. They didn't really have many shots on it initially. Here you can see Ketsai is playing the bushes against Mentos, and Mentos actually misses, which is super important. I believe he bounces, though. Yeah. Maybe did he hit the gun?
I mean, that's possible. The bounce is horrible for the side
of super unlucky. Here is just an all-out brawl. The S-Conk is kind of stuck in K1. You have the Striv keeping him down in F3 if he tries to push Ketsai. And yeah, they just kind of collapsed. I mean, Holo had everything, but they weren't really to do much when the 4-line was taken.
I think like T-Sec on the mid DI7 was constantly peeking and getting some damage, and Pans Fury also from the back lines early to get some damage done on the 8-9 lines, and afterwards on the middle. Good stuff from Opur. It was not the greatest defense, but at the end of the day, they held strong. Afterwards, we had Opur on the attack, Holovnici on the defense, and I kind of like the way Holovnici played, just due to the fact there is double 300 again. So they went for the Eastern like passive play, I should say so, and then used tanks to commit over the base 1 if they would have to deal with it, which worked in their favor simply due to the fact they had double S-Conk and SCRV to cover the IS-7's pushing. In return, Opur, huge mistake from the side of the IS-7. T-Sec is positioning. You could see he was constantly out of the fight in the south.
Yeah, and they were able to push that IS-7 under the cap to find the T100 because they had so much more HP because they didn't have 2 light tanks. I don't quite understand the double light tank pick because they did a strat which only requires 1 light tank. Sure, they got information, but again, you can use 1 light tank to set up the exact same way and it would have been okay. The biggest problem was they needed to hold the F line and they weren't able to do that.
Afterwards on mines, that's the great round we were talking about. The push with the IS-7s, I mean Phoenix, they had something similar with 4 IS-7s pushing. I think it was during qualifier And there is Opur with triple I7 pushing under, and there's a huge mistake we can actually recognize there. It's Mantus in the CS actually trying to cross back to the spawn area with his teammates Piotrix and Soka. You could see he dropped to one shot to the tanks like I7 or the AMXs, and he actually did 0 that game. In return, if he would have actually used his full tank to push over the 1-2 lines, he could have then possibly pushed the middle and give his team some chances to win. But Opur actually convincing attack, pretty comfortable in the way they played. Triple I7 push, that's standard, but that worked.
Yeah, and Monster and YOLO here pushed the 1-2 lines. You could see Monster in the north and C4 got rammed. But onto the defense of Opur, they had double mice against AMX 13105 on attack. Normally that 13105 will either go in F2 to spot the cross or be used to cap the one cap behind the building as seen later. But because they have double mice, they can kind of just use that HP pool to drive up and either kill this IS4 as they were spamming HE at him on his engine deck. They actually killed 3 crew members at one point. But yeah, they're eventually just able to reset the cap circle, and after that, they're not really able. The offense is not really able to do anything.
I mean, Opur, they're completely countering all of Nitsi, coming up with a double mouse, like you said. They're just pushing under the hill there, hugging it, and they didn't even need to just shoot with HE and trade from distance. They could have done it straight, load a PCR, allow DJ with the D5 and his DPM to get some shots on the S4 if he want to go straight from the mouse. So, good stuff, complete counter, 3-1 up, match point already, and then we had Monster there with the Batchat. He was not expecting the double Batchat from Opur to be here to counter him straight.
Yeah, I love Flamer like this, trying to pick... I assume they were there trying to pick someone in the center. But yeah, this in 10, Hollow pushes out to compensate for their loss of a Batchat, which actually made the game really close. This was a really good call from them, I think. They were able to take angles. I would have liked to see... Opur instantly go back to C4 with one of their players, specifically DJ, I believe, is I7 and E4. I would have liked for him to drive back to C4.
I mean, they could have gone back to the bot straight here to get some angles like a fast tank, but DJ was kind of constantly into the fight, trying to get some damage done. We gotta give credits to all of Nitsi, to be fair. They made that round close, even losing a tank straight in playing 6v7. And I think at the end, that repush with the S-Conk and the I7 was the moment they actually lost the game. Rishek still had 2 shots to help his teammates to take that fight, and that was crucial because on the other hand, Piotrix was on reload. He actually played really well in his Batchat, managed to get away, but he was just too late. When he arrived and he had shells available in his Batchat, it was already done for Opur. 3v1 Rishek on 1.6k HP, good stuff from Opur. None of us expected that. I mean, I was the only one that gave a chance to Opur, expecting them to win in the tiebreaker, and it's actually going to be in a very good fashion because it's a 4-1 victory for them.
Yeah, I thought they'd do well, but I didn't think they'd win that convincingly anyways. They played very well, and it was our first non-overtime win, so we'll see if they can keep that momentum going into the finals.
Well, that was the first match of the finals of the winners bracket. Now we're going to be covering the first match of the day of the losers bracket. It's going to be Grupa Speed against Phoenix. Grupa Speed winning their match against GDDV1 yesterday, Ukrainian team, and Phoenix actually managing to make the complete reverse sweep against a post-draw. Impressive comeback from them. Is it going to be good enough for them for today, taking the victory against Grupa? That's a huge challenge. And to introduce that match, Octo, I think it's time to hear what our casters have to say. Let's get back to the casting desk.
Well, hello there and welcome back to match 2. Yeah, the match we just saw is actually the last one of the day, where basically people are gonna have a safety net, because like that was still upper bracket. We are now in the lower bracket, so whoever loses is gonna drop out. And obviously both Phoenix and also Grupa Speed, they wanna avoid that fate here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, lower bracket, Hollow may have lost, but they have another chance. These teams here do not have this advantage for themselves. It's do or die. And well, you could say both these teams coming off of a tiebreaker, but everybody came off of a tiebreaker. So, Grupa against Phoenix. You're gonna need to see a different Phoenix than yesterday, though. I mean, yes, they won their match, but
Yes, there is a big but.
But I think a team that is, if Opor was in this situation, the way they played today against Phoenix yesterday, like if they were instead of Polstro, they would have closed it 4-0. Like the way they were playing today. Polstro gave Phoenix this opportunity, and they of course capitalized on it to come back into the match and overtake them in tiebreaker. But losing 3-0 is not something they can repeat. Like, you can't be like, oh yeah, they're gonna lose 3-0 again and then come back in tiebreaker.
I mean, the reason why we put such big emphasis whenever a full-on remontada happens is because it doesn't happen often, right? If you're down 3-0, the odds of winning the match still are minuscule, and that's probably sugarcoating it. So yeah, going down 3-0, I don't think if that happens today, they're gonna make it again. Then again, they have shown comeback qualities. Obviously, here the team of Phoenix under their Captain Artiquel. It is the only international team remaining. The other three teams being basically communicating in Polish, and yeah. Community predictions sort of split around the middle, 55% for Grupa Speed, 45% for Phoenix. Personally, I'm expecting a Grupa win because I think Phoenix still is more of a team that have to prove themselves. But yeah, obviously they have shown yesterday that they can win against favorites. I mean, they were the underdog and they managed to take the victory. And in the end, no one really cares how you did it, right? If you went down 3-0 and then won 4-3, that doesn't matter because they're still here. Now, map pick and bans, Grupa Speed doesn't want to play Tundra. Ghost Town, I think Phoenix also banned that yesterday as their first ban. Then we see Steps being picked by the Polizia. By Grupa Speed, formerly known as Goodnight Nomi. Cliff being picked up. That's the first time we're going to see Cliff during this tournament, by the way. At least during the player stage. Himmelsdorf then taken out. Moravanka once again map 3, and tiebreaker would be Himmelsdorf. I'm going to explain it once again, the way the tiebreaker works. Why is it banned and then picked? Basically, if you do pick and ban, all the banned maps go into another pool, and then there is a separate pick and ban for the tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. Kihan, I would like to say and point out that there is a very distinct correlation between the pick rate of Cliff and the timing of a certain map guide video. And also, I think the statistics of the map being banned in random battles also have gone up. Now, one thing would be coincidence. Two, however, is not.
I mean, the second thing could be attributed to certain CCs, you know, trying to stage some sentiment against the map. Now, I don't know why that would be.
It's not a sentiment, Kian, it's a fact.
Opinions are not necessarily facts.
It's still a fact if I analyze my battles on the map and the amount of teams that I have.
There's a reason you're not an analyst, but a caster, you know?
True, I like hearing myself.
Alright, anyway, first map is going to be Steps in between Phoenix and Grupa Speed, and we can see you're going with a Phoenix victory, same for October. He's this time not going for the 4-0. Insane and I going with the Grupa Speed, so analysts and casters split right down the middle. The match is up for anyone to grab, and yeah, we see the countdown with the Phoenix lineup. First of all, Frugo, the Polish prodigy, with the knowledge that sometimes bad timing can be bad. He's playing the IS-7. We have triple S-Conk, one CS, a Badger, and a Minotauro.
Grupa Speed and coming with the triple IS-7, the 277, the S-Conk, the Bad, and the STRV played by Iliano. Polish prodigy. Oh, that's like calling Kihan a superstar.
I mean, Monster called him an unpolished diamond not too long ago, so...
It's more like a diamond that hasn't been dug.
Wow. Oh, and people say I'm toxic.
Well, it's still a diamond nonetheless.
True, true.
A diamond that's in the ground is still a diamond.
All right, Sokol going to make his way towards the western side of the map. Interesting SRV opening position, in my opinion, there. On the middle of the field, there is a lot of heavy tanks being put, basically behind that Badger to provide some opening fire, but I think the ISMs are already on their way towards the one line to push further there. Obviously, that defensive lineup by Phoenix with that Badger and that Minotauro, like right now, they're not in the same position. They're not both in A4, but that would be a really scary prospect to push into if you want to take the north as attacker. They have no information, so they can't assume anything yet.
Yeah, but they might just do the dump play. Not the dump play, but the dump play, right? Where they just go over on the I7, don't care, and then push towards A2 to counter the back.
Yeah, I mean, they need 2 salvos if they don't low roll onto Frugo and penetrate everything, like 1470 in one triple IS7 salvo times 2. That should be enough to take out Frugo. Then they only have to overcome White Rock in the Badger. That is obviously going to be a hold down, and as soon as that happens, some sort of reaction by the defending team, by Phoenix, needs to come out. The Minotauro now being pushed to C0, by the way. This is also a position where sometimes we see a Badger in. Ooh, almost by Magic. Almost. And Frugo taking one. He's...
Frugo doing the smart play.
Yep. That's a good play.
Yeah, it's a good play because he knows that he's going to get pushed on either way if they come from the position that they are now. So he decides to back off. However, there is one big downside to this, and that is the S-Conk of Gursky. When the S-Conk of Gursky arrives, Frugo no longer has a safety point. Miko and Twist are committing over. They're accepting the Badger damage. They're going to go far left towards the hold down there. But now Frugo is dead.
I think Frugo now just needs to trade his HP away against Jordan to make his life worthwhile. Because like Gursky just missed one for some reason, but yeah, he's not going to survive that. Or he just trades it out against the Super Conk. Oh, Magic taking 2. Oh, that being said though, Artiquel and Magic, both of them pushing onto Gursky. I guess this is why we didn't see Frugo advance here against the ISM, because he knew that Gursky was going to get pushed. Oh, Gursky not intuitioning to AG means that Magic is going to put in one more shot, and Artiquel probably with the finish here, meaning Magic survives on 92.
Magic survives on 92 indeed, but now Marcel coming with a big push to shut down Frugo. Attila immediately retaliating on towards him. Marcel not killing Frugo either. That Polish prodigy surviving just a little bit longer. Finally, Elian comes in with the STRV to put him down. But Grupa's speed now down in HP, but they have those 2 isolated tanks in the middle though. Magic and Attila make that just Magic, who is 100% at the any given moment going to get picked up by Sokol in that backshot. And look at the Phoenix lineup behind this though, Kihan, and this is an issue because the SCRV can cap, for example, right? Elian with the right equipment can cap.
I think Elian
and
is
Mino
just going to go to C1 and then they have crossfire onto the Badger, no?
That too, yeah, but he can also just drive in the cap. The Badger can't spot him anymore because it's an SCRV. And the lineup from Phoenix is just so slow. Yeah, slow is the correct word.
Now here the Badger not suspecting anything yet. The first shot by Elian not going to penetrate that Badger. He seems to have found an angle where he is semi-safe against both the double IS-7 and the SGRB, trying to blind shot the SGRB here. He does have an overmatch, like right around the gun, onto the SGRB, but Grupa speed, they still have almost 4 minutes to work with. That being said though, Phoenix still up in HP despite being down 2 and possibly soon 3 guns, with Magic still sitting in the middle on those aforementioned 92.
Yeah, and you can see now why there's a Badger there. Elian with the SCRV struggling to 1 hit him, 2 has not penned him a single time yet, and actually got penned on blind by White Rock. I think Elian should bail from this and go towards the cap. The analysts may disagree with me. You have the IS-7 in the meantime coming to pick up Magic in the IS-7. He's... Oh, that's not good, but luckily enough for him, there's Jordan actually to pick it up. I thought he fired in
I really like the Grupa camo, by the way. That was a cool looking camo. Miko and Twist Right now they can't really peek. They don't seem to have an angle onto the Badger. The thing is, as soon as they push him, the Minotauro, I think, has shots. Haki in the S-Conk has shots as well. Lup should be in range as well. So pushing those ISMs would be very costly. Yes, it would turn the Badger so that the SCRV could farm him, but I don't think it is the play to go for. Big shot by Miko into White Rock, though, finally removing some of the HP from that UK tank destroyer. That is just dug in here. And yeah, Elian, I mean, he keeps rolling the dice here.
I mean, Elian should just be on the cap, honestly. I mean, they're putting the Bachelor on the cap. Elian could be doing the same thing. White Rock can't peek him either way. The cap is just going to get blown up by all the guns. Just a bit of waste of time there.
Does John have shots
in
on
the
White Rock,
STRV?
by the way, here?
He might if he goes all the way against the wall. Against the ridge, but I'm not sure. I don't think so.
The thing that John is doing, though, is suppressing Haki here, who would have blind shots onto the cap, and now we can see the STRV actually making the rotation. And the superior amount of guns that Group Speed has, a good shot by Haki, the superior amount of guns by Group Speed is, right now, probably going to be one of these deciding factors of the game. Haki having to resort to HE, and finally that overpush on the 1 and 2 line is coming in. White Rock going over 3k damage, but he's about to get swamped by Miku and Twist. Now even Sokol being moved here doesn't decide to leave the cap here, and we'll have to see 23 seconds. How much more damage is that Badger actually gonna do? One ISM in front, one ISM behind him. That is a sandwich Miku can't ram because he was too low HP. Twist taking one more, and the cap is reset. The Minotauro has arrived.
Group Speed is making it really difficult on themselves for no reason, I feel like. Elian could have been on this cap a long time ago. He has Loner's exhaust, he sits at the back of it, and then Sokol covers the outside against the D-line push that was 100% coming from Phoenix. But now, I don't know if they're going to win this game, Kihan. Like, they somehow have to kill the Mino and Lip and somehow get to Haki. Lip picking up Marcel now. Finally, there's some damage being done back on towards him. A miss there from Sokol. That is not good. It's not what you want to see. And Haki is going to be bailing now as he's getting pushed by triple I7. Sokol picks up Itok. So now Haki with it all to do in this scenario in his S-Conk. He doesn't hit Jordan. He fluffs the shot. And luckily enough for Group Speed here, they have just enough time to close it out. I still stand by that. I feel like they made it harder on themselves than it should have been. But win is a win.
A win is a win, even if it wasn't as pretty as it could have been. And yeah, Group Speed gonna lock in the first round for themselves on Steps attack, which is pretty good. Phoenix there with an interesting idea with the double TD, to be honest. But I think once the Badger got sort of compromised, it was very difficult for them to hold. Also, yeah, they saved... basically, they saved Frugo for the time being by investing the S-Conk and the CS, but in the end, there was 2 tanks that got thrown away to save one, which ended up dying anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Magic could have done it slightly cleaner as well, I think. This push onto the middle could have went out with more HP, and I think Attila could have taken less damage as well. They both kind of sat in the open for the tank in the south. But then, you know, Group Speed there with the SCRV trying to pen the Badger. I honestly think that's a waste of time. No, but like really, I think that's a waste of time. The SCRV has already really good camo, as you already know. Add into that the Lono's exhaust that Elian had. He can sit on the cap without the Badger spotting him, right? He can even put the bush in between. There's a bush on the cap in between him and the Badger to prevent the spot even longer, which then allows your 277 and the double IS7 to watch the Badger, because he has to peek the spot, right?
Yep.
The Badger has to peek the spot. The IS7s from A2 can also shoot the tank committing on the D-line. And the Phoenix lineup doesn't have a rotational tank anymore. They lost their IS7, they lost their CS. So they have nothing that can go through the south. You just have the Badger playing in the base rocks or the standard bush for a line, and he clips those guys fully on the D-line. And it doesn't even get this close, I think, but they made it so much slower with this cap. They couldn't even cap anymore, which is another issue.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, as soon as that CS63 for the side of Phoenix is dead, basically the Batchat of Sokol can play rings around all of those tanks by Phoenix, because he's the only remaining medium tank on the field. He has a clip, he can play assassin, he can play spotter, he can play basically whatever he wants.
Yeah, all they have to be careful of at that point, first of all, they start the cap earlier, and they don't have to do it with a bat shot. They just do it with the STRV. He had at least a minute extra to do it straight. And you just play the bat shot in the base rocks, and you just clip out for free. Imagine a Mino driving through the D line in the open key hand, or an Escom driving through the open in a bat shot. You can even intuition to APCR if you want to, because you're getting 3 shots before you even go save.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Grupa, you said it, they made it harder than it needed to be, but in the end, they still picked up the round. I think it was theirs to win. They converted it, so now the sides are going to be switched, and Phoenix is going to be faced with the, kind of scary prospect of having to attack Steps, because even though we just saw an attack victory, I still feel that Steps attack is kind of one of the harder attacks in the map pool here. Or what do you think? Yeah. Probably, right?
Yeah, normally yes. I mean, then again, I think a lot of these defenses are super standard still, so teams have a kind of good clue of how to attack them and what to do against them, because, you know, Badger I7 being on the A-line, it's not something really new or super special. But at the same time, for defense, it's hard to cover both bases at the same time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Steps is actually one of those maps where I think both bases are viable sort of attacking things. I would even go so far as to give it a 50-50 as to which base you go to. On some other maps, some bases are easier to attack than others. I think Cliff would be a prime example for that in attack defense. But let's see what round number 2 is gonna bring to us here. First of all, I guess we are gonna reveal the lineups here. Let's go, first of all, with Phoenix's lineup, bringing Attila in the 113. We have double I7 Magic bringing out the Kran. Then we have one S-Conk, one Batchat, and the STRV.
The STRV to finish it off. Grupa then, though, triple S-Kong, triple I7, and a T100. That's still a different defense. We're going to see a different kind of defense here from them because of that T100.
The thing is, like we had it yesterday already, STRV on attack, that screams 2-cap, i.e. 9-0 line. Because realistically, that STRV is not really going to be effective in a lot of other places. He's going to get split off, and we also saw the STRV opening by Grupa Speed, where he went to G4 first of all, and then tried to penetrate the Mino from C1. The STRV can, as you pointed out, be used on the 1-cap as a as a capping tank, but the most effective position obviously is going to be F0.
Yeah, the most effective position is going to be F0 indeed. But we saw it already last game that it can be used for other stuff as well. Sokol and Lip actually spotting each other out.
Lip.
And yes, if he was used as a spotter on 1-2, Lip takes one though.
Yeah, Lip taking one shot here, not going to be particularly happy about that, but it does give info about the double S-Conk that is sitting at C78. Haki immediately taking the inside here, so he's going to be safe for the time being. The only tank probably able to shoot him being the S-Conk remaining in C8. The double IS-7 and A4 is a bit of a concern for Grupa Speed right now, because they're going to be out of the battle.
Yeah, but I don't think Phoenix commits on this.
Probably not, right?
I would be surprised.
Yeah, looking at the minimap, they're not committing to anything yet. Haki, though, with kind of an overpeak here, getting punished down to 1900 here, even losing his driver in the process. And now Miku is just going to blind those bushes here. Lip is going to see Miku. He's probably going to reverse for every shot that Miku blinds, but it is kind of annoying with a batchup because you can't just sit there and comfortably spot. You need to go back and forth every single time. And now Phoenix sort of second-guessing themselves, and yeah, that double IS-7 that was a liability now has become an asset, because they're just lying in wait there in case that Phoenix is going to advance in the north, which right now isn't really happening though.
No, they're still grouping for the 9-0 line push. I think this is hard against triple S-Kung though, but they do have some good things themselves to counteract this, and S-Kung of their own. The Crown, the STRV. I mean, the Crown, it is a decent counter against the S-Kung because of the heat, and because the fact the S-Kung doesn't pen you, so if you can close up, you can fight it. And the STRV is a good covering tank, right? There's some potential here for Phoenix, but normally speaking, the first guy driving into the cap loses most of his HP.
If not his life for that, because look at the amount of guns that's aimed there. That's triple S-Kong plus an IS-7, and they can as well perma-track a tank. Attila is going to make his way across. He's probably going to go to the lower stone to provide crossfire from there. And now Haki and Frugo, they're going to start making their way. Haki already tagged earlier, down to 1500 now. Frugo has to take some damage for him now, and taking damage is exactly what he's doing. Both of those IS-7s just bleeding left, right, and center. Haki now getting tracked, and that is not a position that you want to find yourself in if you're an IS-7.
No, and those Kongs are just having a good time right now. PK and Haki, even a one-shot, might even fall, but Marcel and Gurski are now being pushed back by that SCRV, by that Kran, by that 113 that are providing covering fire. Itox also providing covering fire against Miku. However, the real issue here is that Haki is almost dead, and Frugo needs to shield. He takes a pen from Miku, Gurski to pick it up. Now, even if they trade badly, if they kill the second IS-7, it's game over, right?
Yeah, and even if they don't penetrate him with APCR anymore, Frugo is down to 251, meaning like 2 shots by Jordan, 1 by Miku with HE on the top of the turret are going to be enough to do the job. Good job by Itox. Good penetration into the gun mantlet of Miku, but right now cap pressure isn't even an issue, and you can see here the STRV, he tries to find shots. Actually a good one into the lower plate of Jordan. Accuracy coming in clutch, but in the grand scheme of things, what does this actually achieve? Phoenix down to 9k compared to the over 13.5k by the defenders that also still has 7 tanks available compared to the 6 of the team in blue. Lip now with a, I would say, almost desperate attempt with that push through the middle with the bat shot.
Yeah, but a bat against the T100 is actually an annoying fight for the bat shot. You never really going to figure out where he is.
Yeah, and also the T100 with 1580, you're actually going to need to penetrate all 5 shots to properly be able to kill him. White Rock taking also 1k here, bringing Phoenix down to 7k. The Batchat doesn't even see the T100 here, so good plays by Sokol. The Batchat also unspotted currently. He's on a long rotation. He's probably going to be able to do something against Miko and John, but he probably got spotted for that. Indeed, he did. So his arrival is not going to come as a surprise, and now the T100 reveals himself. And yeah, Lip is probably going to try to take that 1v1, but it's probably not going to be in time to remedy the situation, as he also takes shots on the cross by the heavy tanks that have good situational awareness.
Yeah, Sokol's like going to be so annoying for Lip. I mean, Sokol might even fancy himself to fight because he knows that Lip is very unlikely to kill him. And look at the HP. I mean, Sokol and Marcel working together, picking up Lip, shutting them down. And that is going to be Phoenix going down 2-0. I mean, 12k HP less for Grupa. Pulling a number here on Phoenix, who had an idea, had a plan, but like we said, man, like going onto the cap is going to cost them so much HP, and they basically lost another IS-7 worth of HP, and Haki basically died. So he did even die.
Yeah, and Grupa Speed is doing a methodical job now of clearing it up. The T100 flanking that STRV is going to force him down. This in turn enables the heavy tanks by Grupa to just push onto Phoenix because there's no DPM coverage anymore. Twist and Alien going to start off against the Kranwagen here. Is Twist going to ram the Kran possibly? Ah, no. He's going for the kill shot. So good focus fire. And yeah, just like that, Grupa Speed showing that Steps kind of their map when it comes to playing against Phoenix.
Yeah, Grupa Speed here, just good prep, good angles, good shooting, all around just a solid performance from them. Marcel picks it up 7-0 for Grupa Speed, and he's starting to get a little bit worried for Phoenix.
I mean, you have those matches sometimes where it's close and you're like, yeah, the teams are kind of on the same level. But the match, let's say it's at least starting off like the Phoenix match that we saw yesterday. Because remember yesterday when they were playing against Pozdro, they also went down 2-0, 3-0 even. And we were like, yeah, right now there is no light at the end of the tunnel for Phoenix. And then the bird actually rose out of the ashes, but yeah, that is a big smoking pile of ashes for Haki and Frugo, both without a shot of damage.
your map planner friend and your Polish prodigy. Yeah, well, I mean, then again, they're also used as the cappers, right? The cappers never have the fun job in this.
Yeah, no. I mean, they're not really to blame for this. They were sort of sent in, like, yeah, you need to cap now.
I mean, you can blame Haki for the first peak.
Yeah.
Because it was unnecessary, but after that, nah.
No, exactly. And I think he would have died regardless in the capping position. So that is Steps. Grupper's map pick being converted 2-0. Now we are headed to Cliff. The first time we're going to see it. It is the pick by Phoenix. So maybe they've got something prepared for us. They definitely need something to happen in their favor here. If not in round number 1, then definitely in round number 2 on their map pick.
I mean, Gruppa won their map pick, but Cliff is... It is one of those maps where you could 2-0 on, though. I'll say that is the advantage there. Like, Cliff, you can win 2-0. It's not one where you go like, oh, it's super clear cut, which side has advantage. Yeah, you can expect this. No, Cliff, either side really depends on the openings.
And also the reactions on the opening, right? It's
mainly the opening, though. The opening on Cliff decides so much. There's a lot of scenarios where on Cliff, one opening just completely counters the other. And yeah, you can try and battle your way through with player skill, but it's not always that easy.
Exactly. So, round number 1 gonna be started rather soonish. Cliff also one of those maps that really shake up how the match is normally being, or matches are normally being played, simply because Cliff as a map in competitive forces you to immediately establish positions in the middle of the map. Otherwise you're just going to get dug out and you lose just because there's people going to be above you on the lighthouse, there's people going to be in crossfire positions at the donut, and this makes for some interesting rounds. Phoenix coming into this one with a 50B, an M454, a second autoload actually, Batchat being whipped up by White Rock, and we have 4 CSs.
Yeah, and then Gruppa Speed, the TVP, the 4 CSs and the double IS7. So the lineup from Gruppa is a bit more fight-orientated because they have only the TVP, which is also kind of in the defiant, while the Batchat and the M4 and the 50B. I mean, the M4 is going to take longer to get there than the IS7. So for Phoenix, it's really about not losing until the M4 arrives.
Exactly. Now for Phoenix, there's also seems to be a very straightforward match plan. Everyone going to the upper side, while on Gruppa Speed side we have sort of a split going on. TVP CS, Sokol and Miku chilling on the lower side as of right now. This means they're going to be out of the fight for the time being, but they're also on the defense. They don't immediately need to commit somewhere. Quadruple CS now going to go towards the middle. Jordan's going to get spotted. Let's see how much they are actually going to be able to punish them. Instead, the overpush immediately coming out by Phoenix, but Magic taking the brunt of the damage. So far, no damage dealt by Phoenix. Finally, a first shot coming out.
I kind of like it from Phoenix. They're chasing down Jordan like he has no home to go to, into the houses. Attila, Frugo, go White Rock though, also down towards the one shot in that bad shot. Because Magic stopped, he had to slow down a little bit, which meant that they were in trouble coming over that cliff. And Gruppa did a ton of damage though, but Frugo's now going to be sneaking through the Polish prodigy on the side of the hill, going to go spot out Elin. And if he does take the position, Elin is now spotted out though. Got to remember that it's not good for Elin. He's going to be forced to drop off, and that will mean the cap is started. So Phoenix could do something with this, right? I know it looks dire, but they have the angles and they have the cap, and this is disaster for Gruppa in that regard because you got to start repushing. But they have a lot of HP.
Yeah,
though.
I think the biggest problem right now for Phoenix is that White Rock in that Batchat is on a one shot. Never mind Elian to pick it up. So finally, guns are going to be equalized. 23 seconds on the cap, and in comes that repush. And normally, this is where the punishment would need to happen. But Guski and Marcel, they already spot out Haki and Atiquel. They seem to be sort of in the open, but also sort of semi-safe. Guski with the smart play, driving towards that hill. Lip also getting picked up by Miku. It's slowly starting to fall apart. Yes, the HP, there were 5k in favor of Gruppa Speed, and Gruppa needed to repush, but they seem to have just done about enough as Frugo also falls. The Prodigy is being sent back to the garage, and now Gruppa Speed here with 6 tanks against the 4 remaining of Phoenix. They are not gonna let this one slip out of their hands.
I'm gonna be honest, this could have been a different game. If Magic drives over, takes a shot, and then bails to the left, right, in between the rocks again, he doesn't block his teammates from pushing through. Because he did block White Rock, Attila even. Like the guys that were coming behind him, he did block them. Which meant that White Rock took a lot of damage. If White Rock can just chase the CS and doesn't have to sit there, I think he's also in a better position after. But with losing this amount of HP, the i7s were able to repush unpunished. Which meant that they didn't even have to repush from the donut.
Yep. Yeah, and the i7s, like, the win condition here for Phoenix was that basically up on that repush, they just do a truck ton of damage, and that just did not happen, right? So, yeah, Phoenix, I think, with a good idea as to how they wanted to approach this attack, but grouper speed, yeah, they immediately lost Jordan at the start, but I think also good reactions, especially by the heavy tank players.
Yeah, that double i7 repushing back under the hill made the cap really hard. And yeah, so much HP lost for Phoenix. If they only had Magic that dropped to low HP, and then had other people in position to punish the i7s crossing over, because even the 50B got caught somewhere in between the rocks and died even.
Yeah.
And you would assume that the 50B does 4 out of 4 on the crossing.
Yeah, I mean, also that White got locked behind the rock was one of those big problems. He was also, you never want your autoloaders to immediately drop down to low HP, and we see White Rock here only one shot of damage. And like the 50B, the autoloaders in total just not working out for Phoenix. And normally, you say like in 7v7, the autoloaders, I mean, the Batchat is okay if it does one clip, but more is always nice. But the 50B, to make it worth, I think you need to do 2 clips. And 2 shots is, well, a quarter of that.
But yeah, unfortunate for Phoenix, they're down 3-0 again.
Again?
Again. They've been here before. It's not an unfamiliar feeling for them. Let's put it that way.
I guess so. Now, for the team of Phoenix, they, you know, need to start what exactly they did yesterday. They need to step it up a notch, start, you know, just playing better. And that is their way forwards. Like, you know how in football you say you're thinking from like game to game. They also need to like think from round to round now, because if you start thinking, well, we're playing against match point every single round, at some point that is going to be too difficult mentally. Full-on remontada needed, and that's where we're at.
I'll give them one of Kihan's inspirational quotes: "When you're losing, just start winning."
Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes it literally is that easy.
When was the last time you played a tournament? Exactly.
But, you know, if I have those inspirational quotes, then why would I need to play for that? You know?
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm saying.
Inspirational quotes based off no experience are just inspirational quotes, though. They have no meaning or value.
At least you can put it onto a nice like Instagram filter and then, you know, have it there.
Huh? Bro, okay, dude. Okay, man. Anyways, Phoenix, triple 50B, quad CS. That made it easy.
I like that setup. That's sort of Invil-esque almost. And for grouper speed, I mean, double 277, 5 CS. Also, not much more difficult.
Yeah, well, the game here is all around those 50Bs.
Yeah.
Right? Can Attila, Lip, and White Rock get a clip? If they don't, they lose. If they do, they probably win.
Yes, exactly. So the name of the game here for Phoenix is to be able to get those 50B clips in. Because then...
Okay, and the name of the game is World of Tanks.
I thought I was the one supposed to make the boomer jokes.
I just stole one from you. I stole one for you. But an interesting split here, though, from Phoenix. They're going to be facing off the double 277 and the CS of Miku. Gursky and Marcel, I don't think they're even going to fancy going for this fight. It wouldn't make sense. So Gursky and Marcel are going to be stopping. And honestly, though, it's not that good for them, because now they're getting clipped out by Attila already from the lower side. He makes one, not connecting on the second. The third one, neither. The fourth one, neither for Attila. That's a deal breaker almost. But here comes the repush from Twist and Sokol from the top. But Jordan is like, guys, I'm all alone. I'm all by myself. Ilian is in a good position there, though. On the higher side, he's getting pushed by Itox immediately. Haki trying to get out of no man's land. White Rock coming in with his clip. Itox trying to push off Ilian, but that's not working out. Haki falls White Rock Magic not going to be doing too much better. Itox might push off Elian off the cliff, though. That would be a nice thing to see. He doesn't drop off like I've seen before, but now Attila coming back in with his clip as well. Frugo farming from the outside. Marcel re-pushing on towards Itox, though, as they lose Magic. Itox here not going to be doing too much better. Phoenix up on HP though, Kian, but the guns.
Yeah, the guns currently detrimental towards the team of Phoenix, who are down to 5,000. Make that below 5,000 actually in this tournament. White Rock now starting to push out Elian in that 50B. Does he have enough shots in his clip is the question. One more required. He's going to pick up Elian. And now all of a sudden a 3v4. But the HP and the guns both, they are favoring Grupa Speed, who are once again sweeping in with a vengeance, with that double CS. Trying to single out Frugo, are probably going to push him off there as well. Seems like pushing off enemy tanks seems to be the name of the game on Cliff, but no one who's actually pushing someone off is actually following after. And now that 50B caught in a crossfire here. Yes, Attila and White Rock, they do have 3.2k damage in their clips, but they have so much more to go up against. And I think Phoenix right now is not going to make the remontada. Instead, it is going to be the clean sweep by Grupa Speed.
Yeah, the clean sweep by Grupa Speed. I don't know what this is supposed to mean.
I don't know. It was probably, you know, just...
All I'm gonna say is the cliffs are dangerous. You should pay attention.
Very much so.
Some cliffs are steeper than others.
It can be, yeah, increasingly hard, especially when your W key for some reason gets stuck, right? It is, yeah, it is a harsh reality. Also for Phoenix, who went down.
Man, Attila's first clip though, bro.
That was, yeah.
Not good. Not a hockey also here in no man's land, by the way. I feel like there are a lot. I feel like there's, I don't know. Like Jordan was kind of in no man's land, but then it felt like there was other times also, like hockey, for example, in no man's land. And then Attila's first clip, that could actually make a difference, Doki, because he could have fully clipped Marcel. And look at Marcel's damage.
Yeah, I mean, Marcel up there with 3.7. And as we pointed out at the start of the game, the win condition is that immediately those 50Bs, they get off a full clip, and then they don't even try to, like, draw themselves out of the firefight, but instead they also want to take some damage so their single shooters stay alive longer, and then if like 2 out of those 3 50Bs get off a second clip, then you win. That obviously didn't happen, and especially at the start, if you miss your shots, if you don't connect those, if you don't generate low HP guns on the enemy side that then your single shooters can swarm, then the other team suddenly starts snowballing, and that is exactly what we saw. On the other hand, we have to say by Grupa, also well played, well reacted. It's a scary prospect to go up against that triple 50B, and they handled it beautifully, and I would say deserved match victory here by the Polish team, which means full-on Polish festivities from now on.
Yeah, indeed. Phoenix was the last international team going out here, and we said the 50Bs have to hit basically everything. It started off not good, and it didn't really get better when their CSs also kind of didn't have the greatest positioning. Those 50Bs need time. Time is the only thing they need, because if they can continuously clip, then it goes well for them, but that was not the case.
Exactly. So I guess that was the second match of today in the AMD WoT7 number 9 tournament. Definitely check out AMD's stuff. Also, huge thanks for providing not only GPUs but also CPUs for the teams in places 1 and 2. Later today we're gonna find out who are actually gonna claim them. First of all though, let's see what Octo and Insane, our lovely analysts, have to say about this clean sweep.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, about that match. And Octo, what a victory, what a domination from the side of Grupa, taking a victory all over Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was rooting for Frugo's team, but that's okay. They played really well from Grupa. Definitely think they played better than yesterday. Again, teams are performing better than yesterday, so maybe it was just jitters. But we'll see what happens. So Grupa will go on to play Olonici in the losers bracket. So whoever loses that match will be out, and whoever wins will play Opur in the final.
Yeah, just like what Kian said, what he mentioned, 3 Polish teams left alive in the tournament, Olownicy Grupa in the losers bracket finals, and Opur comfortably waiting. They're probably going to watch that match and get ready, get set. They have the advantage to straight up pick a map, so it's pretty key for them to actually watch both of those teams play and probably use most of the tactics they are left with, because it's do or die at that stage of the tournament. Talking about that match, Phoenix yesterday, they actually made it. They managed to get the complete reverse sweep, but today, Grupa, it was match point. There was a pretty good brawl happening, but 50B is not the shooting on point.
Yeah, they used a lot of clip tanks, and they just weren't making their counts. Can't speak. Their shots count. Anyways, so the first battle was on steps, and the Grupa was on attack. They decided to go for the 1-2 push here. You can kill the Badger in a different way from just pushing him. They have this driven F2, but they decide not to really use it in that sense. Here, Frugo, he was behind the rails with the Badger, but he decided to push back in that position. Grupa had the S-Conk in mid, though, ready to counter that if it was going to happen, and it did. So basically, it was a free kill, but Phoenix decided to repush middle onto Gursky.
I think I disagree with something. I mean, making that play from the side of Phoenix is fine. Just repushing the mid like they did is okay. But in return, they don't have any tanks that has the mobility to possibly take the south and counter the bats. If they would have like a second tank, like I don't know, 277 or whatever, it could even be an S-Conk, even though it's pretty hard to join up here in the mid. And the CS going south, then it would have worked probably better in their favor. At the end, Grupa, they managed to actually get the kill from on the Mino, mainly using the I7 that were picking at C4. And then afterward, they were just moving close, getting the cap down, forcing those tanks out from Phoenix. You could see the positioning from the S-Kung, the Minotauro. They were forced up here to actually get the spots on the base 1. And it was close, but at the end of the day, they managed to get all the kills before the end of the time.
And see here, Phoenix is on attack now, and Hockey initially took a lot of damage because he poked onto the S-Conks, but as they push onto this cap circle, they're going to bleed. That's exactly what happens. Hockey goes down to 700. It's not very good. The defense has a T100, but when the IS-7s take all this bleed, it doesn't really matter with the HP difference. So yeah, it's just a relatively simple hold from the 9 line. It's not much really they could do as they lost too much health.
I think it was a very convincing hold and defense from the side of Grupa. I mean, you can just watch the HPs. It talks for itself. They have enough tanks for the 8-9 to cover. They actually move the Jordan up on top of Miku, so they get the picks on the tanks of the cap. The tanks from also B8 actually providing the killing shot on the I7. And they had almost nothing to do. It's just funny, just look at the HP, 6 against 13k. The T100 in the Bacha, they missed each shoulder, it was pretty close. And Lip wanted to just get behind to possibly get the damage done on the S-Kunk and the I7, but he got caught by the T100 afterwards. Took a lot of damage, and while Sokol was just playing with him at that stage, it was just a great defense overall from Grupa Speed. Full control.
Yeah, I mean, once they're stuck in the 9 line, it's pretty much just over. I would have liked Lip to maybe not cross back to the T100 as he took 2-3 shots for doing that. Maybe just take the T100 shot and try and push shells into the S-Conk, but at the end of the day, I don't think it really would have mattered. So yeah, as you can see, they just wrap around their whole team. They have the T100. I would have liked to see more map control, but that's okay. Here, Cliff attack for Phoenix. They're gonna go full mid here. They make a couple mistakes. Magic actually blocked Rugo. Attila follows Jordan. Jordan playing very well, baiting them into him, going into the little village here. Ilian, the CS in A5, he plays it very well. You'll see he doesn't fully drop down when they chase him, so you have to pay attention to that. And yeah, for some reason, Phoenix sends a CS all the way back to K5. That doesn't really make any sense to me because they have an M4 in G5, so they can see the F line cross. It's protected. They really just need to be worried about the IS-7s pushing towards that cap circle. White Rock is a one-shot, so yeah, I don't understand why they have the CS going back to the K line. You should be protecting the middle.
I mean, good stuff from Grupa. Vaki said that they actually made a mistake over the ramp. Magic blocked his teammates, so you're kind of slow to push over, and they may have taken maybe one shot more in the process. But at the end of the day, I mean, look at the HP. Double the HP for Grupa. They had almost their full team, 5 tanks out of 7, ready to finish that push from the CSs. They also had HP advantage with their lineup. And Ilian, very smart play. At A5, he actually didn't drop. So good stuff from Grupa. Full control again on their defense. I have to admit that comparing to yesterday, the teams are having some very convincing victories. We also had like only tiebreakers yesterday. Today, 4-1, 4-0 victory. So far, I think we have seen like 2 teams. It was Opur and Grupa Speed that were very convincing. And it's pretty nice to see.
Yeah, yesterday, I mean, we saw 4 overtime matches, and today, 4. What was the first score?
4-1 for Opur.
4-1, and then this 4-0.
Yep.
So literally the complete opposite from yesterday, but it's good to see. Here, Cliff, defense for Phoenix, they put a few guys up the donut, but because they had triple 50B, they shoot their clips out, and if they bounce or miss, it's really awkward as the grouper decided to choose 277s.
Yep.
And here you can see Ilian, he gets pushed off. I don't really know why he allowed that to happen, but it's okay, I guess. Attila goes up to kill Twist. Oh, and Frugo gets behind the rock in D3. That's a position not normally seen in pubs. Really just attack defense, I guess. Kind of just to hold a donut push, but doesn't really matter at this point because the 50Bs, again, they have the clips, and once they're out, they're out. So White Rock goes down to kill Ilian, but it's pretty much over at this point. I mean, Attila has no turret armor to play that position. He can just get shot. Marcel in the corner there. So, yeah.
I think that's the issue for the side of Phoenix. Akas has also said it. When you have such a lineup with triple B, it's either your shooting is on point, you don't miss a single shot with the 50Bs, and you actually get a good focus fire on top of it. The issue there was that from the side of Group Speed, you could see many tanks, they were left on 2 shots, 3 shots, even 1 shot, and they were alive. And well, they are constant shooters. They're still in the game, they're still putting some damage, and Grupa, well, the more experienced teams, they managed to actually take the victory in the attack against that lineup. Yeah, that may look scary. You may be scared of taking the ball over the 1-2 against triple B, but they made it, and they made it in a very good fashion. They actually managed to run all the time to avoid the kill shots from the side of Phoenix, and Phoenix, maybe the shooting was not totally on point.
Yeah, if I honestly, I would have liked for them to cross middle because Grupa didn't take the donut right away. They actually held, and they crossed the CS's high. I would have liked for Phoenix to attempt to go towards the center and hold middle with their 50Bs there instead of and keeping Attila on the low side. But anyways, if we could look at a strat sketch, I'd like to pay attention to steps because we could talk about a few things there, especially on Grupa's attack. Ducky pointed out that essentially, Grupa was playing in a way where they could have won easily or easier in a sense.
Yeah.
So basically, they had the serve here, and they chose to bring him over here and shoot the Badger, but that's not the easiest thing to do in the world. So basically, so they had the serve here, and they brought him over here, and they had a S-Conk here. And so what Phoenix did, they re-pushed here initially, which was okay, but probably not the best thing to do. I would have liked to see Phoenix push the 9 line with 1 tank as they're pushing the mid, so that essentially what would happen, the IS-7 was able to go back and pick up the S-Conk. So if they have a guy here, it makes it a little bit more challenging to make that re-push. And also at the end game, when they were here, they would still have to deal with this guy. But also another note, you were talking about how they would kill the Badger.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you would like to explain that.
I mean, can I get the link?
Yes. There you go.
Yeah. So basically,
there you go.
I just need to get on the proper map. Step. Perfect. I think it's working out now. All right. So when you have a tank up here, like it can be whatever. It could be a Badger, it could be a Minnow, it could be an IS-7. There's something that is possible from the side of the attacking team, and we have been missing that. It's possible to actually push up with a tank here. That could be an SCV, that could be a Leo, whatever. Something with a solid gun that is actually accurate. Whenever you actually push off the rails up here, I think Daki said something yesterday, like there is a minnow in defense, well, the team had no chance to play over the rails. That's actually wrong. There is a way to kill this thing. If you can combine also on top of it the angles from the middle, I think that's what happened for side of Grupa. It was Jordan. He managed to get like some picks here with the I7, get some angles, but that's not totally necessary. Just two angles work. There's this one, and then when you just use the tank over the rails and you push up to this position, which is pretty safe from all the rest of the tanks from the enemy team, you have those two angles that exist. That actually allows the team in attack to get good angles and actually kill the tank at A for whatever it is. It could be an I7, it could be a Minnow, it could be a Badger, and that's something we have not seen from the teams yet. And afterwards, yeah, they could just cap, and also on top of it, the SUV has a crazy camo. If you'd actually get to the cap, there's a possibility that the defending team, even though they would push with tank here to get the spots, that would not work out. And we didn't see that. I think we saw the Batchat that went to the cap because the SUV was playing over C1. That's something they could have done. They had different options in their attack. And Daki was pretty right about the fact that they were very slow on the way they played. It took a lot of time to kill the Badger, and that was probably not the greatest. That's pretty much it for Step.
Yeah. But that's really all we need to talk about for the strat sketch, so...
Actually, community prediction, next match, Grupa Speed only getting 25% after having such a convincing victory for all on top of Holovnitsy losing 4-1. I think the community should give more credits to them.
Yeah, I think they played pretty well against Phoenix. I don't think Phoenix played all that bad, so it wasn't like they just raffle stomped them, I guess.
Yeah.
Over and over, like those first 3 games we saw Phoenix play yesterday was a little rough, but today they played okay. Grupa just played much better, so I think it should be a close match.
I mean, yesterday, tiebreaker, Grupa losing on mines, on the defense, maybe making a mistake in the way they played, aggressive on the mid. I think we're going to have a very interesting match today, probably a close one again, but Octo, I guess the analysis is done for the last match, and we have done enough to introduce the next match, which is the third of the day. Now it's time to just get back to the casters to introduce Grupa Speed against Holovnitsy. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back with Ducky and I for match number 3 of the day. Once again, it's do or die for either team as we are in the lower bracket final. And it's going to be Holovnitsy battling it out with the team that we just saw win in, well, pretty convincing fashion. I mean, 4-0. There's not many questions left after this. Grupa Speed leaving their mark against Phoenix here, the team around Miku. But to be honest, every single one of their players was showing up in the past matches. In the past games. They were just an impossible force to beat for the last remaining international team that just got knocked out. Now we have a full-on Polish matchup on our hands. It is, the well-known team of Holovnitsy around Monster that did lose 4-1 earlier today. So Holovnitsy coming off of a pretty devastating loss. Grupa, however, 4-0 clean sweep, the last match that they played.
Yeah, but let's be real. I feel like Holo had a harder opponent than Opor, who is also like playing really well today. Where Grupa, I feel like, had a bit of an easier time in that regard.
I mean, the stakes being high in this match because whoever wins here is actually in slots for the hardware prices. to basically battle it out for either CPUs or GPUs. That being said, though, map pick and ban. Himmelsdorf taken out by Grupa Speed. Holovnici, they really don't like Tundra, it seems. Then Moravanka going to be the first game of the match. Then Prokhorovka, map number 2. We already saw Prokhorovka being played earlier today. Mines would be map number 3 if we go there. And Ghost Town, the tiebreaker. Ooh, that's a spicy tiebreaker if we get to it.
If we get to it. Being the trend of the day has not been tiebreakers.
Nope, that was yesterday.
But Muro coming in, I mean, Holo, yeah, well, you know, it's fine for them still, I think. Monster was probably not too happy from the Moravanka they played, but it is what it is. This is a different game, a different team that they play against. Less experience probably against Krupa. You know, the players a bit less well as well than Opor, who are in the same clan, of course. We'll see. I mean, Holo had the time now to sit down, probably mauled a bit about the game, complain how they got unlucky or something, or how lucky Cats I was and Prokhorovka, you name it, and then calm down and think about the next one. And they also had a pretty good clue about who they were going to play early on. They saw the first round of Krupa convincingly. They saw the second round of Krupa convincingly. They're like, okay, we're probably going to play against Krupa, so they start preparing. 3-0, definitely. Most likely playing Grupa and then 4-0. So they had time to chill, relax. However, Grupa comes off a match right now. It depends on how deep their map pool and knowledge is and how they can keep the ball rolling.
Yes, exactly. You mentioned it. Basically, Grupa is going to be completely warmed up, coming off of a pretty easy 4-0 here. That being said, though, Custer's predictions are going to be you're going with a 4-2 for Holovnici, Octo with a 4-3. Then both Insane and I are saying the same as Octo, basically. It's going to tiebreaker, but we are instead saying, well, I guess Insane and I both were convinced by how good Grupa was playing at the match we just saw. We're saying Holovnici are going to get knocked out. So...
Bro, can I change my prediction? I don't want to be with Octo.
Wow. Wow. All right, Holovnici.
I want to change teams.
Oh, yeah. Okay, no. Anyway, Holovnici, 1 M454, double IS7, double S-Conk, and once again that double bat shot coming in. So I guess Holovnici thinking they can do better than the other round that we saw them with the double bat.
And then Twist playing the 277, Gursky Marcel in the double S-Kong, Jordan Miku in the VZs, respectively, Elin in the ban, and Sokol to finish it off in the CS63. So they have the VZ55s, and this is a mainly 1-2 commit from them in the beginning with that VZ, trying to punish any straight aggression.
Mm-hmm. In that medium matchup, double bat against bat CS, what would you favor? On which side would you rather be? Because like I
think I'd rather have the double bat, actually.
Yeah, because like I just thought about it and it was like, yeah, inconclusive. I think it depends entirely on timings.
I'd still have rather the double bat burst potential though. The CS needs a longer game. Like I feel like I can already count on my single shooters that I have, aka the AMX, the i7s, the S-Gunks, that I can have the double clipper and be fine. Because I'm like, you know, why not?
That is a super passive.
Elin has binos again, by the way.
Yep. Low noise exhaust binos. That is a very spotting focused setup. He's knocking over a lot of trees right now, and that is a very, very defensive opening by Grupa. They are establishing now only the K4 position. Yes, they have the 1-cap sort of under control, and Holovnici is actually looking to group up to push here. Now, I am a bit, like, not entirely convinced by, like, if you're gonna go 1-cap, why not do it immediately? They did establish the double bat sort of in the forest. I think Monster is also gonna spot all of those rotations, but I don't think, since, ooh, he saw that tree fall, so Monster getting some kind of information. He probably saw a lot of other trees fall, as Elian was quite the lumberjack.
Yeah, Elian just trying to make as much room and space for him, but it's not going to be a base number 2 play still. It's slow and methodical from Holovnici. Taking their time, not rushing the decision. Now they're going to be moving towards the cap though, with YOLO and Berkis, which is going to establish gap pressure. Gurski is going to be there to deny it, though. Depends if they can ever establish the I7 across, right?
I'm not even sure if they're gonna get spotted for this. Like, damage, certainly not, but they're even gonna go towards the cap on
If
speed.
YOLO just keeps driving right now, he just crosses over to the gap and they lose the game immediately.
Bark is now spotted, so they have some indication of what's happening. YOLO and Barkis are gonna drive over Soka, taking one shot of damage, but that means YOLO and Barkis are now in a hold down for basically free. Jordan taking a big one here, Gurski punishing from the side, but that was kind of cheap. It would have been for Holovnici if Menaris wasn't down to 1200 for some reason.
Yeah, but the Meneros took all the shots, so the I7s could cross. He's in the safest position, the one that's going to be least challenged because it's a hold on Escong. They're not going to dig him out from that. And now you can see that the whole Krupa speed team is starting to regroup on 1-2 to repush. But I'm being honest here, I think Holo has a really good read on this right now. That even the bad shots from Monster and Piotrix are going to be there.
And Mentos is going to play in a very annoying position, able constantly to deliver side shots. Gorski the first one to take one, and Sokol unable to take a swing at Mentos. And this now means that Grupa Speed, they're going to try an all-out push with 6 out of their 7 tanks onto Barkis and YOLO, who are still very, very healthy. YOLO trying to make a run for it because he's actually the one getting focused down to 35. Elian completely removed from the game.
Yeah, Elian there wanted to pick up Meneros in that Escong, but he did not reach, and Piotrix and Monster just raining down hell on towards his Grupa speed tanks, and they lose Marcel. They've already lost Elian. Even YOLO on 35 HP, still alive and kicking as Twist finally shuts him down, but Holo here seemed to have a good read, a good reaction, bringing a double bad shot close. It's not over just yet, but you gotta say they have all the positions to normally make this, where Grupa is going to try their very best to do some sort of recovery, but even Meneros is doing a good job at playing Ring Around the Rosie, and the fire on towards Jordan, who puts... he can't put it out, he doesn't have a fire extinguisher, but here comes Piotrix over the top. Monster picks up Jordan, Twist is going to be fallen, and I think Holo has done enough on their attack.
Yeah, Holo coming in, swinging into this match here, looking extremely convincing in this round number 1. They just seem to have all the right ideas, all the right positions to go with it. And yes, their offensive, it did sort of slow down after the initial aggression, but that was only because the bad shots were on reload. And after they came off, the game was just basically done and dusted. The cookie had already crumbled. Sokol remaining now, and Holovnici, they are going to send triple tank towards the cap just to make it quicker. Monster now going to start trading it out with Sokol, so all the information also for the side of Holovnici. And this is going to be not the quickest, but it is going to be a very convincing attacking victory by Holovnici, that were gradually feeling out the positions that Grupa was taking, that were gradually taking the positions they needed to win. And yeah, Holovnici looking good.
Yeah, looking good there. Good read from them, good reactions as well. I even like that they used Meneros as the one that takes the damage there, because the Escong in the position of Meneros is not one that gets challenged by anything. He's hold down, he can go back, he can be safe. So he took the damage. The I7s could then cross for free onto the cap, which I like. What I did not like is a bad shot of Elian just driving by himself down the one line on a mission. I think he would have been better pushing with the heavies and then bailing towards the Escong that way, so they can't just focus him out. Because now he's like driving through one line by himself in the bad shot, and everybody turns the gun and shoots him.
Yeah, exactly, because also that one line, since it recently basically has been moved up a few meters, he's going to be super exposed in between the buildings. Like, he has nowhere, as soon as he commits to that push, he has nowhere to stay safe. People are just going to shoot him through.
Yeah, so it's better to go with the heavies.
And you can, I guess, also see that in the damage numbers. Like, as soon as the Batchat starts going in first, like, yeah, he did receive 3 non-pens for some reason, but he still was basically the first one to go down. And those Batchats, you really want them to do their full clip, because essentially that's what we see them being used for a lot here. And the team of Holovnici just able to execute a lot better with those Batchats, getting not 1 clip in, but even 2 for Monster, and yeah, also 2 for Piotrix here.
Yeah, those bats. Really good read from Holo. Closing the distance, knowing that Krupa has no choice anymore. Like, they either repush 1-2 fully because they're way too far away from the forest to do anything from it, The Mentos was coming close already. He got a free shot in the beginning, and then you saw the double bad shot come close as well. They just had a free clip as well. They came back in, closed it out. Good methodical attack from Holovenitsi, and yeah, close it
Scary
out.
also, because like throughout the whole game, it seemed like Holovnitsi was in control. I mean, they didn't spot a whole lot at the start, but then Monster seeing those bushes fall, so he's gonna assume that there is gonna be some kind of medium there, most likely
Bushes fall.
the trees, I'm sorry.
The-
But yeah, they're gonna assume there's gonna be one medium, and one medium seldom comes alone, so they assume that there are gonna be 2 tanks out of the game. Then they do that cross where, and yeah, immediate, like at the start I was like, hey, why does the S-Kong take so much damage for this? But then I completely agree with you. He's not the one that is gonna get collapsed upon then. So it does make a ton of sense, especially since he's just gonna sit hold down and gonna give shot after shot. He survives on like 1200, which is enough to not get taken out by some lucky shot into the gunmantlet or something. So in the end, well thought out and well executed by Holovnitsi. And now Grupa Speed need to sort of not return the favor, but they need to step up, because Holovnitsi looked very, very strong in that first round.
They did indeed look very, very strong in this first round. But we will point out that it is attack favored, and attacking is what Grupa Speed is going to have to be doing against the defensive lineup of Holovnitsi with double IS-7, double S-Kung, a VZ55, and the double Bacha 25T.
Yeah, Holovnitsi really liking that double French medium. Grupa Speed now with the double IS-7, 277, double S-Kong, Batchat CS on their attack. So once again, we have this medium interaction with CS Bat against double Bat. We're gonna see, and Holovnitsi seems very one-cap focused at the time being. I think it was Holovnitsi that we saw with that, all-in defensive push through the 3-line, and now we see more than one tank on A3, so that definitely wouldn't succeed. Grupa Speed, having possibly watched the replays from yesterday, are not gonna fall from that, but Holovnitsi don't have any plans for that as of now. So yeah, Jordan on an adventure on his own, but I think it is the right decision to run away, because like double bat, if you just get caught out, that's, you end up in a 6v7, and coming back from that is almost impossible.
Similar setup to what we saw from Holo, though, for Grupa Speed here, just initially slowing it down, not going straight, and then starting to rotate.
Now, Elian and Twist starting a rotation as well, away from this one line here, gonna rotate all the way through the A line, probably gonna reinforce that CS and the Bat. It needs to be said that basically the Batchat can be used sort of as a pocket T100 to start capping, but we can already see that Monster has the purple optics, so he should be seeing if Sokol tries any cap attempts here. Sokol also playing it careful, also low noise exhaust. Doesn't get spotted quite yet, but yeah, the thing is the amount of trees that are there close to the 2 cap that you can fell to then sit in is kinda severely limited. So...
Not really. It's like 5 of them, 6 of them you can knock over to the cap.
Yeah,
They don't just provide cover to sit in, they also provide camo against the K-line.
Which is the important part about the trees. Basically the camo cover through which you can generate cap pressure. Sokol now slowly feeling it out here, trying to see when do I get spotted. He still has a few meters to go towards the cap, but I think there is a gap in the bushes that Monster is actually watching. Sokol still not spotted, and he's able to enter the cap unspotted. That is a big victory here for the side of for Grupa Speed, finding that out.
Yeah, but he actually bailed from the cap there, and now they're pushing up the S-Kong to E1 by himself, Miku. And this is a serious amount of map control for Grupa Speed, though. Look at this. I mean, they have the S-Kong in E1, they have the full K-line covered, they're even taking the outside on the 3-4 line. They have to be careful not to overextend in every direction, because right now you have this really long, drawn-out battle line for Grupa Speed. And the issue with that sometimes is that when you're a bit too far away from each other, you just get repushed and die.
Yep, Elian now being pushed in towards that K line as well. Does get spotted out by Monster. So finally Monster fighting some enemy tank, but probably not the one he really wanted to. Because, well, he would much rather get the spot onto that 2-cap. Holovnitsi seems to have different plans though. Like, at least judging by the minimap, it looks like they're setting up for a 1-2 line repush. They would be collapsing onto the S-Conk, but there is the CS, the second S-Conk, and the IS-7 that could all punish. Oh, Elian getting very, very close to Monster, even putting one in. Monster not really paying attention here, looking at the Batchat rather, and here's that aforementioned 1-2 line repush, but Piotrik's the first one in with his Batchat. A lot of damage into that medium.
Yeah, Piotrik's in the batch not having a good time, and Miko is a full HP S-Kong, and a full HP S-Kong always takes time to kill. They are going to find him, but he's going to do one more shot before he falls on towards Mentos, and that S-Kong he already paid dividend. Monster scattering to the winds with 463 HP himself, and now the whole of Venezia team here really surrounded. They have C1 still for Grupa as well with the CS63. There you do want that CS63, that's correct. He had that single shooter. Mentos now needs to be careful. He's actually just going for it in his IS-7. Luckily enough for him, Marcel missing the shot, but Mentos there kind of in the open. Marcel or Jordan should be finding an angle.
Yeah, Jordan now white peeking here, taking one by YOLO, but he's going to be quite content with the outcome of that situation. And also the HP on the medium tanks for Holovnitsi quite lacking. Monster down to 463, the 2-cap still going. Elian still a nuisance there in that 3-line with his IS-7. And the thing is now, oh yeah, Sokol, I mean, he's spotted out now, but Monster taking swings at him does get picked up. And I think Monster already realized and knew that this was basically, yeah, the end, because realistically, if Sokol just keeps capping, Monster needs to commit, and then Holovnitsi is going to be left without a medium. Jordan now on the flank, on the one line as well. There still is the anchor with Marcel, still from C4, and there is the church is established for Grupa. They just have all the positions. They even have one of the caps going again. So Grupa Speed taking notice of what Holovnitsi did in the first round, and now also very methodical gameplay on their attack.
Yeah, I like it from both the teams. I mean, very clean attacking rounds here. Grupa is even cleaner. So many positions taken by Grupa without really Elian using Monster's wreck as a free hold down. That's unfortunate. He's even unspotted. But yeah, they take E1 for free. They take the D3 position with the I7, which I like. They have then the Batchet on the cap. They have the I7 on the K line. I will say that I feel like the only thing that they were really weak against is a K-line repush. A K-line repush, I think, would have brought defeat to Grupa Speed because of the fact that the I7 at D3 does not spot the K-line. You need G4 for that. That's what teams play to spot the K-line. So if there was like a double I7 repush with a bat onto Elian, there's a high percentage chance that Elian dies and that they lose the bat shot for relatively free.
Yep. But yeah, like this, Grupa Speed is also not gonna clean up all the enemy tanks. Instead, Cap is going to complete. And we find ourselves at a, I would say, deserved scoreline of 1-1. Each team just demonstrating well thought out, methodical Moravanka attacks. So, yeah, good stuff by either team. I'm happy to see they, at least on Moravanka, were matched up sort of evenly. And I'm looking forward towards the next round. First of all, let's take a look at the damage numbers dealt by either team. But yeah, I think it wasn't the individual performances, but rather just how Grupa, or formerly Goodnight Nomi, were just able to take so much of the map. Like at one point, they completely had Holovnitsi cornered.
Yeah, and I did say that you have to be careful with this because you are very far away from each other, right? And I still think that it's a 50-50 there, whether Holo repushes K-line or repushes the 1-2 line. 1-2, perfect. K-Line, I still think they would have been in trouble. And they have to be careful with these kind of... Doesn't matter now anymore, but they have to be careful with this kind of approach.
Yeah, I think Holownici sort of lost the mind game there, because obviously when Cap gets started on one of the two sides of the maps, naturally it is an easy thing to assume that, well, if you cap on that side, then you certainly have some tanks there to cover, so they thought repushing the other side was smart, but I guess Grupa Speed just mentally ahead in that round, having enough to hold that repush. And I mean, yeah, the Batchat just getting completely obliterated for clipping that S-Kong doesn't help either, because those mediums are so important on Muravanka. Now, switching to Prokhorovka, where mediums are important, lights possibly even more so.
Yeah, but it's more than just the lights, though. Prokhorovka. I mean, lights are important as well, but the overall strategy here, I don't know how I'm going to be... I feel like Holo should be the better Proko team.
We saw them splitting 1-1 earlier today on Proko, and like their defense looked extremely solid, their attack not so much. So we'll have to see. The thing is also that they were not afraid to play Muravanka against Grupa here after, well, taking the L earlier today, let's be real, on Muravanka. So they probably identified some weaknesses.
But they took an L on Proko too, so...
Yeah, but I think it was 2-0 on Moro, no? And it was because the match was 1-1. They won one round on...
Wasn't Moro the last round?
Ah, true, it was the last round, yeah. Yeah, never mind then. That completely undermines the point I was trying to make, to be honest. Alright, anyway, Prokhorovka, the next map that's going to be played. Score 1-1, all even in that best of 7. So I guess let's have a look at the lineups.
Holownici, 1 T100, 1 CS, 1 S-Kong, and 4 IS-7s.
No double T100 this time for Holownici. Grupa Speed, on the other hand, 1 IS-7, 1 277, double S-Kong, 1 CS63, 1 SGRV, and 1 T100 as well.
Yeah, so Mentos against Sokol here, the face-off. Who's going to be coming out ahead in that one? Mentos got the better of Katsai, I feel like, in their match. However, it did not result into them winning.
I mean, it's a team game, so the whole team needs to step up to win. And it's going to be a 1-2 all-in.
Choo-choo!
I was trying to build up like some suspense, and then, you know, the observer switched to this, and I was like, yeah.
Choo-choo! Where's the train going, little key hand?
I don't know.
Here comes the train!
I don't know where it's going, but I think on this one there's not really going to be breaks until they are in A2. And this is going much better for Holownici than I think it went for... Not really sure who was trying it as well. I think Phoenix, who basically got spotted completely. No one has been spotted for Holownici except for their LT, but the fact that Grupa Speed is already taking so much map control while only leaving Elian in the IS-7 there, I think it all but gives away that they are not completely unaware.
No, it does seem that way. And I think Never, Sokar, Piotr, Yolo, Monster, Mentos, and Mineros have come to the realization now that they're like...
You know what they should pick?
Here.
Which tank? They should pick the stage 2 with like the steam engine skin, so then you even have the proper soundtrack for pushing there.
No. No.
I mean, yeah, the tank wouldn't really do well, but it would be stylish. Stylish is not what either team is going for. They're going for the win. However good or messy it might look. And now Holownici, I mean, they're getting out of this what they wanted. They're establishing the 2-line, which once again is going to lead to a east-west split over the rails with, once again, almost a complete basically repeat of what we saw earlier today, with one IS-7 of the defenders sort of established in DE4-5. And yeah, basically for Grouper speed, Elian is the one that needs to not take damage right now, provide spots on the 1 cap, and then they can just let the timer tick down. And Holovnici, they need to find an opening. Sokol taking an HE, or did he just slide down and take damage?
Could have been an H3, to be honest. 103. Eskon non-pen H3 would do that. But look at this. The train is not stopping. They want to go back to the rails where the train belongs. Yeah, you can see it in the background. It's a bit of an out. It's like a Deutsche Bahn train. It's kind of old.
Yeah, and also not really on time. I mean, what? But yeah, the quadruple IS-7 starting to push in. Mentos and Sokol have exchanged spots. The quadruple IS-7 not spotted.
Do you think they'll swing? Do you think they'll swing on Elian, or they were going to push over the rails?
I mean,
make a bet now.
Swing. That's
So
what
they're going to push Elian?
I think so. That's I think the better option right now.
I agree. I concur. Here comes the swing.
Yup. So Sokar, Piotrix, Never, and YOLO, all of them are going to get spotted, and they are going to drive over Elian, taking 1 shot of damage right now. Obviously, Miko trying to help from the sidelines, but is it going to be enough to save Elian? Certainly not. Elian down to 1300. That is 3 more Eskong shots required. Grouper speed in the background, though, reshuffling. They are trying to make the damage happen onto Sokar, which is down towards 1 shot. Elian going down first, though, and now the name of the game for Holovnici is going to be to keep Sokar safe and to establish a cap.
They have done that, though. They wasted about 3 shots from the Grupa speed side to kill Sokol extra, which is a lot if you think about it in this kind of game. Because now the other IS-7s are full HP, basically, and under the rails, and Miko with the big peak, but the big damage returned into his face in that Eskong. And now, though, you come into dangerous terrain because Grupa speed got completely dominated. Miko even fallen against Piotrix. Beautiful shot from him there. And the swing was correct. It was the right play. Elian got surprised. Couldn't have done anything against it. Holo can just cap now. You can literally send the T100 to cap.
That's the next question I wanted to raise. How exactly do you start cap if you're Holo now? Because right now the T100 is being used and necessary
can cap.
In the south. So I think they need to send the CS. That is probably going to get spotted for felling the tree, though. So,
but he can sit under the ridge. There's nobody to shoot him.
One more thing to highlight are the HP. 7.5k to 12k. So Holovnici in a commanding position right now. Also up a gun. Gurski can't really overpush. Monster now being drawn close. Do you think they are not going to care about the cap?
They could also push.
Like, yeah, Piotrix now taking a shot by the STRB, so they know where that one is. But Gurski now, the focus for Holovnici, getting overpeaked by YOLO, and never even Mentos in the T100 going to commit in here. Takes one by Gurski, but ooh, the damage being dealt by Grupa is significant, but Holovnici, though, still pulling ahead.
Yeah, there's no way. They lost so much HP for the Grupa side. They also lost 2 tanks against only Sokar dying that they're fine. I mean, they pushed over the rails. They might even give up Mentos and be like, Mentos, good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, goodbye, Mentos. We're gonna go cap, buddy. You went a little too far all by yourself.
Yeah.
You ain't got no friends.
He went too far, he dug too deep, and he found a Balrog called Marcel. Now, there is a teeny weeny combat angle for Grupa where Sokol has an absolutely amazing round for some reason now. Because Minaros, I don't think, assumes that Sokol is as far as he is currently.
Nah, he knows.
But,
he knows.
Yeah, I think he is aware. There ain't no way for Sokol to make this comeback. 30 seconds on the cap, 2k HP only separating them. But the thing is, the 2 other guns, the actual combat guns that Grupa have, are not going to be basically in range of the cap. And as soon as Sokol does the first shot onto the cap, and he doesn't even spot them, so he needs to commit in. And that is the death sentence for him and also for his team, I think, because, ooh, I mean, good shots here.
He's still gonna die, though.
He is gonna die, yeah.
I mean, Monster is chasing Sokol now. It's a bit of a worry. I think Minero should be driving towards the cap. You don't want to throw here. 1 minute. Monster back into the cap. What's the cap with 2 like he hands?
Should be 50 seconds exactly.
Yeah, they need a third
50
one.
plus 1.
Piotrix is going already though.
Piotrix is going, but what if
No,
Marcel provides spots and Twist like peaks then?
No, Twist can't decap
Yeah.
properly. He will die when he goes over. I mean, Twist is gonna have to try, but I mean, look at the alpha that they have when he actually does commit though.
Yeah, the STRV I think should have, or he needed to
gone
have
towards
been
the
on his way.
middle.
The thing is, if Twist spots them and marks it like with a Y marker, if you know what I mean, then the STRV could actually try blinding. I mean, it's a long shot, but ooh, Minairos
Minairos?
spotted. Oh,
He got the
reset.
What?
That's it.
What? They don't. Oh my god! They lost Omega.
Marcel.
Why would Monster ever leave the cap to chase a T100, dude?
Um,
That makes no sense. Mineros is gonna kill this T100 10 out of 10 times normally. Where are they looking? Where are they looking? Do they really think that the SRV was gonna come middle? Oh,
I am speechless. But I guess we have to look at the positive side of things, right? Always thinking positive. The formerly called Goodnight Nomi team, now Grupa Speed, snatching a victory from the jaws of defeat. And you gotta wonder, if you're Holovnici, what does that do with you?
I mean, it's their own fault. They went for the push, man. They could have also just capped it out and they would have never lost. It's not my fault that they wanted to kill them all. Oh. They also sold out Mentos, man. You can blame Mentos for pushing too far, but they committed to peek and kill. And I don't know if the plan was to keep pushing or to peek and kill.
And
If the plan is
so far in
the plan,
HP, right?
if the plan is to peek and kill,
Then you commit
then
everything.
Mentos threw.
Yeah.
If the plan was to keep pushing, then Mentos got sold out by his teammates. Because they could just clear A6 and they could clear the middle with everything like they did, and then just go back to the cap, which they also did. But having an extra T100 would always be nice.
But I guess World of Tanks, being the game of exploiting the opponent's mistake, Grupa just did a wonderful job of that and rewarded themselves with a win of a round that should
Also, Monster
never,
shouldn't
ever-
leave the cap to chase them.
Yeah.
So cool.
It's like, I don't know. They threw on multiple occasions in the past round, I feel like. And yeah, this now means that Grupa Speed is going to be tasked with attacking next. And to be honest, like the opening, it went so well for Holovnici. Like they got the IS-7 not for free. I mean, Sokol, yeah, he died in turn, but then everything was in their hands. They just sent the T100 to cap. As you said, they sent the CS to counter the light tank that's going to try pushing over the south. And they were so far up in HP. I can't get over the fact. Like, really.
But they weren't even aiming at A7. They all thought that this review would come to the middle to peek as well. Which I can understand because he could have indeed driven off the hill and went to the middle to peek if he did it straight. We saw that he didn't. He had time for that. There was time. If he went from the hill, went to the middle, peeked in a bush, he would have also gotten the reset angle. But now it was like Mineros is too tall to really cap by himself. So he wasn't really ready for Twist to peek. And nobody else was ready for Twist to peek either.
Yep. I think the other two were not even spotted. So the S-Kong was the only one that was spotted.
Yeah, he's still tall.
And yeah, he's too tall. And then I think the S-Kong was afraid of the Y marker that I was talking about, right? Where you can basically ping where you're going in third person. And your ally can just shoot that exact position. I think that was what they were too worried about, because you can even hit that from the hill. Or maybe we're just overthinking. I don't know. Holovnici, though, they are probably gonna be angry at themselves after that round they just gave away, because realistically that's what happened. Now they're sweeping in here, possibly with a vengeance. It's triple ISM, double S-Kong, 1 CS and the STRV being picked up by Minairos.
Then Holovnici has that STRV. Grupa Speed has the double CS to counter them somehow with a T100, a double S-Hunk, and a double IS-7 for their attack.
So light tank advantage definitely on the side of Grupa Speed here. Firepower advantage obviously switching over to Holovnici. Now we have to wait and see what the openings are going to be like. Very, very passive opening towards the east from Holovnici, but there's a lot of tanks going towards that middle area.
Yeah, very, very middle. And they're using the CS on 1-2 to actually spot. That's Monster. You might even have CVS or Optics, one of the two, to spot 1-2 lane early. And this is a very choke kind of defense in your face. Like, they're very pushed up. You have to figure out where the rest of the tanks are. It's not that easy. And I mean, Elin is here with the CS. If he gets spotted, he gets stabbed because it's not a safe position, right?
That's, I think, why he was waiting until Piotrix was more than 445 meters away. YOLO and Barkis, though, very, very aggressive here, and I think they're gonna try to take the overmatch against Gorski, and Gorski is immediately gonna get tapped. YOLO in turn, though, taking a big amount of punishment as well. Gorski now trying to reverse over the ridgeline, and YOLO taking the brunt of the damage. Miko from the sidelines able to put in a shot or two, but it's instead going to be Gorski to die first, but YOLO not down towards a one-shot.
Yeah, but he's kind of in a safe dip right now. Normally, Jordan might overpeak for it, and Barkis gets set on fire on the first shot. Not going to be happy with that one, but he is also just continuing on towards Jordan, who is now pushing on towards YOLO. He might survive slightly longer, and depends on the reload here. YOLO against Jordan. I think that Piotrix is coming for the save for YOLO, as he does achieve the save. And this puts Holo in such a strong position. Look at the two groups of Group of Speed that are split away from each other.
Exactly. Holovnici has now done on their defense what teams normally try to do on the attack. They've split the map in half. The cap is now going to announce that there is one tank by Grupa Speed that's trying to make its way around. That's the T100, but that is a tank that doesn't really have a lot of DPM, and we can already see Sokar being diverted to counter that, and Sokol is not going to commit to that. And Grupa Speed, having lost 3 tanks, able to pick up not a single kill. Now in dire times here, Holovnici on path to equalize.
Moneros is going to go manhandle this Eskung, by the way. What is the one bait? Is he not going to go? Yeah, I think he's going to go manhandle the Eskung. Because what does the Eskung not play well against is a tank like STRV.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's 120mm caliber against 40mm armor, so he's not going to overmatch. Sokar, even seeing Sokol, like, it's going from bad to worse currently for Grupa Speed. Then again, I don't want to call it too early because of the last round.
Okay. This one is harder to throw though, to be honest.
Yeah, Sokol does make his way away without taking a shot of damage, so a slight silver lining, but Holovnici, they are on defense. They are in very, very comfortable positions. I wonder how that S-Conk in the corner is not spotted, and Minaris is now going to move away. I don't think you have, like, view range even from K7, right? If the STV just hugs the red line and starts farming the S-Conk, I don't think the tanks from the raids should be able to support Marcel.
I mean, Moneros is going in the dip now to get a even better angle. If it was me in the STV, I'd just driven on the red line against Marcel and just shoot him.
Yep. Yeah, and even if you take 2 shots or possibly even 3 into your cupola, you just trade in the end. But he is going to take the camo position against Marcel with a blind shot. Doesn't find the STRB, however, now the STRB sees him. Gonna reverse, gonna double bush. And
he's spotted.
He is spotted, but he already went into speedy mode again, so Marcel not really able to retaliate, and the CS from the 2 line, that's gonna be Monster also able to put in a shot. Sokol and Twist, on the other hand, they are looking for the first kill for their team of the game, but they're gonna bleed.
Look at YOLO has a wreck. He even has a wreck to play with, actually. Yep. Jordan's wreck there. Minero's now going to siege up in the bushes behind him. Miku is feeling pretty bad, as Piotrix has a pretty good position against him. And Marcel retreating all the way in the corner. I mean, I don't see it, Key. I don't see it.
No, I don't either.
I mean, you have the glasses, so tell me if I'm missing something.
The glasses are just providing a clearer field of view for what's about to happen, and that is Holovnici is going to equalize because, like, there's not going to be 3 Amorex this round, let's be real, for Grupa Speed. And the thing is, Holovnici, they don't need to do anything. It's 3 minutes, they're up double the HP, and now we can even see that Piotrix seems to have found an opening onto Miku. Sokar, Piotrix double teaming, Miku even having to repair his Amarak. Twist taking another shot of damage. This one is not going to go Grupa's way.
No, this one is not. It was just waiting to happen, right? Holo not this time they're not going to, like, they didn't immediately go kill them because they're like, okay, let's not show this one after the last one. But they had so many extra positions, guns, angles. They had everything going their way. Really good opening from them, clearing out the middle, splitting Group I in half to where they can't utilize the T100 at all. I mean, he had 0 impact on this game.
Yep. He could just watch, basically, as his fellow teammates were getting obliterated by Holovnici. That, yeah, positive stuff for Holovnici, because sometimes teams just break mentally after throwing rounds like that, but Holovnici, an extremely experienced team, and I think that's putting it mildly, so no big problems for them to come back mentally from a loss that should have been a win, and now the scoreline, it should be 3-1 for Holovnici. It is going to be 2-2. This means also that we're headed for a third map.
Headed for a third map, indeed. Kihan, and remind us all what it will be, if you were paying attention.
I have to admit, I believe it is mines.
I believe that you're cheating, so I'm gonna have to invalidate this result.
Okay. What leads you to that sentiment?
The voices.
Oh no, the voices.
They're back.
All right, I mean, Sokol, yeah, that's a viable thing to do.
Buying time is a thing to do.
Yeah, he basically wants to...
Whee!
Oh, I mean, he does make it down, and he even had a rep kit available, but they are... I mean, all 14 players and probably the 2 ones on the bench for either team are already possibly talking about the next round. So yeah, Holovnici... I mean, yeah, Holovnici did a good job of splitting the map one-on-one in between the 2 teams, I think is the best way to put it.
Yeah, the 2 guys on the bench and the 7 Postro players on Discord.
I mean the 9 ones, because Postro also has 2 on the bench.
Yeah. That's the question, who's streaming it.
Anyway, taking a look at the damage numbers, we can see that Jordan not able to have an impact. I mean, then again, yeah, he did have 3 connections, 3 non-pens.
3 non-pens? That's not good enough, though. But I don't think it would have made a difference.
It wouldn't have made a difference. Then, on the other hand, most of the time on Proco, the i7 is gonna be played with rammer hardening turbo, and that really makes the gun handling iffy if it's not like below 50 meters.
It's already iffy as it is.
But yeah, good stuff from Holovnici in this.
If you're Sokol on this game, you're frustrated as hell. You come out of this and you're not happy. Honest to God. If I'm Sokol, like if I would be playing the light here, and this game ends, I am just like boiling inside. Because I had a game in my light tank where I was driving around the map, sightseeing.
Yep. Sometimes a tourist is all you're being relegated to. But to be honest, Holovnici didn't give him an opening. That's the thing. Like, it was all about them not providing openings for the light tank to actually find a proper way to generate the openings for his team. 2-2 after 2 maps though, so both of those teams.
Should it have been 2-2 though?
No. It should be 3-1 Holo right now, but if you throw like that, I guess you deserve to be 2-2. And now Mines, a map which is a possible 1-1 split as well. So maybe tiebreaker?
Maybe. Don't go too far with that thought just yet, because Mines can be won flat out, as we saw by Opor against Holo.
Then again, Holovnici probably having learned from getting...
You'd hope so.
What was realistically being getting schooled, that double mouse, really was a sight to behold with their HEs earlier today against the IS-4. Then again, like, teams will obviously come into those matches prepared. They will have tactics prepared before the tournament, and you don't really just want to copycat the strategy from some other teams without really thinking about the implications as to how you want to react. You will have trained in a certain way. So copying strategies, I mean, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery always, but imitating without preparation, I don't think is the way forward.
I mean, but they might have something similar in their strat book, though.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, we're about to find out. Map video already being started, so not long until we should see the lineups of possibly the last map in this match. As you said, it might also be a 2-2, 2-0, sorry. In that case, we would finally know who's going to be meeting Opur in the finals.
True. I mean, these teams have everything to play for. Let's see what they can actually do with it, though. That is the big question here. But the lineups will say what kind of game we're going to see. So Holovenitsi, 4 277s, 2 E5s, and a CS63.
That is an in-your-face setup, if I've ever seen one. Didn't we already see them use that quadruple 277? On the other hand, Grouper Speed, double M454, 1 i7, 1 mouse, and triple CS. But I think the mouse is suggesting that basically Grouper is not going to commit for a hill fight. Instead, the CSs should be going towards the island, I believe.
Yeah, some teams like to send 3 CSs there to the island, then rotate one back to K8 to have that control. I think Holo was one of the teams that also did this in the past. So you have them crossing over, and then you rotate one back to cover against an 9-0 line push.
Marcel not really there in time to give one to Monster, who makes it up onto the hill unscathed. I would say fairly standard opening. It is to be noted that Grouper Speed ended up sending triple CS towards the island, possibly expecting an island push with that quadruple 277. That's not the case, however. We see them splitting up those Soviet heavy tanks towards the eastern part of the map, towards that 8-9 line, where we...
You can see Sokol rotating, though.
Yeah, Sokol started rotating, so I would say he's probably going to be just in time. I think we also saw a team earlier this tournament basically having a CS behind the house in K9. So if those two... Ooh, YOLO already spotted, though. That is a very, very early spot on that choo-choo train. At least one of the tanks by them. They are going to start here. Once again, we're going to see a mouse sort of caught out in the open here. Jordan, he is going to take aim, is going to connect his first shot of the game. But those quadruple 277s just need 10 seconds, 2 salvos to kill him. Oh, YOLO. Oh, that is punishment.
Yeah, that is punishment, and that initial shot that YOLO took in the beginning for getting spotted may end up costing him here if you think about it, because he's now dead, actually, to Marcel. If he didn't take it, he could have still been alive. Jordan, in return, is down towards 730. That is not ideal either for that tank in that regard. Barkas giving one more to Jordan is a good shot from Barkas there. Now, somebody needs to kill the mouse, though, somehow. The only thing I don't like here for Grouper Speed, yeah, and then look at it. They have sent nobody to 1-2, so Piotrix and Mineros are just chilling here right now.
Yeah, Jordan finally falling here down to Never, who is also reduced to a one-shot with 61 HP. Twist was spotted rotating over with that CS. Maybe one of the E5s even having an optic here. So this means now that in turn Elian is going to take over the task of taking that 1-2 line. And yes, Holovnitsi, they have established positions.
Piotrix is tracked. Piotrix doesn't have an engine. Piotrix is about to have no HP left either as he falls towards a 177 HP, and he gets picked up by Sokol because he was rotating back, because they know that 1-2 line is going to become a threat, because now Elian has had an angle on Mineros, who's now side scraping from the rock, but even there he's not fully safe, and this is great for Grouper Speed.
This is indeed great. Mineros having to use the repair kit. Elian not even seemingly needs to commit to that 1-2 line rotate anymore, as Mineros is continuously getting tagged by Twist here. And never touched the cap there for a second with his 277. But the problem for Holovnitsi is that basically they have this double 277 that is a lot of their remaining HP, and they have it stuck in H6. Like, they can't really push out anywhere to make their guns, their HP count. Good shot by Never into Miku, but for the time being it doesn't really change much as Grouper Speed... Never actually getting spotted, and Miku with a non-damage HE onto the 277, I believe. Gorski now trying to trade Mineros once again. Amarak never gonna get picked up. And Holovnitsi, they looked good in the last round that we saw them in, but this one, I don't think it's happening.
Yeah, it's not happening here either. I don't like double E5 on F4. I'm very sorry. I just don't like it. Also, I think Ilian should have immediately went to G1, and the reason behind this is pretty simple. G1 shuts down that rocket F4. You saw Piotrek trying to leave off of it and getting absolutely shredded. And that angle exists. He came to the I7 first. That's unnecessary to begin with. He can just shut down Z5 much earlier. Outside of that, good hold though from Grupa. Good shooting on the 277s as well. I'm going to say 277 is easier to pen than I7 on full speed. Like an IS7 driving down can be annoying because you hit the turret, you're not penning. You hit the upper hull, you also have a good chance of not penning.
Yeah.
But a 277?
Also, the side armor can be so annoying of the IS7. Like, that space armor sometimes pulls off those miraculous bounces. Miku right now just styling onto Barkis in the top left, while on the bottom right of our split screen we see Elian and Twist in the CSs just methodically, slowly wrapping around. They're going to drive towards the hill. Even if they take one shot by Monster now, who is also spotted, they are going to be able to overpower him on the hill. I don't think Monster gets off a second shot here. And now Sokol joining the fray against Barkis and Sokar. The remainders of that 277 hit squad that in the end succeeded in taking out the mouse, but it was at gigantic, humongous cost. It was at the cost of the round. We have seen time and time now those pushes on the 8-9 line, but this one is not going to be crowned with victory, as Twist is going to put the second last shot into Monster. Elian there with the ram even, and yeah, Monster might get one more kill, but that's going to be all she wrote, as Grupa Speed is going to be the ones that are going to be putting themselves up onto match point.
You know, if you're Hollow, I wonder how much this first Proco affects you now.
I mean, they have the defense on mines now. So if there is no upset, then theoretically speaking, this should...
But if,
I almost dare
if
not
you're a
say
player,
it, right?
If you're a player in Hollow, you're like, you have a match point, man.
Mm.
We should have been on match point ourselves.
Yeah. And yeah, quick look at the damage numbers. Yeah, Yolo not having the best of times here. Piotrix also survived pretty long, only 2 shots of damage, but yeah, you said it already. That E5 from that position not really having the greatest of impacts. On the other side, we can just see the power that those M454s in their defensive positions above the 277s have, because you're always gonna outtrade the 277. Like, the 277 is not supposed to pen every shot if you're above him as an M454. And even if he miraculously connects those, you still have the higher alpha.
Yeah, I mean, there was really good shooting from Grupa there. Deserves match points from that round. Overall in the match, you could say Hollow, I think, has looked slightly better. I mean, it's just the way it is. They have looked slightly better in their rounds, but they did not win them, and that's really all that matters at the end of the day. You can look as good and beautiful as you want. You don't win the games, close them out.
I agree. Yeah, that's the rules of the tournament. And now Holovnici are going to find themselves in kind of a dire spot here. They need to win that following round to even make it to tiebreaker. Grupa, they just want to win in regular time here. They want to go up against the team waiting in the upper bracket, in the grand final, of course, of the AMD WoT7 number 9. Yeah, I think we're waiting right now for the players to once again get ready here. Obviously, this is important moments for both teams, as we mentioned. There is a lot of hardware on the line. So, yeah, I think giving them a few seconds to prepare the next round is not too much of an ask. Poms are probably going to be sweaty here.
Maybe. Depends on how high the heating in their room is, right?
I mean, it snowed today where we're at, so that was quite a nice thing.
Did you make your little snow angel?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I made a large one because, you know, I'm so tall.
Yeah, you told me you like making snow angels when there's snow. It's adorable.
I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta let the inner child out. You have to become big, like, as an adult, but growing up is something optional sometimes. Anyway, though, what might be the last round of the match here. Grupa is on a match point. Holovnici scrambling to get that next point on the board here. They're not going to be happy with that first Prokhorovka round that they basically threw, but that might all not matter, because if Grupa is able to win this one, then Holovnici is going to be out. Would be a small upset as well.
It would be, but it is still Mind's Attack, though.
Yes. We have seen some Mind's attacks succeed. Holovnici on their defense, however, triple M4, 54, 1 IS7, triple CS. I think that's too slow to contest the middle.
Not necessarily. Grupa speed, double M4, 4-2-7-7s, and a CS. They have the CS advantage for Holovnici if you look at it that way. They can force Grupa to go up with the 2-7-7s, stop at the M4s, and win the hill off of that. That is a possibility because it's 3 CS against 1. However, I don't think you do that. Never mind when you're 2-3 against match point. And look at Grupa though, they are not messing with that whatsoever. They're doing some crazy splits, man.
That is indeed a heavy split here. Barkis and Mentos obviously going to make it up almost uncontested. One big shot by Miku going into Barkis. They need to get those, basically those proxy spots. Ooh, Mentos a bit over-eager and...
But this bait from Grupa Speed though, they had the triple 2-7-7 unspotted, then they might repush the hill with them now, which might just work out for them. I mean, depends on how much Jordan takes here. Oh, Jordan down towards 500, but here comes the entire team from Holovnici repushing the middle. Monster leading the charge, even Miku going on the hill, and the rest of the tanks coming from 1-2 as well. Can Grupa Speed clean up the hill before the rest of the tanks push behind him? I don't think so.
And Gurski and Elian gonna double team on Barkis now, who is about to die. Miku chasing after Mentos is down towards a possible one-shot here. Is not gonna take one by Monster, and this is all over the place. The problem right now for Grupa Speed being that Sokol and Marcel both are out of the game. Twist taking an Amarak, able to repair it though. Monster down towards a one-shot. Elian to pick it up. Both teams now with 2 tanks down, and this is still anyone's game.
This is indeed still anyone's game. Monero's doing that M4. It's so big, it's so tall, it sticks out everywhere. And you could see the result of that. He gets stopped by the entire of the team, and the blow up from Sokol on towards Bjotrix. That could be the it here for Holovnici, who have gotten baited like a bunch of school kids. Got baited. The rotation from Grupa Speed, the bait, it actually worked. I don't even think the blow up would have really changed it, as now it's 4v2, and can you believe it? Grupa Speed is going to send Holovnici out of the tournament.
Grupa Speed walking all over Holovnici, out-minding, out-gaming them at every opportunity. Sokol even gonna ram Elian slightly, he's gonna get the kill against Mentos, and this means now that Never, probably not wanting to believe what just happened, is gonna drive down, is gonna make it, but Gurski also not dying. Never, I think he just went to the garage. He doesn't want to see this anymore, and Grupa Speed are gonna actually do this upset here in the lower bracket final. They're gonna secure at least the CPUs by AMD, possibly even the GPUs, but what they also secure is their chance at winning the AMD WoT7 number 9, and what a round.
There's so much to talk about that the analysts will touch on. Basically, for everybody watching, what happened is Holo thought it would be 1-2, like Grupa would push down 1-2 with the 2-7-7s. But the 2-7-7s were driving under the hill to then come back to the hill, all of this unspotted, to beat the timing of Holo, because Holo was still looking at 1-2. And then I think there's a failure there that cost Holo the game. I think Moneros' position actually cost them the game, because the M4 is so tall that it sticks out. When they repushed the hill for Grupa with the rest of their tanks, they ended up all being able to hit Moneros in the M4. The blow-up helped, of course, but...
Also, what I would like to know from our analysts is that basically as soon as they see that hit squad of 277s from Grupa Speed repush the hill, is there maybe a possibility for the tanks, for both of the CSs that are on the hill for Holovnici, to just drop off and not contest it, so they don't need to...
Then they have to push. They could go around the north side of the hill. Like, they could all go north side of the hill. That is possible. I mean, I don't need an analyst for that. They could both go to the north side of the hill and keep baiting the 277s around. That they could have done, but a drop off would be bad, because then Jordan doesn't die, for example, either, and then you have to repush into a setup hill. it would be that.
So, I guess good mind games here by Grupa Speed to secure their spot in the grand finals. But yeah, as you outlined already, there is gonna be a lot to talk about for Insane and Octo. Let's head over and see what they got to say.
Well, welcome back to the analyst desk. And Octo, what a performance from the side of Grupa. That was pretty lucky to say so at the end of the Amarak, but good performance, taking the victory 4-2 over all of Nitsi and actually moving to the grand finals against Opur.
Yeah, they had that proc win, which was simply amazing to come out on top. It was crazy. Like, I can't believe they actually won that game. But yeah, so Oper is going to be playing Grupa in the final. So it'll be two Polish teams, Oper, the Invil team, and Grupa. What clan are they from? Can you remind me?
Nomi, Goodnight Nomi, like, it's like probably a bunch, like, but yeah. I think there's two teams that actually fused, but you can just call them Grupa. It's a new team performing, getting to the finals, at least securing the AMD CPUs for 9 players, counting the subs. So very great. They're going to be very happy about that. But both of these teams are going to be battling now to get the best prize, the 9 GPUs. Pretty great prize, to be fair. Thanks to AMD to sponsor that tournament. And Octo, we are going to have a really great finals. I have to remind that it's going to be a BO9. Opur, coming up from the winners bracket, is going to have a slight advantage in the ban pick, because most of the teams there used to have a permaban, but this time Opur, they can pick them up straight.
Yeah, and Goodnight Nomi, aka Grupa now, they actually won. Now, there's probably a few player changes, but they actually won WoT7 a few WoT7s ago. I can't remember which one it was exactly, but it would be nice to see them perform well in this one and getting back that title. So
I'm not sure they won. I know that there's a tournament where they beat Olivnitsi and they made it to the finals and lost to Polsdro. So that's maybe the tournament you refer to.
Maybe I'm referring that to that.
I don't think they won yet. So that would be a very great challenge for them to get that first victory. And that being said, I think the replays are ready. We can actually get to those to analyze what happened between those two teams. And we honestly started with a really solid round from the side of Olivnitsi.
Yeah, so Grupa, they played it in a way for the bad chat to spot the 2 cap, and then the rest of them sat in the 2 line. I didn't like that they chose the VZs, and then the way they played with them, they didn't bleed the guys going onto the cap, the IS-7 specifically. They used it instead to bleed Moneros. You see his 1200 as he was taking the position in E1. And so they were forced to do this repush, which they played it pretty well, but you're going to see Moneros, when he gets pushed against, he makes a couple of plays, putting them just ahead. And yeah, Hollow accepts this push pretty well. I think only thing, unlucky fire on Barkiz. And Marcel does a really, I don't know why he poked that. He should never poke like that, and he dies for it. So definitely shouldn't overcommit like that. And you see Moneros, he's still alive, still putting out damage. Jordan's gonna push him. He has 2 rounds in the VZ that will be able to put him down in 857 HP. And Twist, he's getting a single out by Sokar and Piotrix and Monster in the other bad chat. Here you see Moneros going around the building, setting Jordan on fire.
I think the issue there from the side of Grupa is that they allowed Barkiz and YOLO to get to the cap uncontested. 0 shots of damage made on the 2 IS-7s. And afterwards they had the tanks over the forest, the double bad chat to cover it. And they knew that Grupa speed, with the time left to get a decap, 2 options. We push the forest straight, or we take all 7 tanks and go for the 1-2-3 line repush. So very easy and very comfortable to play from the side of Olivnitsi. They just had all the tanks set and ready to get the damage done on that cross. They did it. You mentioned Moneros playing well with the Skunk. Good, convincing victory. And after that, we have to give a special mention to Grupa Speed, also having an impressive attack. Very aware of what Olivnitsi is capable of doing and countering this push pretty well.
Yeah, the past few matches that we've seen, most teams, especially Hollow, Opor, Phoenix, they've been pushing the 1-2-3 line on Muro defense, and so they were ready. They had the CS and S-Conk and C4 to receive this push when they push on the Miku. The IS-7s, they can get safe in these houses, but as you see, the CS goes back into C1 to spot them if they're going to leave or potentially put shots into them. I believe Mentos actually pushes forward here to kill the CS or shoot him, but he ends up dying for that. And yeah, they can just cap with Sokol, and it should essentially be over at this point. Their only real play on defense is if Monster can spot the cap circle and the S-Conk can get a reset.
Yeah, I mean, it was great from the side of Koopa. We just need to watch what's happening. Jordan picking up Mentus, and you could see they were completely surrounding those things from Olovnitsi. They were kind of stuck in this position around the base one after making their push, and there's like a big mistake from the side of Monster there to be greedy and go for a shot on the bad shot. I mean, the game was very close. They were in a bad shape, but just getting spotted there with this bad shot was the moment we knew Grupa would take the victory on the attack. Olovnitsi stuck with 4 tanks on the base 1, no tanks to actually get the cap spot anymore. So good stuff. Grupa, after losing an harsh round on their defense, taking a great one on the attack.
Yeah, it's always nice losing the first round coming back, but here Grupa's on defense, and you see this I7 push. They were coming from the 2 line, and they snake their way into the middle and they do this mid push. So what you don't see here is the Striv was an A6, but they moved him away. I don't really understand why they did that. They should always keep him in A6. They already have the CS on top of the hill, so there's no sense for them to push that. The Striv away, and they would have received the I7 push much better.
Even if it would be A6, the issue I see there is the fact that Grupa, they are not spotting the F line at all. Like, when you tend to have that passive play over the base 2, what are you gonna do? You're gonna push the 6-7 lines all the way, get to J6, J7, and actually have all the spots. They allowed Olovnitsi to make the most easy push of their life, the IS-7s. I mean, they're not spotting them. When they're just pushing over, it's too late. They're not getting any damage. You said it yourself, the series was not A6. And Grupa, this defense, I have to admit that was pretty bad. But on top of it, Olovnitsi, why would they go for that complicated way to play? Why would they go for this push? They could have simply settle, get the CS on the cap, the 300 to fight the 300 at the south, and they would have won easily. They had enough time left. Because Grupa didn't have the tanks, neither the HP to repush the base 1. And you could see there, probably the losing play is Mentus in his light. Why would he ever go and commit? That's careless from the side of Olovnitsi, thinking they would have already won that round. And at the end, that decap was simply incredible.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see. You hate it when you're attacking and this happens, but again, they should have just set up on the cap circle. If you push over on A6, let's say, yeah, you get the kill, but what if they Amarek you? What if they set you on fire? It just makes it close for no reason. So yes, they should have just used their tank advantage, set up nicely, and protected that cap circle.
But next...
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Go ahead. Okay, so Hollow playing on defense, they actually took a one from Oprah's book, but they did it without the same composition. They used a bit more heavy comp. They're pushing into the middle, but it worked out, I guess, because the IS-7s just have so much HP, and it's hard to depend on the sides. YOLO did go down to 344, but as long as Barkes makes it under to J2-3 area, can't really be shot anymore. The S-Conks can overpoke for the IS-7 in the middle, and he'll die. Here, G1 CS is going to spot Ilian in H1, and everyone will just pre-aim that. And Ilian's going to go down here. That's super important, as the S-Conk will be alone in the K line, and everybody else will be on the 8-9 line, and just tank advantage. Teams will go, they just have to sit, essentially.
It was great. I mean, great push from Olovnitsi. They managed to also keep YOLO alive in the 4 line, which was amazing. He was on one shot, but he was alive. And after killing the double I7 on the mid, yeah, they pushed up, they spotted Ilian. Ilian goes down, 3 tanks advantage. Afterwards, they can even push at the red line, at the 1 line. They can completely counter Marcel. He's completely boxed in K1 and is useless, not helping his team. So at that stage, you can watch the HPs. All of Nitsi, they were 8k, 9k HP up and very comfortable. Afterwards, on mines, we had that push from the side of all of Nitsi. I mean, we have seen teams push like this with IS7. We also had Grupa Speed during the group stage. They lost against Phoenix pushing like this with 4 IS7s, but look at the reactions there. Look at Grupa Speed. They actually studied the way to counter that push. The mouse actually making it safe on time. None of the tanks actually repushing under the hill, but only Marcel Lindian taking the right pick. The CS is not crossing back to the base like Mentos did in all of Nitsi and died. So good stuff. I mean, yeah, Barkis and Solkar, they made it under, but afterwards they have no plays left. And Grupa Speed, they are defending.
Yeah, I love to see that the CSs didn't cross to K7 or 8 to protect the M4s. Yeah. And as we noted, they actually lost to a similar attack with quadruple IS7s, I believe, pushing up the 8 line. And so this time they reacted, they learned, and they reacted better by not crossing the CSs. They held with the M4s, and that mouse play, beautiful. He crossed to the house. He knows they're going to push him, so he just goes the opposite direction, got behind the house. He used his HP for it. And yeah, it's just beautiful reaction to that 8-line push that it happened to them before and they lost. So here they're on attack, and they had a weird initial, but they ended up repushing the hill here, and you just describe what happens. You're insane.
I mean, I expected Grupa to lose this. I mean, the bait is not bad, so they want all the tanks to focus around the water side, around G1, and there's the I7 completely out of the fight. The issue there is that you play against AMXs, they have 560 alpha, and they have such an accurate gun, they're not gonna miss. So you could see the first tank driving up on the hill, Jordan, he took an amazing amount of damage. But afterwards, I think the mistake from the side of all of Nitsi is not to join with Never the fight. I mean, he's constantly staying with the dice 7 backward. Even pushing here and dying would be fine, because his returning his team would win the hill. And you're gonna see Grupa Speed being blessed by RNG. I think at this stage he will still win the game, but Sokar, he had a hard time. I mean, is it Piotrix? It's Piotrix that actually crossed and got Amarak there, and you could see Never was not there yet to fight on the hill. And Grupa, look at them moving forward with all of their tanks like a solid group. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, Amarex, that's very unlucky, I guess. But again, never staying back like that. He should have just traded his HP, allowing his team to kill the rest of Grupa on the hill, and it would have been over. But instead, they got the Amarak. They basically evened the brawl on tanks, essentially. So went in the favor of Grupa, and they won 4-2. So they'll be off playing Opur. Very well deserved, in my opinion. They probably should have lost this game, but overall, I think they played very well.
I mean, I think that it's a well-deserved victory from the side of Grupa. They also had a very close round, not close round, but close match against all of Nitsi yesterday. They lost 4-3 in a tiebreaker, so they almost got the victory. It was also a Mines defense, so you could see that they stepped up their game. The way they played, they actually helped it for something passive using the mouse. We've seen a lot of teams use that mouse on Mines, so convincing victory, good stuff to them. They're going to be moving to the grand finals against Opur. Teams are currently setting up the pick and bans for it, getting prepared, getting set. And talking about this match, Opur, they're coming from the winner's bracket. They actually had time to watch what Grupa was playing. They had time to prepare a specific map, since they can pick one straight. But we can say so that Grupa, they have the momentum, especially after beating all of Nitsi 4-2.
Yeah, if we could look at Strat Sketch for a second, I'd like to look at Proc, because those games were very interesting. So, specifically, Hollow's attack, what we were discussing is when they aggroed here, and it could have been a communication mistake with Mentos when they overpeak here and Mentos goes A8. But either way, the play is a mistake. They should have just had a guy here capping, just one. That's all they needed. So one guy.
Yeah, I think that's
A2, they can hold here, they can hold here. They can't retake the F line. They didn't have the tanks for it. They killed 2 IS7s. it was 2 i7s, right?
Yeah, no, they killed one. They lost one in the process. They pushed with like 4. They played exactly like this. They had the S-Kong, they had the CS, they had the Light that was actually aggressive over here initially, and they pushed with 4 i7s that way. The issue from the side of the other team, I'm gonna point it out, the way they played. Okay, so we're gonna make it with all the tanks, so it's gonna be very clear and very nice. That way we can see exactly what happened. So from the side, okay, this color, from the side of group, maybe it may be the opposite colorways, but it's totally fine. There's a CS and then there were some heavies. The issue there from the side of Grupa is that they never actually got the spot with that light. I think it's very, very important whenever you play for this defense of the base 2 to actually clear off the hill and push all the way to this area around J7. Why that? Just simply because you need to have all of that spotted. Like, you have mainly 2 reactions possible then from the side of the attacking team, which was all of Nitsi. So the first reaction is going to be them just repushing over the F line and then possibly overpicking, pushing the 5-6, or even just joining with more tanks and repushing after for the hill. If they would have done that, they would have needed to probably keep the light here to hold some crossfire and possibly just shoot the i7 when he would go back to the mid to help his team. And they would have need to repush, for example, with an i7 and the CS the hill, get the S-Kungs and the i7s on the mid. And just to counter that, when you play such passive defense, you have to get the spots. That was not the case, so they completely allowed them to do that way. And afterwards, they were in a great shape. They lost both an i7, I'm gonna put them in the corner here, but you still had 3 i7s alive, right? The S-Kong to cover, the CS, the 300 that made it back, right? They were in this situation, and from the side of Grupa, it was really hard to play. That's something like this. They tried to actually trade peeking here, but they were getting shot by the S-Kong, the CS, and even the T100 that made it back. So then I think the play from the side of all of Nitsi is just to join the cap with the CS and cap it out. What can you do against that? You can go for some repush, but those i7s, they can play close here so they can deal with this repush. You can't really go for this repush like this because there's the light that controls the enemy lights. They went for the peaks. It was fine, but it was also risky. You mentioned it, sometimes you can just get set on fire, you can get armor racked, especially when you pick sideways like this. So they could simply go for that base capture on the base 1, and they would have been very comfortable. Grupa, they would have almost no play to do that, especially with an STAV that can't really push at all. They had the HPs on the CS, but I think that would have worked out that way.
All right, thank you. We do the community prediction then.
Yeah, probably have this ready.
I just think it was an easy win for Hollow, but it's okay.
Ooh, close one.
So, 58%, 42. What do you think of that?
I mean, they're starting to give more credits to Grupa, I guess, and they deserve it. Opor, hard to say. I mean, their performance yesterday was pretty bad. And the last WoT7, when they actually won the winners bracket finals, and they played against all of Nitsi in the grand finals, it was very bad from them. So I'm not sure how they're gonna take it, but I'm almost certain that they're gonna be much more focused and much more serious this time. And I expect them to be much more prepared for the first map, especially. But on top of it, Grupa Speed is the sort of team, they don't have like a specific tactic to play. They have overall ideas, they have overall clue. And I think they're very capable of taking the victory over Opor in the grand final.
Yeah, definitely. Opor played much better today though. So we'll see how it goes. Again though, Grupa would be a new winner, I believe, and so it'd be cool to see. But I just hope it's a good match.
Yeah, well, Octo, for the last time of the day and the last time of this tournament, it's time to hear what our casters have to say to introduce the grand finals. Opor against Grupa Speed. Kian and Daki, take it away.
And also for the last time of today, welcome here at the caster's desk. I am being, for the last time of the day, being joined by Ducky in the AMD WoT7 number 9 tournament. One last reminder also from my side, AMD's got awesome stuff. Please do check it out. But now let's focus our attention to the final match of the day. It's going to be a best of 9 in between Grupa Speed and the team that we see the lineup of here, Opur.
An unlikely finals.
Yes.
I would like to say after the first day of this tournament, I would have said that Holo Postro. I mean, the way they were playing to start with, right? I would have said that Holo Postro would make it, but it's Opur against Grupa, which is an interesting finals. I mean, Opur having won WoT7 before, they're no new team to the finals, and neither is Grupa Speed. Actually, they have made it before, if I remember correctly, but fell short in the finals.
Yeah, I was watching the pick and ban chat in between either team going on, and Sokol said he had never been before in a chat like this. He didn't know how the pick and ban system worked for the best of 9 and had to be reminded. So, yeah, Grupa going to be very, very happy with being here in the finals, but obviously now that they're there, they will want to take it home. They will want to do it all. That being said, I already hinted at it. Pick and ban structure for the best of 9 is a bit different. The team going through the upper bracket, because basically they don't have a second tournament live. If they lose here, they're going to be second. They get to pick and ban a map first. That is the advantage that they get. So it's not like in other esports or sports even, where the one going through upper bracket basically gets a point advantage. Instead, they get to pick a map, which is Cliff. A very dangerous map for certain kinds of tanks in certain positions. Then they ban out Himmelsdorf, and then the Grupa Speed coming with their first pick of steps and their first ban of Prokhorovka. I'll let you take us through the next ones.
First pick, ban of Prokhorovka. We had the first steps pick, yeah. Then we got Ghost Town into Tundra, into a Mines ban, into a possible Morovanka tiebreaker. If it looks weird to you why Opur gets to first pick and ban, that is because we have to reward the team that comes from the upper bracket with an advantage, as they didn't need a second chance to get there. Their advantage is getting to pick the first map that they 100% want to play, and also get to ban the first map.
So, interestingly enough, I think Opur are coming out with that Himmelsdorf ban. I think we saw them on day 1 playing it, and it kind of looked a bit shaky, if I recall correctly.
Sass.
Yeah. By the way, predictions. Sorry, what did you go with? I think I went with a 5-2 for Opur.
I think you copied my homework again.
I had a reason for that, though. First of all, you're good at predictions, and second, I think that yes, Grupa Speed did a good job of exploiting the mistakes that Holovnici was making. But then again, coming into this one, Opur wasn't making an awful lot of mistakes against Holovnici.
Just checking who made the predictions what. He said, I'm good at predicting, but Insane and you were actually the ones that, not the scoreline, but predicted Grupa to actually make it here.
Yeah, Grupa looked very, very good, but I think they still have something to prove, because against Phoenix, they played against a team that, sorry for the play of words, they didn't put up much of a resistance in that 4-0 clean sweep. Ducky dying internally a little. And here in the 4-2 that they had against Holovnici, honestly, Holovnici threw. Like,
yeah, you could say that the round of Prokhorovka was key, and it really came in handy that they managed to win that out one, right, Key?
Especially considering that, well, if you're in Holovnici's mindset, you should be on match point, you know that, and then the rounds start not going your way, and then Grupa Speed gets you with that bait on mines. Yeah,
it's kind of insane that they won that. That's because Holo went for the kills on Prokhorovka and not for the cap win. I can't do anything with October. It just doesn't work.
Oh yeah, it does, because basically Grupa Speed was barely able to secure that victory in that first.
Octo.
Guess we gotta go for some Kraken joke. I don't know. Anyway, Grouper Speed not coming with 8 arms, but instead 7 here with Grouper Speed picking that IS-7 amongst their 7 players. Then we have 5 times CS and 1 TBP, trying too hard to go for those word plays right now.
And then Opor with the 1-2 combination of the double IS-7, the quad CS63 to follow it up, and then the singular SCB from DJ Weed. And split in terms of splits, it is a 6-1 split from both these teams. Both teams sending 1 singular tank towards 1-2 and 6 in the middle. And it is going to be a fight.
Yeah, the difference being that Miku, the autoloader by Grouper Speed, getting diverted towards the lower side. For Oppo, it's only going to be T-Sec, the CS. All of those fast tanks are going to spot each other out. No shots connecting on the cross as they are in speedy mode. That is not too surprising. Oppo sending 3 tanks towards middle. The IS-7's a bit delayed, obviously. Rishek does make it to the crossfire position.
Yeah, Rishek doesn't make it to the crossfire position, but it's mainly Rexar and Sir Jacob who have to scatter out of there. They have to try and stay as safe as possible. Now the TVP coming in, though, gets a shot from T-Sec. That is basically all the info that Opor would ever want. But how do they utilize it? Rishek is safe here, though, unspotted as well. If Jordan has time, he will blind for it, but right now Jordan seems to be in the issue that he's having to face off DJ Weed. Here comes Sokol and Twisto trying to reinforce on towards the corner. Ketsai now closing as well. DJ, they're getting blocked a little bit by Panzer Fury. He's not going to be too happy about that. T-Sec now also starting to come from the lower side, and Opor here really utilizing those angles to their advantage, as now T-Sec is gonna be fallen back, just gets a cheeky shot in towards Miku, then backs off again. And Grupa Speed here in a little bit of a predicament in this moment in time.
Yeah, I think right now the weak points for Grupa Speed are going to be John. The weak point for Opor being T-Sec, that could be pushed on the lower side, but he has already put a lot of ground, a lot of distance in between him and the enemies. Now he's edging ever closer, but he needs to be very careful. Oh, big burn onto Sir Jacob, though. Very good damage being inflicted also onto Ketsai. And now Miku sees that T-Sec is there on the lower corner. Elian, I think he should help Miku against the enemy tank here. Miku is going to try to make it behind the stone. Was Amarek, repairs it. Sir Jacob now jumping into the fray with that CS. Elian also in big kind of trouble. Does get picked up, and in comes the repush by Grupa Speed.
Yeah, Grupa Speed now realizing they have to do something, but is this something little too late? As Marcel coming from behind now might even finish off Rexar with the ram, but it's going to be Twist instead, which nails him down. Still DJ and Annoyance in the back lines there, facing off against Jordan. He's winning that DPM fight, and Panzer Fury is such an annoying tank at this point.
Ooh, that was important.
Speed, that is indeed a big kill from CLCK on towards DJ. Now Fury in that IS-7 having to bully up. Jacob is still Amarite. Luckily enough, the field mod there helping him out. He does not connect him towards the CS63. It is down to the wire here. Twist trying to get the pens on Panzer Fury. Fury in return, though, makes him a one-shot. CLCK comes in with a shot. Rishek comes in with a kill, but Marcel in the IS-7 shuts down Panzer Fury, and now Grupa Speed 4v3 with upper positions should be in the driving seat.
Exactly, especially since Marcel should be able to lock down T-Sec there behind the stone. That gets a good connection into the IS-7, however. Jordan there holding the angle against Rishek, and now the problem for Oppo is they have less guns, they have less HP, and they also have the inferior positions. They're being on the lower side. Click needs to be careful not to get picked up, because he just got proxy spotted, but that also in turn gives the information onto one of the CSs by Opur that are scrambling right now for any kind of opening. And yeah, Marcel had to leave the angle against T-Sec. T-Sec now making an all-in play here. I think Grupa Speed right now are waiting because they're not thinking that T-Sec is going to make that all-out play to go through the lower side, but Twist has a good angle here. Should see if T-Sec tries to leave. Yes, T-Sec still not on one shot, basically 1 HP above a max roll for a CS, but Click already putting distance as well, and this means that Grupa Speed is going to have a sniper, which is going to make it increasingly difficult for the team in yellow for Opur. He's really going away far. I think he doesn't want to get spotted while going towards K5. Now he's coming close again. That is because T-Sec got spotted, took one, and now everyone's a one-shot for Opur.
Yeah, everybody a one-shot for Opur. And in return, Grupa Speed does not have this worry. Marcel will never die in one shot unless he somehow forgets about his fuel tanks, for example, and doesn't repair them. And then that could potentially happen. Sir Jacob spots out Jordan. Though Sir Jacob gets Jordan! An individual failure. makes this a 3v3. That was highly unnecessary. And now Tisek trying to find an angle on Marcel. I don't think it exists because Marcel's behind the rock. But Jordan,
That was an unexpected, but probably a welcome surprise for anyone that holds it with a
Rishik is spotted.
Marcel didn't believe that he was going to get unspotted, but Click to pick it up, and now Rishik and Sir Jacob and Tisek left with everything and more to do for themselves. Click is not even a certain one-shot, sitting on 395, basically a 50-50. Sir Jacob is going to go the way of Rishik, and we're going to have to wait and see if he's going to go the way of the Dodo, as Marcel also gets spotted out for this one. But Sir Jacob, that is not the spot where you want to get spotted out, because now Click is going to hold the angle. He's just going to lock down Sir Jacob behind that stone. And remember, Grouper Speed is defending, so they have the time, or basically the time is working in their favor. Sir Jacob does make the cross back, but what does it actually get them? Tisek now trying to make the move through the lower side. He could be surprising. Twist here. He does get spotted. Twist in turn not lit, so this should be the end of that. Woo-hoo-hoo! Tries to blind shot him, misses, but Twist also not with a successful shot. But yeah, Tisek is now locked.
Tisek is now locked, but now Jacob is coming. He wants to maybe find an angle against Twist, if that would exist, but Marcel realizing the potential of this. He sees Jacob, he nails Jacob to the cross, as now it is mainly and only Tisek left against Twist. Tisek, even on reload, Twist is not agreeing to be going for that. A crazy round there between these two teams, where Krupa Speed narrowly edges themselves ahead, and they have time on their favor. They don't have to do anything. Probably they want to kill Tisek anyways, because Marcel's going for it, because he can.
I mean, they have 3 tanks, so if they just overwhelm Tisek here, yeah, Tisek might even get a kill, possibly even 2, but he's never gonna... He can't kill both and not 3.
No, he won't. They're just chilling. I mean, it's over.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, both of those teams here, pretty high stakes. Tisek is going to try another blind shot. I mean, yeah, realistically, he's going to try to win this round somehow, but obviously Grouper Speed not going to give him any kind of opening here, and both...
Crucial is really that Click killed DJ.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that kill on the STB, I think, was the game-winning shot. Ooh, okay, Twist does pick it up before the time runs out. But yes, I do agree with you. That kill shot on the STB was the game-winning one.
Very crucial. Very crucial that they managed to get that STB. Because if he's alive there, then he's just staring at the CS, and the CS can't really do much against him. Maybe he even outplays the CS at some point, which then mean that their donut positions are a lot less good to play from. So Group of Speedman coming in the finals, picking up the first round. Hey.
And if Oppo was looking to stop that Grouper train from rolling, well then at least they failed in this first round here. I think let's take a look at the battle results first of all, because with that little damage remaining at the end, you can see that either team was putting up big numbers on the board. Only Miku falling a bit behind, but then again, I think the CS on the lower side, that was Tisek, who is also top damage for his team. He was doing a really good job of harassing that TVP.
Yeah, that TVP did not really have a good game there whatsoever. He can't really peek either, so he gave us Klepto, but Marcel there in that IS-7, 8-8, outperforming 2 of the IS-7s from the side of Opur, both Katsai and Panzer Fury. And once Marcel won that upper side, it was so bad for Opur having those 3 tanks down, Jacob down, Tisek down, and then one more as well, which was Rishek down. And it just comes to show, Kihan, that the people that listen to your map guide and end up in 1-2, they just lose, dude.
I never told people to just go 1-2 in that map guide. Anyway...
Bro, you literally put the D positions 3 meters from the base key. What do you mean?
You didn't watch the entire map guide, it seems. Like...
I watched it 3 times because it gives me
well,
horror.
then you didn't understand it. Maybe you should watch it a 4th time. Like...
I don't think it's an understanding issue. I don't think they should make washed up Fame players make map guides.
Ooh, at least I don't lose show matches though.
Yeah, because you don't get to play it though.
You don't play, you can't lose.
Exactly, you're just a caster. I'm a caster by choice, Kihan. You're a caster because
All
you're
right.
forced.
I mean, it's my
you see the
job if you
difference?
look at it like that, you know?
My condolences.
I mean, you're here. Okay, you're here as well.
Yeah, by choice.
Anyway, round number 2. By the way, one more interesting fact that you prevented me from pointing out before. Both of those teams now in the finals mainly trusting in single shooters. So the Phoenix strategy of triple 50B, by the way, not being employed. No one really wanting to go for those autoloaders. Instead, single shooters all around this time. Grouper speed, double 277, 5 CS.
Opor with the double I7 inventory into the STB and the 4CS, and I bet Kihan is like having a smile so wide because he's like right about the single shooters. Like, I did it. Accurate. But it'd been funny if there was a triple 50B though, right after you said that.
I mean, yeah. But then again, sometimes you just gotta take your chances.
And then again, you can also see the lineups at the team.
I actually didn't, though.
Yeah,
didn't.
but you could.
I could, but I didn't. Anyway, Ketsai, interestingly, getting boosted by Rishek in the i7. Keep in mind, the i7...
So Jacob is boosting Fury as well.
Yes, that's because the i7 mostly held back by its basically engine power. So the CS adding to that, the i7 having a pretty good top speed. Twist and Miku, though, going to the K5 position. They don't really look for the all-in or all-out brawl. Also, double 277 driving through the lower side. Grouper speed not really giving an opening for Opor to push upon, but Opor immediately able to spread out a lot of tanks on the map. But Grouper, they have good crossfire positions. Sokol even driving away now, but is he gonna take one? Nope. Ketsai killing the ground with that shell, and Jordan from the side with that CS able to get a shot into Ketsai.
Yeah, but I think Ketsai just wanting to establish the position, and even wants to establish the hill now. Takes one from K5, takes a second from K5. Does he keep going? I think so. Both him and Fury just reversing. You see the i7 in reverse. Really not that slow, to be honest, with that bomb turbo. And that is hell for Grupa. This is what I would consider hell. I mean, yeah, Ketsai is going to fall a little bit lower to 1.2, but IS7 on the hill and you're attacking? I mean, they're both like 1.2k HP. Right?
Yeah, but
IS7 on the hill when you're attacking?
Double IS7, like, yeah, Pan's Fury even falling down below 1k, but they're gonna be sitting there like, yeah, come at me, bro. What do you want now? Because DJ is not going to leave that ramp with the STB. So I think Grouper Speed is making the correct reaction. Jordan, yes, he is spotted for this, but he is pushing Marcel, who also now gets spotted. Sokol actually taking a lot of damage off screen here, down to 1100, has to drop off even. Does not self-kill himself in the process, but yeah, I think that is the only viable play that Grouper had left, is try to make a one-line attack. Whoa.
Yeah, they want to counter T6's position there, and then Rexar's position after. But T6 normally drops off from this. Yeah, he's gonna be doing that. That is the play that he does, and even the CS in the back there. I think it's Elian now getting blind fired from the hill, and this is starting to look a lot worse for Grupa. But T6, I mean, they want to repush this here for Opor. That's brave, actually.
That's kind of brave, but then again, Sir Jacob and Rexa, one salvo from them is now going to be enough to take out the 277. They both connect, so now only Jordan here, faced with the 1v2, but Gurski and also Sokol able to put in shot after shot. This is why Rishek is now being pulled into the fray, but we can see Elian having a field day farming here. Yes, he's taking shots from the CS in the side, but Sir Jacob and Rexa are able to clean up that corner here. Yes, it costs a lot of HP, but they got rid of the tanks.
Yeah, the fact that they did it, it was a bit risky because there was a lot of tanks aiming from 1-2, but they ended up just being able to do it without even losing a tank and killing Sokol on the way out. See you later, Mr. Sokol. And now this is disaster, though, for Grupa. I really liked Opor's reactions, getting the i7 on the hill. Pushing A2 I felt was a bit risky, but they also didn't want to lose the map control. So from that point, I understand it.
Yeah, now we can see just from the upper side, from the lower side as well, Opor is mustering everyone, all forces, They're gonna go close towards the donut. Ketzai being sent first. DJ right now peeling off again in that STB, so I think they could have won this 7 versus 4 just by brute forcing into it. Instead, on their defense, they're gonna take a slightly more sensible approach maybe. They're gonna try to draw it out in time. Tsek though, on the move away, does get spotted, takes one. But Gursky also kind of in the open in the 277. Double CS
Gursky's
spotted.
in no man's land.
Yeah. At this point, I think they could just be sending in the STB and the double I7, just sending from above and run with everyone towards the 1-2 line, like through the lower. That would also work, but Opur, they're not going to take any chances of unlucky fires or Emmerich. They're just going to take more map control with those Soviet heavies. They're just slowly but surely going to choke Grupa speed here in this second game, and if nothing unforeseen happens, then this should be a split map.
Yeah, it should be. And Opur here respecting and not wanting to do a whole of an Itzy. So respecting that they could lose if they really play it badly. So they're like, okay, well, you guys waited out the clock in the last round, which is fair. I mean, Tsek is hitting these timings very
Oh.
Oh, bro, that's the driving failure, man. You should put the rock in between him. But now Elian pushing out on towards Ketzai, I think he realizes.
Yeah, the STB is farming him also from the top of the ramp. So Elian does get picked up, leaving 3 tanks alive for Grupa. 3.5k HP, but Gursky on the lower side, the one shot of the team, is gonna get picked up by Rishek. And now Opur with 6 guns remaining. They're probably gonna go close and try to close it out. 2.5 minutes should be more than enough time for this.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's Twist and Miku.
Yep.
They're good, but they're not that guy, you know?
Pan's Fury coming from the side, gonna surprise Twist with an unwelcome little ram. And yeah, DJ, the full HP STB, doing a Jackifer impression there, is gonna sweep in to possibly secure any leftover kills.
A Jackify impression. Yeah, for that they would have to get second though as well.
Murdering him.
You started, I just blocked.
By the way,
like,
I was just informed Sokol took 1k while falling down. So that thing that happened off screen where he took like module and crew damage, that was him.
But Sokol was on the 4-5 line, no?
Not exactly sure, but he...
I think he was the guy on the corner. I want you to understand how difficult it is to drop from that cliff without dying, by the way.
There's a lot of positions on cliff where you can lose HP when dropping off, I heard.
That is indeed very true. There's a reason why it's called Cliff Kian. I like that you're finally catching on. Took 30 years.
I am not yet 30, I want to emphasize.
Yeah, bro. Oy. It's how long again?
Less than a month.
Exactly, Key.
Yeah, that pick 3 is drawing ever closer. We are not really any closer to determining the winner of this match, though, as the first map did get split 1-1, which I guess means that we are going to be able to take another look at the pick and bans to find out what map is gonna played next. And it's gonna be Steps. So, Opur's map pick being split 1-1. Now either team with the possibility to pick up a map 2-0 to, yeah, draw ahead, edge ahead in this grand final.
Yeah, Cliff here being split evenly. Fair result, I would say. Like I said, Opur, good reaction to not having a fight, getting the I7s on the hill.
Yeah, from there on...
Ghost Town is a different story, though, because Opur, I think, also really likes Ghost Town. I mean, all the Polish teams likes Ghost Town, but I feel like Opur should be the better one, maybe?
First, it's Steps. And we saw Steps by Grupa Speed being played against Phoenix. There, they looked like basically super solid. Yeah, you could argue they could have closed out the first round more efficiently, but they did win regardless. And the second round was indisputably just solid defense win. But obviously Opur will have watched that. So I think they already have some ideas. They didn't ban it, so in the end what they're saying with that is like, yeah, we saw what you played, we're not impressed. Let's play it again. Like, no worries, we're gonna beat you. But Drupa is not locked into playing what they played against Phoenix. Like sometimes teams even create specific tactics against other teams to try and match or even counter the playstyle. For example, a lot of the Polish teams have been known to have that in-your-face aggression, right? That the enemy first of all needs to match. They need to accept that they're going to be pushed immediately, and then somehow try to find a way to hold on, and then just keep farming away at the tanks in the open. That's not always the easiest playstyle to pull off, but when it works, it actually looks kind of sick.
Yeah, but those teams, those great teams that can play aggressive, also know how to not do this and do the far opposite to confuse your mind. So let's see what kind of steps we're going to be getting, though, between these two, right?
We'll see. Steps is a map where both caps are an option for the attacker, meaning that the defender, since it is kind of open, since it is kind of large, always needs to be mindful of how they position their tanks when they do their rotations. It's an information map also. Sometimes if you're not able to gather the information as attacker, you have to do blind pushes, which we've seen succeed, but also most of the time, more often than not, fail spectacularly. Let's see though. Group speed coming into this one. Triple I7, 1277, 1S Kong, Batchat, and Elian playing the STRB.
Yeah, Elian and the STRV again. Oporto with the double I7, the triple conk, the Batchat, and the Minotauro. That is not a lineup that is going to be in your face.
No. Opor is gonna approach this one rather, defensively. I mean, it suggests that, Opor is defending. I don't actually know who is, but, like, attack with Minotauro would be somewhat weird, especially since we saw Alien attacking with that STRB already. That is the lineup we've seen them use before, almost, I think, the exact lineup, but it seems to be a different opening here. Sokol is going to try to spot out if there is anyone crossing towards C1. He doesn't really see anyone. Yes.
I came up with a new poem in the meantime.
A new what?
It's about you. A new poem.
A poem?
Like a rhyme.
Okay.
Invil beats me, feels bad, man. Banter beats me, feels bad, man.
I know where this is
NA
going.
beats me, feels bad, man. At least I feel safe casting with Kihan because he can't beat anything.
That is such a bad and foreseeable Twitch copy pasta. Like, Daki, if this is what you're down to, you've fallen off considerably.
Okay, let's see you do better then.
We'll see if I come up with something. First of all, we see Grouper Speed coming up with that overpush, with that dip into the northwestern part of the map, taking a shot onto the I7. This is basically pushing Opera into some south play. They're gonna group back with the S-Kongs.
Ooh, but DJ's HP falling. What has happened to DJ? Like, what just happened?
I think
Who bent him?
the STRV and the Batchat happened, I think.
Apparently, this angle, the angle that Insane was talking about, apparently coming into effect there onto DJ. That was the STRV and the Batchat.
Yep. And the thing is, like, now he's down to 787. The I7s probably have a bit of HE. Like, right now they're missing, but they probably do. And the STRV HE is pretty slow, which most of the time is annoying. This time it actually helps, though, because it's gonna just fly in a big arc above the rails.
But, like, this is an angle that Insane's talking about. Why aren't they killing him then? Like, I feel like it's a positional failure from DJ if they're not killing him right now.
Might be, and Opor, they know they need to somehow help DJ, who is in a bit of trouble. They're now repushing the south with double ISM and Batchat. They're finding Gursky, who puts a good shot into T-Sec, but now Reshek is there to farm the back of Gursky. T-Sec is going to make sure Gursky does not make a giveaway, and now the Batchat is completely unloading.
Yeah, that's a good play there from Opor, but here comes the reinforcements immediately, though, from Grupa. You can see already Twist arriving, Marcel's coming. Even one of the I7s, that is Miku, is bailing. Now Elin gets spotted out. This is a lot of pressure, though, from Opor reacting and anticipating the threat of DJ dying, and they're not waiting for it. And that is what distinguishes a good team from a great team. Even if they don't get away with this, they are pressuring all over the map as a reaction to this. DJ is still alive at this point. Suicide here is in a bit of a predicament because he's getting a sandwich between Twist and Marcel, and now Sokol coming in as well. Potentially Suicide shouldn't have done this commit forward, and he is gonna die for it. He is wasting some of Sokol's shot. Rishek is now off of reload though as well. He should be laying down the law, but like penning to 7-7 and IS-7 side, Kian, we talked about it before, it's not that easy. He's instead going to be refocusing on towards Sokol. He does that unspotted as well. Tisek getting pressured in the meantime. He is falling, but it's neck to neck here between these two teams, Opor and Grupa Speed. I mean, yes, they lose Tisek, yes, they lose Zuza, but look at Katsar's position getting completely decimated from the side by Marcel and Twist, not pushing it on time really with that Eskong.
Yeah, the thing is though, while Opur is down in HP right now, they actually have more in the fight because that Minotauro that's not in the fight currently is sitting only on one shot. Those two Eskongs that are gonna get collapsed upon by the entirety of Grupa Speed's team, they hold all of the HP. The Minotauro taking a swing at not sure whom here right now means he has 4 shots remaining, but I think we see Grupa Speed grouping up to speedily overpush the remainders of the heavy tanks of Opur here. Finally, Marcel also there. The Batchat gonna join that Frey Panzerfury, taking shot after shot by the team in purple.
Yeah, Panzerfury here trying to back off. Rexar's like, let me shield you, but not quickly enough as Twist picks up Panzerfury. And now Rexar has a blob of Grupa Speed tanks to deal with. Even Alien in the combat STRV just facing off against him. And here comes the overwhelm, the push across. Jordan is down towards a one-shot. He falls against Rexar though, but Miku with the kill on towards DJ shuts down the Minotauro. And Rexar, as good as he is as a player, is not likely to be winning this. And now it's Rishek in the 1v5, the Kolobanovs, the one they all want. He could maybe even upload it to What We Plays with a Quickie Baby title to get featured, but I don't think he's going to be winning it.
No, it is very, very unlikely. Yes, in randoms, possibly. Not in competitive though, because the coordination in between the tanks of Grupa, it was great, and it's not gonna drop off in the remainders of this battle. Alien now getting sent towards the cap. Yes, Miku and Twist are both a 2-shot. Miku even gonna get spotted, but this in turn is gonna give some information towards the tanks of Grupa Speed that Rishek is gonna be somewhere in that southeastern position, somewhere on the field, and he has so many angles, so many guns, so many positions to worry about right now. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Yeah, he does even spot Twist, and the thing is, those IS-7s hold down, they don't care if they get spotted. They're like, yeah, I got spotted, so what?
I mean, it's good stuff here from Grupa. I will say Opor reacting well to the threat of the Mino dying. Do very well in that regard. I think Zuza's move there, wasn't it? They kind of lost the sound a lot faster because Zuza allowed himself to get overrun, you know? With that pushing up to the J2, J3 hill. I don't think that was worth it.
Rishek spotted, but he doesn't even connect his reset. So cap does complete. Rishek takes one more shot of damage. But it's going to be Grupa Speed once again going up in the grand finals here 2-1. I really liked that round by them, but you have to question the positional play of the Minotauro because he took a lot of damage initially and then he was able to kind of stay safe. So maybe...
Yeah, I think he was slightly too high to begin with, which took away 1,000 HP from him straight. Because according to a French analyst, they need A3 also to kill him, and they didn't have that. So he definitely mispositioned to begin with. He does top damage though still, but he makes his entire team have to push out.
Yeah, exactly. And Grupa Speed just completely pouncing and capitalizing on that push out by Opur. So good stuff. Alien there putting in top damage. Then again, I think he was able to get good damage into the Minotauro. And then at the end, like, there's little stuff that is more satisfying than playing a combat STRV against Super Kongs. It is so much fun.
Yeah, it can be. If you don't get set on fire.
Well,
the singular tank that overmatches you.
Yeah, exactly. But the S-Kongs, like, how are they supposed to do that? They can pen your Cupola.
I think also Ketsai stayed too long on the outside. He could have pushed over. He still had 1.5k HP. Like, I think the big failures there were Souza pushing forward, allowing himself to get pushed unnecessary. He had to wait for Rishek's reload fully, and then maybe. And then Ketsai got caught out after. Should have been over the dip probably as well when his teammates are saying they're losing this out. Will they would have hold it after if Cats is alive? Maybe they could potentially hold because triple S Skunk, a Mino, and a Bat. It would still take some good place from Grupa to close it out.
Hmm. Now, the thing being, like, we have seen Grupa 2 matches already today, and like the reason why I predicted so heavily in Opor's favor is that the one match we saw them, like, basically Grupa seemed to be able to always capitalize on the mistakes that the opponent's team did. Opor didn't make any so far, like before coming to this match, or very few. But it seems more and more like Grupa is a team that is not only able to capitalize on those mistakes, but also to force the enemy team to make those mistakes in the first place, which, yeah, is really helping them right now. 2-1 against Opor. That's not how I envisioned the match would go, but yeah, it's interesting, good to watch. Nice rounds.
Yeah, it's kind of how I feel as well. I did not expect Grupa to come out this swinging in this, but 2-1 for them now. But an opportunity on Steps defense to make it 3-1 key.
Exactly. So yeah, once again, this is a best of 9. Being up 3 points wouldn't mean a direct match point, but it would be, well, not a good start, but a good continuation for their performance so far in the finals. Now they're going to try to defend with triple ISM, triple S-Conk, and 1 T100 LT.
In return, though, Opor attacking with that triple S-Conk, the Kran, the double I7, and a singular bad shot. We saw Grupa play before with this exact lineup, if you remember, where they put the double I7 and A4. We're gonna see, or have to see, if this is the same sort of defense.
We also saw previously in this tournament DJ playing the Crown. I think he almost did 6k damage with that, so definitely shouldn't be underestimated. That being said, attacking opening, sending Batchat and Superconk towards the left. Only one IS-7 by Grupa so far going towards A4, but I think a second one is getting diverted indeed. That's Twist and Jordan getting sent there. Looking kind of similar to how they opened in the upper bracket final against Holonitsi. And once again, we see this middle push by Opor that we doubted yesterday, but it ended out pretty much working out. There is no IS-7 though, that is in C1 currently, that would have to drop over to the C2 stone, which then you can counter with the Kran and the IS-7. Then again, I don't think Jordan and Twist are high enough to spot this middle push here.
Now the second IS-7, we'll have to see if these angles work out, bro. Because like, Jordan and Twist are there. It's the same defense from Grupa, but slightly delayed, right? This time over, they had another IS-7 play this out. Minsoko cleared it. They just put 2 there. And then it's Jordan and Twist. And now, what is the next move? One of the things that they could do, I mean, T-Sec is getting 8 sheet. He's not going to be penning Jordan. Not with losing the pen on range. There's no chance.
Yeah, no. Zuza in here in a very defensive position for the attacking team, but basically he's trying to make sure that the T100 doesn't slip through. He is going to slightly reshuffle, going to go a bit more towards the east. Thing is, though, Twist is not yet spotted. Only Jordan. Ah, okay. Never mind. Caster Curse coming in clutch to help Opor see Twist there, so they know about double IS-7 now.
Yeah, they do know about the double I7, but we'll have to see if they can find angles upon that. It seems like right now they're just trying to choke the map. And what that means is they're trying to take positions to suppress Grupa from playing most angles. So then they can make a play on towards whatever they want to, really.
I mean, sometimes World of Tanks is also just a game of numbers, and currently Opor is suppressing 2 IS-7s with 1 Superconk, leaving a 6 versus 5 for them on the rest of the map. The T100 is never going to be able to hold against like advancing mediums and heavy tanks. He has to give up ground for time. That's going to be the plan here, and this is why we now see Grupa Speed. They need to do a reaction that's coming in with Marcel and Elian, with the Superconk and the IS-7 respectively, that are being pushed through the 9 and 0 line to basically help hold against an Opor attack onto the 2-cap, which now is coming in. Rishek does get spotted here. Ketsai not yet found, though, on the outside with his Batchat. That is almost 2k damage in the clip waiting to happen.
Yeah, the crown there of DJ taking a very aggressive position. This is a really strong movement from Opor, if you look at it. Yeah, if T6 shutting down this double IS7 will also just give them free shots if they try to leave. And then Vexar and DJ in those positions over there, shutting
1300.
down Alien, yeah, in that IS7. And now you have Rishek, Zuza, Panzer Fury coming from the lower side, which are going to be holding that angle. Maybe now they'll actually be able to get one of those IS7s on the cap, though.
They might be able to. Rishek and Panzer Fury do not want to commit here. That's a lot of open ground to cover. You can see right now they're not even sure if there's possibly a tank behind the A.
Oh, Twist and Jordan are pushing.
Yep, Twist and Jordan are pushing onto that one super conker of Tsek. So he's gonna be screaming towards his teammate like, hey, ooh, Ignite coming out onto the light tank. That is the best tank you could ever wish to set on fire. Sokol there really taking a lot of damage. DJ trying to clip out here with his crown is now gone on to reload, and I think Tsek is doing a good job of falling back. That being said though, Miku in dire times here, as there is a lot of tanks shooting into the side of his turret. Yes, Rek'Sai is taking a lot of damage, but Miku falls in turn.
Yeah, Miko falling in turn here. The instant reaction from Opor when they see their S-Kunk of Tsek get pressure, but Tsek just falling back, and DJ just having the time of his life in that IS-7. Penning shot after shot after shot, showing that the crown can still be pretty viable. Those IS-7s, they didn't even go for T6 anymore. They turned around because they lost Miku, and this is a disaster for Grupa, because Opor well and truly ahead in this one. Unlikely to give anything back. Tsek now coming in with the S-Kunk even from the 1-2 line. They will push or try to repush 9-0 line, but pushing into a double S-Kunk, a reloaded Batshot, and an IS-7 on less HP, I'd love to see it happen.
Yeah, we'll see. I think they realize this is the last option, hoping for RNG to save them, but instead Twist is the one taking an Amarak first. Cat's Eye, now we can see he has a fully loaded clip. Good shot by Twist, but he takes so much damage in return. And now Cat's Eye just coming in to sweep for those sweet kills here. Does not connect that one, I believe, but he's just going to be here to offer that clip potential and forces the enemy tanks to just focus on him. I mean, Opor at this point in time, 7.5k against not even 3k HP. The gun's kind of close, but the match, or the game isn't.
Yeah, Ketsa may have had a clip, but he didn't hit too many of them. But luckily enough for him, the team is already so far ahead at this point that it is really impossible to lose this really good map control, strong presence across all angles. This S-Kunk at C1 is a disaster waiting to push. Like, he kills a full IS-7 by the time you reach.
And instead he even ran, so he was trying to draw them out further. So
yeah, I mean, he would give one or two and then just start running. And with the IS-7s, that's a long distance to cross. That it's never gonna happen. I think Opor realized what this defense means and was prepared for it, and that is a danger of recycling something like this. I mean, they took everything. They took everything from them. They took the 4 line, the 1 line. Okay, good. You have double IS-7 there protecting the A line, but we just leave Tsek. We have 6 tanks. You have a T100, so now you have 4 tanks to actually play with against our 6 fighting tanks. I mean, Sokol the 300 damage, like, you know.
Yeah, I think Opor did a good job of just basically denying that double IS-7 in the north from being anywhere near effective. And then also, I mean, yeah, they got a lucky burn on the T100, but in the end that didn't change much, because the T100, the more important thing about that tank was that he was just not allowed to generate information, to generate map control, and in the end, just a well thought out and also well executed attack by the team of Opor, making this match all even again. It is 2-2. So I'm happy to see that the teams right now are, well, probably not happily, but still trading blows, and this now means that we get to talk about Ghost Town.
Ghost Town should be Opor's map, IMO. I'm gonna say it. Grupa's Ghost Town before? I wasn't too impressed with it.
Who was that M454 on the outside that just died to the double CS?
Miku.
Yeah. So I guess the positive thing about Ghost Town that we can say for Grupa Speed is that they had a lot of room to improve.
I mean, their defense was fine. I think that was with Jordan chilling on K4, for example, if you remember, and he was not able to get countered.
Yep.
So there is that. But their offense was a straight loss.
Also, Opor picking it here means that they want to play it first. I think intern Grouper selected Def first, which might mean we are looking at Grouper once again going up a point, but I think at this point that's just theory crafting. Opor certainly demonstrating that they are undeterred by going down, equalizing every point that Grouper is able to pick up, and this is making for a good match so far. Ghost Town though, it is like historically, I think Posdro was like the signature team of Ghost Town in the past WoT7s, but Opor also like obviously a team that has people in the same clan, so they're probably have shared some expertise on how to play it, because I guess realistically, if you're among the best and you want to become better, you need to train against the best, and that is exactly what's happening, I guess.
Yeah, and Krupa is still overperforming from what I expected him to do.
But then again, it looked like really solid, right? The rounds that they took, they played really, really well. So good stuff from them, and also from Opor. Like that attack just now.
I still feel like Opor's wins were slightly more convincing, no? So like first cliff, Krupa won with like 600 combined HP. The second cliff, Opor far ahead the whole time. The first steps, DJ dropping to low HP, Opor forced to repush, was still pretty close, which then Krupa ended up winning. But this one again, close? No.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you could say that Opor was on their victories a bit more clinical, but at the end of the day, if the score is 2-2, you've really got nothing to show for that. Like, yeah, it's nice to win your wins decisively.
No, you have 2 rounds then.
But in the end, the score is the final thing that matters. And yeah, Ghost Town a video coming up, which means the map is going to be played rather soonish. Personally, I can't wait to see especially what Grouper Speed has come up with, because as we already outlined, I think for their attack, they need to rethink their approach.
I mean, they don't need to rethink too much. They just need to make sure that Miku doesn't go on the lower side to die. That would be a solid start, right?
I mean, not losing a tank for free, that's always a solid start.
It is indeed.
Anyway, though, lineup Starkey. Grouper Speed coming into this one with an IS-4, quadruple S-Conk, and double CS. Opor, though, that's a heavy thing to stomach.
That's a 6 French tanks and an S-Conk. That is a lot of hold-on potential.
That is also a lot of... that's a lot of damage on the alpha of the guns.
You want to play a game? I say a sentence and you fill it out. World of Tanks is a game of...
trading.
No? You want another try?
Not for now, not for now. As it seems at the moment, though, the attacking team is not making the mistake of sending only a single tank on the 7 line on the bottom side. Instead, it is going to be double M454 that are directly going to make their way there. Triple M454 also to the south of the cap. I think Opor wants to force a decision here rather soon, and they probably want to force it with trades in the city. That being said, though, Sir Jacob seems to have taken a lot of damage trying to get on towards that cap, and he has paid with his life. Those M454s, yeah, they're good tanks, but not when they're crossing in the open like that. T-Sec also 1100 immediately.
Yeah, now DJ training a little bit against Marcel and Miko. T-Sec forced back. A decent health lead here for the side of Grupa Speed, but now Rexar and Rishak, they realize that these S-Kungs may have gone slightly too far, but they're constantly getting peppered from behind from the A6 CS, which is Sokol, actually. Now Elian, though, crossing over to a strong hold down, will push back Rishak, will push back Rexar, and when they push them back, there is a Sokol waiting to happen from A6. That annoying CS, he does get spotted out now, though, on A6. Can they do anything against him? Engine damage on the first shot. He drops towards 1.6. He seems to be scattering to the wind. Takes another one. 1.1 now. Sokol may have overextended slightly. Good retaliations here from Grupa Speed. But in the meantime, though, Opor still trading not that efficient. It seems like Panzer Fury also had an unfortunate incident there. Ammo rack, turret. You don't want to be that S-Kong. but still trading it out though. And however, 3000 HP is a hard nuts to come back
Also,
from.
Pan's Fury taking 2 more shots, which means he's a possible one-shot for Jordan, who is on the flank. Basically, both teams having everyone spotted out. That means all of the information available to Grouper Speed, who right now they have 1 more gun. They do have more HP. Yes, there is the low roll onto Pan's Fury, but Jordan will have the reload against Pan's Fury here. That is going to make it 7 against 5 guns, and Sokol should be able, he's on low HP, but he should be able to stay safe. And yes, the cap is down to 30 seconds, but now Twist and Gursky, both of them start peeking. They're gonna pick up Rexa, and now that only 4 yellow guns remain, this means in turn that Grouper Speed can just start snowballing with the DPM of 7 tanks available. Yes, Sokol drops down towards a one-shot. Yes, Elian is Amarak, but I don't think it's gonna matter as Grouper Speed once again is gonna claw ahead in this final.
Yeah, this is a convincing round for Group Speed. I mean, Opor here trying something, but I don't know if they tested the timings of this, because Jacob there got shot by everybody.
Yeah, Jacob just got annihilated. That was a cross and a half, and he paid with his life. 7-1, the final scoreline. So, yeah, the HP kind of close, and I think Opor was hoping to maybe not lose a whole tank on the cross and then just, you know, start trading it out with the higher alpha over time. I think that was the plan for Opor, but Grouper was just able to, first of all, get one of those big alpha guns out of the game, and after that, just invest the right amount of HP to trade more tanks low, to then take them out, to then snowball with DPM.
I will say good positioning from both the CSs, K-Line, A-Line, Sokol and Jordan. Sokol are doing 3k, pretty solid. Jacob does none. Rishak should have probably done more in a game like this. Don't know what happened with his pen ratio. But both the CSs taking their flanks respectively. Super annoying to play against, because Sokol was on A5, Jordan was on K4. Yeah. You always have a CS shooting you, no matter what side you peek for those M4s in the cap.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, the thing I want to highlight is that Ghost Town, without having those outside angles, seems to be very, very hard to win from either side, because that is realistically what those mediums enable you to do, right? Because with the M4 power in the city, yes, you're always going to win those close trades against the tanks that are close to you, but those CSs, they're going to just wrap around. They're not care about your frontal armor, because they're going to be behind you, they're going to be sidestepping, backstabbing you, and they're also going to be able later on in the game to assassinate just those low HPs, and that's exactly what we saw happen. So time and time again, the team that seems to have more medium tanks available, or seems to be able to generate more angles around the map, pulling ahead.
This was really an all-in strategy though from Opor.
It was.
Like, it was like, if we get 3 guys onto the cap, we use the 6 M4s that we have just to trade.
Yep.
However, I mean, you know, they had 5 M4s left instead of 6, and I honestly think the CSs were super annoying to play against, especially Sokol's position.
Yeah. It was, yeah, it just started falling apart. Also, it wasn't really that refined. Like, normally, yes, Opor, they're a team where you have the super, super aggressive attacks, but they somehow seem refined at the same time, right? They, like, every single tank has a purpose. No one is thrown out completely for free, like out the window. No one is sacrificed. Like, even if you take some HP, it means that you take a position for that with which you can just completely control the enemy team. That's not what we saw. That was just the brute force attempt, and it failed.
I don't think we'll see the same from Grupa in terms of like kind of push, you know?
Both teams with a medium. On the side of Grouper Speed, we have double M454, we have double IS4, double SCONG, and the CS63.
Then, Oporto with double B, IS4, mouse, double SCONG, and a bad chat?
Yeah, I mean, double B has kind of fallen out of favor on Ghost Town a little bit. That being said, though, double B plus the bat chat, that is triple autoloader. That is a menacing prospect for any kind of enemy tank, that you basically have 5k HP in the enemy clips to worry about. Then again, you first of all need to make that happen.
if they can utilize those 50 beats properly, it is painful to deal with, though. Like, on defense, I think they work pretty well. I mean, they're making another trap there. I don't know what they're waiting for exactly with those 50 Bs. But if you're Grupa, you have to be careful picking any angle.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you are maybe not 100% on point and miss the repair, and then you get double track. Because yes, your track is going to be able to withstand one hit, but it's like double 50B immediately tracking you, and then you pull back and they catch your track again. That's just like your tank gone. Rishek trying to spot out the south right now with a Batchat from a pretty normal line of bushes in the A4 position. Also very important to notice we have that S-Kong playing from Opur. That is, I think, at this point safe to say, unpushable. T-Sec with the mouse playing the outside in the C line. He did get spotted, so he's probably going to tell his team that Sokol is going to be somewhere there. Rishek not making a move to exploit that yet, however, because, well, they're defending and they're at the moment just waiting what Grupa Speed is going to throw at them.
Well, the Grupa Speed is just taking it slow and steady, taking the angles, getting the approach. But I'm just... The 50 Bs here are the game maker, right? If they get into the game, I think it's Opor's game. But like getting a good angle to peek from at the 50 Bs is going to be hard.
Then again, the tanks that Opur has, Grupa Speed has, that is honestly, well, except for the IS4s, that is tanks that I would like shooting at with a 50B. Like the S-Kongs specifically, but also the M4s. You're going to try to create an angle where you shoot the side, and preferably not the front. You're always going to trade positively with that. T-Sec once again getting spotted out by Sokol that is starting to run away once more. And right now, Opur seemingly not too worried. One, I guess, fun fact, 20 HP currently separating either of those teams, with the defender having 20 more.
Now they went north, now they're going south. Usually the next move after this is to pressure onto the cap, right? But Rexar is really far back. They could get an IS4 onto the cap if they wanted to and play the angles. Right?
They could. I guess he takes at maximum one shot by the S-Kong plus one by Rexar, and that's it. No?
Yeah. Like they're really far back from Opur.
I don't know if the
really
mouse
far
is
back.
tall enough to basically give
No,
one
the
first
mouse
shot.
the mouse can give one. Yeah, okay, that's true. Panzer Fury maybe one as well, right? And Rexar, but usually you see like 4 or 5 guns aimed at this, no?
Also kind of a mind game, because normally, since there are so many guns aimed at this, Grupa Speed is like, yeah, we only have one tank set up there, we can't really cross him in. That being said and done though, Rexar now slightly reshuffling. Elian is probably going to find him sooner or later. Jordan and Twist starting to push up, so I think Grupa Speed have decided on a course of action. Okay, Gurski and Rexar spotting each other out. The mouse even pushing in the north part of the city, and now Jordan and Twist starting to push onto the caps. So far, no damage taken. Finally, the shots start coming onto that IS-4. I really like that they were using the IS-4 to shield the side of the M4 too.
Yeah. But they have the cap. And now the 50 Bs are coming though for Gurski. Maybe that was what they were waiting for. That's a good move though. Gurski now forced to push forward. The 50 Bs though, like now they're having to cross the distance, and crossing distance with 50 B is never really fun because you're starting to take damage. Panzer Fury is okay though against Sokol. He's probably going to win that 1v1. Now Jacob and Ketsai getting Jordan in a 1-2-3 combination, shutting down the M4. But now look at the 50 Bs in no man's land. Jacob is just fighting it out. He's like, okay, I'm fighting. Marcel is feeling that fight as the Ignite coming out on Jacob will shut him down. Rishek to follow. Ketsai also really in no man's land. But look at the HP lead though. Even if Ketsai falls here, this is looking rather good for Opur because of the amount of tanks committed to chasing down these autoloaders.
Yeah, exactly, and Ketsai now off reload. Yes, Miku does get Rishek, but he gets picked up in return, and Opur just having the overmatch everywhere. Even if Ketsai is now reloading and Amarekt as well, it still means that T-Sec is going to win his 1v1 against Elian, and then it's only going to be Oh, Rexa even with a good shot into Marcel to secure Ketsai here. But yeah, Sokol, the last tank remaining, the last one with any kind of HP to speak of. I don't know what T-Seg is toying around with his food, or why he's toying around with his food as Alien is turning sideways. But yeah, Opor with a really solid defense against Grupa Speed. That double 50B, I think it just about did enough.
Yeah, that 50B, I mean, it pushed so many tanks out of position that it ended up working out, though. Like, if you think about it. Good round from Opor. I mean, they're going blow for blow. Grupa wins the first, Opor wins the second, Grupa wins the third, Opor wins the fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on. If this trend continues, that means we're going to a tiebreaker, right?
I mean, what better end to a tournament than heading all the way, right?
True. But this was an interesting move with those 50Bs. I think it was pretty unexpected from Grupa as well. That they weren't really sure where the 50Bs were. Although, like, they went north, they went south. They cleared most of the angles, though. But that they were, I think they just were like, okay, let's do a standard attack. And then the Skunk behind the corner is like, guys, there's a bachelor into 50Bs coming. So he has to push forward, which is the correct play.
Yes.
Because otherwise, the 50Bs kill him.
He's dead.
No, but like otherwise the 50Bs kill him and they just run away back behind the corner. Now you could see Ketsai and Jacob, they had to push towards the captain to kill the AMX, and they were kind of like really in the open. They took longer to clip, but still, Grupa has to commit so many tanks to kill them, then they lost the cap, Marcel crossed over, lost 2k.
And also,
Chaos.
the scary thing is that, yes, there are those triple autoloaders that are a substantial threat. I don't think we've looked at the damage numbers yet, so I think we could do that. But also, there were those S-Kongs, and there is also that mouse that has a lot of DPM. And yeah, the autoloaders are scary, so you need to focus them out. But, like, the single shooters as well with those S-Kongs. So, once again, Grupa, you said it, pulling ahead, Opor equalizing, which means now we are getting Tundra. And I would say this deep into the map pick and ban, like, yeah, you could say Grupa Speed picked it, but to be honest, like, probably both teams are going to be equally fine or not fine with playing it.
It should be a good map for both these teams, right? I mean, Grupa had the choice there to pick that or Mines, but normally we consider it as a split map, right?
I mean, mine's the same thing. Like, the only difference being that basically Mines basically is a defensive 1-1 normally, and Tundra should be an attacking one. On the other hand, basically, Grupa Speed did not pick Mines, so yeah, they showed this very, very interesting bait against Holovnitsi. So I guess, you know, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. No, the other way around, actually. Good lord. But yeah, you know what I'm trying to get at. They weren't going to pull that one off a second time.
Let's assume this is going to be split in a good tiebreaker.
Let's hope so.
I think it's the perfect ending. But Tundra has surprised us, though. Throughout this tournament, it has surprised us. Let's see if there's any surprises here. As Grupa Speed has double AMX, an i7, a 277, double S-Kunk, and a CS63.
And Opor, once again, with that 7 heavy tank trusty lineup. This time it's going to be 4 M454s, 160 TP, and double S-Kunk to boot. So very, very high DPM on Opor's side, but also very impressive alpha damages across the board, I would say.
Yeah, that's a very hard lineup. The Opor's lineup to play against is really hard because of that alpha, because of that hold-on potential. It's... I mean, but then again, this lineup, if it's not in hold-down, can...
Yeah, melt.
Yes.
Sokol, I would say, by now with the standard opening for a CS. Yeah, he's even going to knock over a bush. He's not going for secrecy here. Instead, he's going for information. He doesn't see the 60 TP quite yet. Turning his back, we can already see shots from the hill coming in to reduce some rubble. Rexa does get spotted in his S-Kong, and one good shot by Sokol here. And ooh, you can see in the bottom, the firing squad by Opor lined up here to punish any kind of cross, but we, as the all-knowing observers, have the information that right now no one is looking to actually contest the north by the attackers.
Yeah, they were sitting there and waiting. I mean, even Rishek got spotted out there and took a shot of damage to his M4. They were trying to counter something. It didn't end up happening. They'll leave Jacob and Tisek though. And this defense is always difficult
Yeah,
to cover everything at the same time.
yeah, I mean, the problems start with the fact that basically the attacker by default gets the higher ground with the sniper hill. So that is the first problem that you start facing. Then you have basically the A, B, 9-0 positions that give you camo spots to snipe from, that also give you hard cover. So-called driving there now. The only thing that you can really like take for free is sort of F2-3, but even there you're in danger from the hill, and we already saw that this cross with a heavy tank towards the K1, K2 position is always going to get punished by a medium tank.
But Group Speed here doing very well so far. One shot on Rexar, one shot on Rishek, double on Tisek. Again, just doing it slow and methodical, taking down the angles ever
I mean,
so slowly.
time is a resource, and they're using it right now. That's what we are seeing currently. Pan's Fury and Rishek aimed for that 3-line cross there, but we do see Group Speed not really showing any intentions of wanting to hard commit. There was one tree, I think, felled by So-called and a blind shot flying his way, but that one was never going to connect. And now rotation towards the south by Grupa Speed that are looking to once again go ahead in this match, and this time they would be on a match point. Opor right now with the HP disadvantage on their defense, and I think in the south now the push has been called. Jordan and Elian, the I7 and 277 respectively, are spotted first, but there are guns aiming there.
There are guns aiming there and doing the damage as well. 1.1 on Elian, but now you have Rexar doing a little bit of trouble in his S-Kunk running away. It takes one on that run. Now no shots coming out. Tisek in return though also suffering again. Rexar does a good shot against Jordan. Jordan's immediately going to retaliate, which he should be doing, but Rexar with the S-Kunk superior DPM, Jordan really needs some help to close this out. And we've seen this before from Group Speed, if I don't remember wrongly, against, was it Postro?
Pretty sure it was, and now Rexa is gonna get found. I think back when we saw it the first time, it was the 60 TP just getting blown to pieces. This time it is Rexa and his Super Kong that wanted to do one more shot, but instead it's gonna be denied, and now the repush forming up by the side of Opur. But those M454s, yes, they have good DPM, and they have good alpha damage, but they don't really like crossing sideways. That being said, though, Jordan only with a track shot onto Sir Jacob, and now Elian joining the fray, but that is a lot of HP by Opur that's actually getting committed to the shot, and the support fire by Grupa Speed, not really amazing, but Sir Jacob down to 498. Gurski also down towards the one shot. We're gonna have to see who makes the kill shots first. Right now, that seems to be Opur in that southwestern corner.
Yeah, Jacob there getting the better of Gursky in that AMX M4. Gursky could have played it safer, could have pulled around the corner waiting for his team to reinforce, but now Rishek picking off Elian, and then Jordan's going to be next. Jordan, does he get the roll here on Jacob? It could matter. Will he even get the shot? Actually, no, great baiting from Jacob there. Actually forces Jordan to shoot Rishek, but now Twist coming in, and Group Speed here seem to fall to pieces on the attacking side. They had such a good run there on the K-line. Now though, good shooting from Opur, one connection, one bounce, and now Katsai Fury closing as well in their 60p, in their S-Kong. Tisek there needs to try and stay alive for as long as he can in the M4, but Grupa Speed here is getting outnumbered. Yes, HP is looking good for them, but the guns are the most important factor in this regard, and they don't have too many of those anymore as DJ looks to finish off Twist, but he is not going to be doing that. Twist is going to finish off Fury. DJ gets Twist out, and it's just Miku and Soko left standing against 5 Opor guns.
Low HP management, the name of the game here for the defenders from Opur that do have 1, 2, maybe even 3 one-shots here, but they're able to keep those in the game to just deal damage onto those guns by Grupa Speed. At one point in time, Grupa even with more HP, but Opur simply with the better individual plays here in the southwestern corner. You have to wonder if one more gun gets committed by Grupa in that southwest, do they actually hold against that triple M4 repush? But like this, Grupa is gonna go down for the first time in this match here. A point. Opur instead the first ones to match point.
Bro, that was not really... I feel like this time Grupa Speed kind of shot himself in the foot there. And I think mainly also the Skyline push from them really good. Started off strong. They even got the S-Conk out. And then Gursky could have lived. He would be such a... He could have lived and waited for reinforcements because he peeked Jacob or tried to peek Jacob. And what happened? Jacob won the 1v1.
Yep.
He won the fight. And imagine if Gursky is behind them. They have to go repush him and kill him, which gives Elian and I think Jordan more time to actually fight and more time for his teammates to come and reinforce.
Exactly. But basically he gave them the small finger, and Opor, they're choosing to rip out the whole arm. And yeah, now the match point for the team of Opor, they're going to be quite happy with that one. It was a pretty close round, but the Opor players just doing such a commendable job of keeping the one-shots safe. And sometimes that's just how simple it is. If those one-shots are able to put in those crucial 1, 2, 3 more high alpha shots into the enemy tanks, yeah, that's basically what happened here. Obviously, Miku top damage for the side of Grupa, but he basically was the super conk that was providing crossfire. He was probably even out of game for some time. And now Grupa needs to defend Tundra if they want to stay in the tournament.
I'll stay in the tournament.
If they want the tournament to continue.
Yeah, the tournament is over either way. You know, there's no match after this. There's no all-star matchup against me, Keyhand, and Sane, Octo. I don't know who else we can use. Phil, that's 5. We need 2 more. No, Ixta, no.
Harsh.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
He's gonna be very sad about that one.
You should be lucky I already included you.
Okay, dude.
That's mainly because I didn't see another choice.
Anyway, though, what does that do with you if you're Grupa? If you continuously went up, and now you lost the favorite side? And
I think it mainly depends for players like Gursky, because when you commit to a 1v1 like this, if he kills Jacob, he's the winner of the round, right? If he kills Jacob, he wins the round because there's 2 AMXs. One has to go push him. Elian and Jordan repush. They kill the other AMX. The rest comes in and supports. Like the CS crosses over and comes to fight, they win. If you're Gursky there, you're probably pretty tilted. For the team itself, they know that they're up against a hard one now. Tundra defense is a hard game.
Yes.
You have usually no control over anything whatsoever. You're usually also on defense the one that is forced to make a repush at some point. Like, it's weird you're on defense, but because of the way the map works and because the bases are so far away from each other and so separated, you're usually on defense forced to repush something. Usually it's the attacker that pushes something, but on defense, you're always going to have to make some repush, and it's always scary.
Yes, exactly. And I also think sort of the same thing, because basically if the attacker sets up in a way where they have the correct split and have the correct angles, then that repush is almost doomed to fail. The challenge for the attacker obviously being to find that split, to find those angles, but then again the map doesn't really change. So yeah, if you train well, then Tundra attack can be a very, very powerful tool in any team's arsenal. And now, let's see if Grupa Speed is going to be able to extend content for all of us watching here, or if Opor are able to close it out in regular time. Grupa Speed on their Tundra defense are going to bring quintuple M454. They have Gursky playing the S-Conk and Elian with the BZ.
Opor then on match point with the AMX M4, the i7, the quad S-Conk, and the singular CS63.
All right, so I'm trying to sort of make out something where one team would have an advantage over the other. I mean, yeah, Grupa Speed overall I think has the alpha advantage. Opor should have sort of pen. Actually, there is a restart here.
I was already like leaning in, getting ready for the game.
The same here. Like
I'm kind of getting old now. Not as old as the guy next to me, the other way. But it's becoming harder. I gotta lean in sometimes. We're like,
no, it just means we're both invested into what's actually happening in those matches. So you know, but yeah. Anyway, I think we can actually show the... let me see if the battle results are already there. No, the other ones are not there yet, but we are going to show the battle results rather soonish to basically be able to talk more about the lineups. But yeah, on their defense now, a lot of M454s, and we talked about the defending team having to repush a lot of times on Tundra, but those M454s, they are good while trading around corners, but they don't really like pushing somewhere, just because of those unarmored sides, like not really completely unarmored, but very weak sides.
Yeah, but I'd still rather end up with an M4 in position. Like if Jacob next to me dies and I'm alive in my M4 repushing, I'm rather in an M4 than even in an S-Gonk or an i7 or a 277, because my frontal armor is really annoying for them from close range to deal with, and I have that alpha advantage. So yeah, they do get shredded in the repush, but the ones that arrive will do better. So like it's like a coin flip. You could do it with like i7s, and probably you would take more non-connections on the side because it's an i7. But then when you arrive with 4 i7s, it's not that great, is it?
Yeah, no, the i7s lacking gun depression, lacking alpha, lacking DPM. Yeah, they got a bit more armor. They're better hold down, but there's a reason why we see the M454 being played so much. Apparently one of the players, by the way, has internet problems right now, so let's hope the team...
Who is it?
DJ.
Oh no. Yeah, this your time. Step in, man.
I don't speak Polish, I'm sorry. Although, I have to admit, like, the time here in the Czech Republic actually helps with that, because both of it are Slavic languages, and I was recently, you know, starting to get warmed up again for competitive, because you know the campaign, and I don't want to embarrass myself in front of you. And I was sort of able to understand...
You think warm-up is gonna help?
Okay, bro. At least let me make my point before you slaughter me. But the thing was, I was sort of able to understand what the Polish guys were saying, because I think I joined an MVPS advance. That was very interesting.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Key. When we play the campaign together, I know that I speak fast, but it's still not Polish. It's gonna be English, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what warming up in a Polish advance is really,
You know,
really
warming up the shaky hands.
Oh, yo.
But
2 weeks of pain.
I am going to find so many dad jokes to throw at you, by the way.
I will just mute you. You have a choice, man. you make like more than one dad joke per evening, Key. You're either on the bench or you're getting muted. But I am on the bench is the better option.
3. At least give me 3.
No.
2. Okay, 2. Last offer.
Let me put it this way. Every game you carry, like actually carry, I'll let you make 1 joke. So at the end of the campaign, you'll have 0 jokes.
We'll see about that. We'll definitely see about that. But yeah, obviously, in the...
I'm so ready to clip this and then play it every time. We'll see about that when you make a misplay. We'll see about that. It's gonna be my soundboard for the campaign. And every time you die, I'm gonna play the clip of, well, thanks is a game of mistake.
Anyway, I think we finally have the lineups by either team, by the way, so we can properly talk about it. Because yes, we've talked a lot about the lineup by Gruppa, which largely consists of M454s, but on this other side, by Opor, we have those trusty British heavy tanks with the S-Kongs. Yes, lower alpha, but also good DPM, better pen, and I would say, yeah, the APCR velocity just carries the tank. Compared with like sniping in an M4 is what I mean.
Yeah, it does. I mean, M4 has pretty good velocity as well, though.
Yeah, but not as good as what I was getting at. And also, I think, like, in pure hold-down trading, over time...
S-Konk is better in pure hold-down trading.
Yeah.
M4 can pen under the gun, but again, it's 296 AP pen, which struggles with that area. It can't pen the cupola because it doesn't have heat, right? Only if it's above the S-Konk. Like an S-Konk player needs to aim less against an M4 than an M4 does need to aim against an S-Konk.
And also,
just because of the turret.
Also, the M454, I think we can now start into yeah, the map here. The S-Kong basically also has the advantage of... we were both leaning in again, right?
Dude, I was already ready again.
The S-Kong player doesn't have to high roll as much when it comes towards the pen. Anyway, once again, let's hop into what might be the last round here. Grouper speed, we know it already. Coming in with quintuple M454, 1 S-Kong, and a VZ.
And then in return, we see Opor again with the AMX M4, the IS-7, the Quad S-Kong, and the singular CS-63.
Exactly. So a bit more rotational potential for the side of Opor. Then again, they're on the attack, so them not picking a medium to possibly get that free shot on the one-line cross would be, I mean, not weird. Maybe they had something else in mind, but it is very, very standard to do that on your attack. And honestly, if it's free damage, if it's free real estate, why not take it?
Exactly. And Elion's going to be pressuring onto A4? I thought he was crossing towards A5. He does not. And this is the issue with defense. It's like always waiting. I would hate it, by the way.
Yeah,
I would really not like it.
I'm also...
I never liked Tundra either because you're just sitting there and the attacker gets to do whatever they want.
Rexa now trying to cross in the bottom right. He's going to spot out Twist. Twist is going to drive back. Obviously the I7 hold down might not connect every single shot into the M454, but you still need to be careful. Ooh, Ishak now getting spotted here, and Miku taking one, taking two even. 820 damage immediately, and you can see those houses. Some of them are destructible. Miku even taking a third one, a fourth, a fifth! My goodness, that is a handful.
That is more than a handful. Like, I don't know what even happened. They got really good angles from Opor. This is the perfect start on 4-3 though, if you think about it. Miku is already a one-shot. Group us speed is already starting to make what we call this is not desperation rotations, but more like, you know, they know that Miku is like a liability now, so they're starting to group already towards the south. And Opor is not forced to push this at all. They're just feeling out what's happening here. How does Group us speed react to what we just did? Is there a reaction at all? They can always still rotate. 6 minutes is plenty of time, but luckily for Grupa Speed, there does seem to be the entire Opor team in the south.
Exactly. Grupa Speed right now waiting in the south here. Now we're gonna have to wait and see when this triple S-Kong push does get spotted. Miku, the problematic thing here, he was supposed to be the anchor to basically farm those K-line crosses, but instead, right now he's the anchor dragging them down. But now that triple S-Kong push getting spotted is actually kind of good for Grupa Speed, because they're going to be expecting this cross onto the 2-cap. Now the question remaining is, though, how effective are they going to reset? Jordan knows he has to make that cross because the IS-7 would be continuously farming those M4s. Jordan taking one more. I guess that cross was acceptable, but they were starting from a really bad position to begin with, so any kind of trade that right now Grupa Speed is doing is not one in their favor, especially when the pressure is on to provide those resets. Now Grupa Speed, though, through that 3-line, starting with the repush.
Yeah, starting with the repush here for Grupa Speed, but here we see Opor also taking their engagement. Ketsai already dropped low though immediately. Still a healthy lead for them since Miku was low, but Miku's in the back lines. Zuza, Ketsai, Fury actually getting surrounded here by Sokol and Twist. Coming from behind, the Ignite on towards Zuza as well is a welcome gift here towards Grupa Speed. Still 2k different zone. Now Panzer Fury has to fight it out. Marcel dropped towards the one shot, but staying alive. Twist now coming from behind. Wants to close out Panzer Fury. Wants to make another kill. He survives on a mere one shot, but Rexar, Rishek, Jacob, and Tisek want to make something happen here. They still have that HP lead, but they have 6 guns to face against from Grupa Speed. Grupa Speed there with the gamble play, as we call that. Forcing everything towards the south, actually working out right now. Rishek not trading well. Good shot from Rexar. Picks up Miku. Now Sokol and Gursky, they gotta be careful not to overextend. Tisek is now coming in, but it's big M4. Rishek though down towards the one shot. 196. Now Rexar with another kill. Tisek needs to be getting Twist now out of the game as well. He does that. It's now a 4v3. Opor turning it around in the faces of Grupa Speed, who gambled on the south push and did do the work, but it's not going to be enough at this moment in time.
Yeah, Grupa Speed not really gonna be able to repeat what Opor did to them in the round prior to that. They're not gonna be able to keep their one-shots in the game to provide those crucial crucial damage that they would have needed to close the gap once again, and then Snowball with the superior amount of guns. Instead, Rexa with 2 kills in 2 shots, shutting down any hopes that Grouper Speed had of still staying alive here and making it to the tiebreaker. Instead, Opor, yes, they're still having to fight for it right now. Grouper Speed are not going to give it up for free, but T-Sec with another big shot into Sokol, and now only Jordan remaining. Sir Jacob to pick it up, and Opor are going to be the champions of the AMD WoT7 number 9. Congratulations.
Undeservedly so at the end of the day. I mean, yeah, they got a bit lucky on that Tundra defense, but then again, they also did the repush. They took it for themselves and they won out from it. And Tundra being the decision maker here, we've seen it already a few times this tournament that Tundra can be indeed a tricky map. And Grupa had it all on their attack, lost it all. Here they gambled on the full south, which was extremely lucky that Upor actually went for it as well. Because if they didn't and just started rotating again, Grupa never holds. Never. So they actually got the perfect fight. And they even got those guns out of the game. But then the crossfire between Rexar and I think Tisek coming in, cleaning up like 3-4 players in like 30 seconds, too strong.
Yeah, exactly. The individual plays by Opor just enabling them to get those guns out of the game. That was exactly what they needed. I think for the last time of the day, we can take a very quick look at the post-battle stats to confirm what we already know, that Opor won this last round here against of Grupa Speed, crowning themselves WoT7 champions here. Once again, gigantic thanks to AMD for sponsoring a huge part of the prize pool. Ducky, it has been a pleasure, at least 99% of the time, during this tournament to cast with you. Before we head over to our analysts, I think I'll leave the last words to you. And also, guys, if you weren't able to claim all of your drops yet, you'll be able to on this guy's channel here, because we'll be rating him after.
Very cool, epic. Really, grand finals worthy of being a grand finals with two teams that were ultimately matched till the bitter end. But Opor, I think, with their experience, just slightly getting ahead, and it's a good conclusion of a good tournament where the matches were really close on day one, less so on day two, with surprises all around. But a great, enjoyable tournament to watch, even better with my AMD GPU that I always have close by me. But yeah, thanks, Kian, for the cast. Loved it. Loved you guys in the Twitch chat as well. Always cool. Let's hear what the analysts have to say.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, for that amazing casting over the weekend. And also, we have our winners. Opur taking the victory 5-3 over Grupa Speed, and a well-deserved win. Maybe.
Sorry, there I was muted. There we go. Sorry. So Grupa, they have had to play many more matches today than Opor, so that could play an effect into it. You know, which strats do they run? Do they quote unquote run out of strategies? So Opor also gets the advantage of watching them play. So
yeah, I mean, the start on Cliff was maybe not the one they were hoping for, going down 0-1 on the map they wanted to play. But afterwards, they were capable of actually getting some solid rounds. And when it was 3-3 on Tundra, they managed to get the 2 wins that allowed them to take the victory in the grand finals. They're going to be getting the AMD GPUs. They're going to be probably very happy about that. You also have to give credit to Grupa, making it all the way to the grand finals, coming from the losers bracket, starting against Phoenix today. So good stuff from them. And even though they were in the losers bracket, the match they lost in the winners one against Lovnisi was a tiebreaker. So I think overall they have had a great performance in this tournament.
yeah, I mean they didn't get a second option like Opur did. So in match 5 specifically against Holonitsi, Opur knows they can technically lose that and still make it to the finals. So really good mental to play all 4 matches without having double elim for them specifically.
Well, Octo, Polish domination it is. It has been for all the WoT7. We needed the Winter Invitational to see someone else win a 7v7 tournament, but the replays are ready and we can take a closer look at what happened between these two teams. Starting on Cliff, Group speed on defense, Opur on the attack.
Yeah, so Grupa, they went to the donut and they had an extremely good crossfire, but at the moment, at least, Opur had more tanks. Although initially it wasn't on screen, but they did lose more HP. The TVP makes it to the Rock and F1. That's very strong as a CS has to contest him, as Marcel comes in with basically a full HP IS-7, allowing him to clean up. Although it does get quite close, but a good shot, I believe from Soko onto DJ, killing him. And then, yeah, it's just an all-out brawl after that.
I think what we can mention is that from the side of Opur, they actually went down with 3 tanks actually chasing those TVPs that were reloading, and that actually allowed Grupa to win the higher round, which is the most important part of the donut on this map. And at the end of the day, they were defending and they just had to hold. Next up, Opur on the defense, going on the hill with those IS-7s backward. Kinda unusual.
Yeah, there's a specific spot where they're kind of hold down going up that ramp, but as you can see right there, both IS-7s took damage going down to 1200. I think it's okay though, because once you take the hill, they're holding in B3 and they had A5, so I thought it was perfectly okay to do that. Here they're going to repush the CS, or Jordan in the CS and Marcel in the 277. Grupa doesn't have the tanks to help them out, and eventually they just die. So essentially for free. And after that, Grupa is stuck in the donut. They have to cross middle, or they have to cross to A2 to kill anyone, get to the cap. Again, the I7's already on the hill. It's pretty much just over.
Yeah, I mean, Opur, they went for that repush and that worked perfectly fine for them. That allowed them to keep T-Shek alive, so good stuff. Next up on step, the Minnow took a lot of damage. So from the side of Opur, they had to make a plan. That's exactly what they did, pushing at the south, jumping on Gurski, using Reshake with the Batchat clip to take him out. That was pretty clean, but you have to admit that afterwards, when that Grupa speed repush came out, they lost those I7s, but the issue there is Ketsai around E2. He stood at the outside position and took a lot of damage, even goes down. And then from the side of Grupa, it was pretty straightforward. They took all of those tanks and they repushed into Pansfury and Rexar. As you can see, Reshake is out of the fight. The Minnow on one shot is also not really involved into that. And that was a pretty straightforward round to play from Grupa speed.
Yeah, I didn't like that Opur, they had a S-Conk going to E3, and it wasn't very likely that they were going to win in the south, in the J-line. So once the J-line dies, then he'll die, essentially. And then here, Opur had an interesting attack. They put the Kron in C6. It's not normal to see that, as that position normally gets countered by S-Conks, but it worked out this time as they were essentially countering the S-Conks from peeking there. The IS-7s from Grupa decided to push the S-Conk, but he can just run away, and it's essentially ineffective. Here you can see they just peek on Miku, and the Grupa tanks, they weren't trading him. They just stayed back, they shot twice. That was pretty much it. Miku dies, they back up, and they cap for free if they really wanted to.
I mean, DJ in this position, just great with the crown, completely cutting off the rotation. Double I7 stuck at A4. The S-Conk from T-Sec, smart, not sitting at C1 farming those I7s closing up, just running. So he completely made 2 tanks useless, being alone himself. So it is basically then on the other side, more likely a 6v4, 6v5 if you count the 300 out of the fight also. Because the crown could help on that fight. You can just poke almost anywhere with the gun depression he has. So really interesting the way they used it. Next up on Ghost Town though, that's a map where Grupa has been pretty solid in the defense, taking down straight Sir Jacob in the AMX. And to be fair, Opur, maybe they could have slowed down a bit. They went straight, but they got punished.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the fact that they chose the M4s for this, specifically being that they're so large on the side profile. So when they go into the cap circle like this, they just get shot. I would have preferred they go through the F line in like F6, 7
Okay.
instead, but it didn't really matter in the end as Koopa was able to wrap around. They had double CS, while Opor had 7 heavies. So they took advantage of that using the map control aspect, and they're just able to get the initial kill onto the M4s and then finish them off.
It was a solid defense. I mean, they saw the lineup against this whole like not 5 AMXs. No, it was actually 6 AMXs and S-Kong, so they actually counted the initial on the cap, and it worked out perfectly for them. And then we had that round. That's very interesting the way Opor played. That's not something we have seen before. The double 50B actually going around to catch Gurski. That's a position we always see an S-Kong there. And there's always like likely a CS over the kill line of a K3 to cover it, but that's not good enough. The double Bs, they're just going to push, they're just going to clip, then they're reloading, the batch at 2. They force the group as speed tanks to just chase them. In return, they actually get the kill on the cap, twist, and the AMX there. You could see also Tsek actually managing his 1v1 against Ilian, utilizing the HP advantage he has with the mouse. So to be honest, it was a very interesting way to play from the side of Opur, and the double B working out perfectly.
Yeah, the guys on the cap circle didn't actually shoot the 50Bs crossing. I would have liked to see that happen, as they would have lost more HP and potentially changing the round if those, because they had the CS in K4, they had the S-Conk that they had to chase. Anyways, here group was on attack on Tundra, and there was an S-Conk in K2 because the CS spots it initially, so they decided to push him out. Big mistake though on attack. You know that with your guy on the hill, you're spotting the F line, and you should be able to know if they're going to push the hill. If they not spotting anything going to the hill, you know they're going to repush one line, and their S-Conks were not prepared for that, and they didn't punish this enough. Jordan and Ilian also didn't connect well enough to actually trade off of Gruski.
I mean, I agree. I think it's like some lack of shooting, lack of awareness of the one line there. Rexar is fine going down because he's just trading his HP and he's just buying time, but Grupa Speed not being capable of doing damage at the G1, H1 cross on Deuce tank was the moment they kind of lost that round. It's still close HP wise, but they were like at that stage 2 tanks up. If they would have get like what 2, 3, 4 connections more over the one line on that cross, he could have possibly win that round and have a comfortable attack. He mentioned it, the CS gets the full spot, so that's only the position where they had to be ready to shoot and focused. Well, that didn't work out for them, and Opur actually on their defense using those mistakes from the side of Grupa to take the victory and get set on match points. And then on the attack, match point, Miku starting with a very unpleasant pick there.
Yeah, so the guy in the F2 area has to be extremely careful. The person on the hill has some shots between the buildings. I would have liked, though, the IS-7 and K4. I wish that was an S-Conk, and I wish they had more IS-7s going onto the cap circle. Mainly because when you have IS-7s on the cap, when they push around, like what they're going to do, they're going to go through the water and they're going to push around on the S-Conks and they're going to push the one line. When that happens, the S-Conks are going to go up onto G3. The problem is they're so slow. If you had IS-7s to do that, they'd be able to go up into G2, F2, kill Miku, and be up high. Then Ili and Marcel Gursky are in the water stuck, essentially. They have to climb back up. Then the CS, Rexar, and the IS-7, the S-Conk, all shoot them as they climb up. With the S-Conks, though, they're too slow to actually make that cross, and they end up paying for it. And I believe that's the main reason why this game is even close.
I mean, yeah, I guess having the IS-7s also on the cap and the S-Kunk sniping would just be better overall. The S-Kunk just being the tank with the better DPM, the better gun. And you could see like there's like a Rexar, I guess I played the IS-7 over like J2. That would be an S-Kunk here, he would completely demolish everyone from Grupa. So out of that push, they were down a lot of HP, but they were actually up on tanks, but the positions were just too bad to sustain that defense and get the victory. So Opor with this round taking the victory and actually winning our grand finals and the tournament, the AMD WoT7 tournament. Great stuff from them, well deserved, and also congratulations to Grupa for reaching the finals.
Yeah, I said before the tournament even started, I would like to see Oper perform better before I actually predict them to win, and they did that. So yesterday was a little sketchy, let's be honest, but today they performed amazing, and it was a good tournament, and I'm glad Grupo made it to the finals.
Yeah, well, big thanks to the casters Kihen and Daki for this tournament. Big thanks to AMD for also sponsoring and providing CPUs, GPUs to both finalists. Thanks also for joining us for this tournament, Octo, as an analyst. And well, we hope you had a great time watching this tournament with us, 7v7 action. Next tournament is likely going to be some 15v15 action clown showdown. That's probably going to be happening after the campaign over March. We don't have a date yet to share, but be sure to tune in the next tournaments we'll be covering on this channel. And Octo, do you have anything to share with the viewership to hand out?
Honestly, no. It was a really fun tournament to watch. Thanks for having me, and have a good night, guys. It's lunchtime for me, so.
Choo-choo.